Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, which meant she hadn't overexerted herself too much. As Ki-On-yu and his entourage approached, Lushasha, who had been eating canned food, immediately jumped down from the passenger seat and stood in front of them. "Hey! What do you want?" she demanded. Luhua also stood up and stepped protectively beside his sister. Ki-On-yu's gaze swept over the group, his tone more measured than before. "Relax, we're not here to cause trouble." "Exactly." One of the convoy leaders chimed in quickly. "We're here to ask if you'd be willing to join us and work together. With people as strong as you, we'd have a real shot at breaking out of here," another added, looking at Lin Xian and Kiki with newfound hope. "Work together?" Lin Xian asked, rising to his feet. "What exactly do you mean by that?" At this moment, Tang Hai and Feng Yuming arrived. Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly as he observed them. Unlike the other survivors, who all looked haggard and grimy from prolonged stress, Tang Hai and Feng Yuming were noticeably clean and well-fed. If it weren't for the earlier battle, Lin Xian suspected their appearance would have been spotless. This immediately made him suspicious. Tang Hai introduced himself. "I'm Tang Hai, a local from Beiwang Town and the former station master of Beiwang Station. The survivors in our group have been taking refuge in a military air raid bunker at the base of the nearby mountain." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. "The station master of Beiwang Station? I'm Lin Xian. This is Kiki," he replied evenly. Feng Yuming's gaze scrutinized the two of them, lingering on Kiki for a moment. His eyes lit up with an undisguised excitement that made Lin Xian uneasy. Tang Hai repeated the plan discussed earlier, which was straightforward: to unite the convoys and work together to escape. "But it's already dark. Wouldn't trying to break out now be even more dangerous?" Lin Xian asked, casting a wary glance at Feng Yuming and then at Tang Hai. Ki-On-yu scoffed. "I don't think it makes much difference. The fog is far more dangerous than the darkness." "That's not what I mean," Lin Xian began, but Kiki cut him off. "You're all idiots," she snapped. "If we try to break out during the day, at least we'll have time to catch our breath outside. If we go at night, what are we supposed to do, run blindly for 20 hours in the dark?" Ki-On-yu frowned, realizing she had a point. "Then we leave at first light?" someone suggested. Tang Hai stepped forward with an alternative. "I have a suggestion. On our way here, we cleared out a lot of zombies. Why not take this opportunity to relocate everyone to the air raid bunker? It's safer there, and it's closer to the southern path." The group murmured in agreement. The plan seemed feasible. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who gave him a knowing look. The air raid bunker Tang Hai mentioned was the same military outpost Kiki had brought up earlier. "I think this plan works," Lin Xian said, nodding. With Lin Xian's agreement, the group became energized. Ki-On-yu shot Tang Hai a glance but said nothing, instead turning to his lieutenant. "Eagle, gather everyone and prepare to move." The survivor camp burst into activity as the convoys quickly packed up their belongings and prepared their vehicles. Engines roared to life as they readied to depart. In a heavily modified off-road vehicle, Eagle kept a close eye on the military jeeps leading the convoy. "Boss, something's definitely off about Tang Hai," Eagle muttered. "I already noticed," Ki-On-yu replied with a cold laugh. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and issued orders to his men. "Save your ammo and switch off your safeties. Stay sharp." After setting the radio down, he glanced at Eagle and added, "That military outpost was already part of my plan to loot. If anything goes wrong, take out Tang Hai immediately." Eagle's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. "Got it, boss." The convoy began moving. Tang Hai's military jeeps led the way, followed by the Black Zhao convoy's heavily modified vehicles. The remaining dozens of smaller convoys followed at the rear, with Luhua's pickup truck bringing up the end along with Lin Xian and Kiki. Lushasha popped her head through the rear window and asked, "Are you guys cold?" "Not too bad," Lin Xian replied. "Brother Lin, be careful. They might try to set you up," Lushasha said, her sharp instincts belying her young age. Lin Xian paused, then sighed lightly. "Everyone wants to get out of here. If chaos breaks out, it'll be every man for himself." Lushasha pouted and said firmly, "Then we need to stick together. I saved you earlier, remember? Lin Xian smiled faintly and nodded. All right, we're allies. Chapter 37, The Outpost. Beep, 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 beep. 18:45. Darkness fell. At Beiwang Station, the infinite train stood quietly amidst a dense fog. On board, Chen Sixuan paced anxiously. The walkie-talkie in her hand emitted nothing but dead silence, devoid of even the faintest signal, causing her heart to clench in her chest. She looked nervously out the window. The fog seemed alive, wrapping itself around every inch of space, amplifying the night's darkness infinitely. Condensed frost clung to the train window. Deep within the mist, it felt as though some unknown, terrifying entity was lurking. A chill ran down her spine as ominous thoughts filled her mind. Swoosh! Chen Sixuan pulled down the blackout curtain. She rummaged through the toolbox in the third carriage and grabbed a trusty crowbar for self-defense. Quietly, she leaned against the sofa, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. They're both ability users. They should be able to handle whatever comes their way, she muttered to herself. It wasn't her first time dealing with Lin Xian not returning on time. The only thing she could do now was hold the fort and avoid drawing the attention of any lurking monsters. Vroom. Just then, the deep, rumbling sound of an engine broke through the stillness, cutting through the fog and striking her ears like a hammer. The abrupt noise contrasted sharply with the surrounding silence, immediately putting her on high alert. She shot up and moved to the driver's cabin, peering out through the window. To her shock, she spotted the headlights of a locomotive slowly moving along a distant track. Clang, clang. Seeing this, Chen Sixuan quickly covered her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, progress on the other side was going smoother than expected. The convoy of dozens of vehicles navigated the main road without much trouble, encountering only a few scattered grotesque zombies along the way. To avoid attracting more monsters, the teams tacitly agreed not to fire any shots. The convoy soon emerged from a stretch of forest and spotted a sign ahead reading, Military Restricted Zone, No Entry. Shortly after, a sizable military base came into view. Once a heavily guarded outpost, the military base was now desolate, lying abandoned at the foot of the mountain. Its surroundings exuded a somber stillness. Inside the tall-walled outpost, a group of survivors who had been hiding there opened the heavy steel gates, moved aside the barriers, and allowed the convoy to drive in one by one. By now, night had fully descended. The floodlights from countless vehicles illuminated the looted outpost. In the courtyard, a few disassembled jeeps and a TFV-600 twin-barrel heavy tank with a broken track and strip targeting system lay scattered. Most eye-catching, however, was a damaged Iron Guard 3 military assault mech. Holy shit! Is that for real? A young man wearing glasses, clearly the convoy's tech expert, jumped out of a black Zhao convoy vehicle, his eyes lighting up instantly. It's already broken, Tang Hai replied as he directed his men to close the gates. Walking over, he added, the Starfleet evacuated completely before the last polar night. This thing's just a heap of scrap metal now. We've already scavenged it for all the usable parts. No one doubted his words. Still, many had never seen such military-grade mesh up close before, and it didn't take long for a crowd of curious survivors to gather around it. Wu Songlin, Eagle, check if there's anything useful left. Take whatever you can, Keon Yu instructed his specialized crew, confident in their expertise. Even if it was just some usable armored steel, they had high-speed cutting tools ready to prepare the convoy for repairs. You don't mind, do you? Keon Yu asked Tang Hai, testing the waters. Not at all, Tang Hai replied with a sheepish smile, acting agreeable. Tang Hai then turned his gaze to a nearby mountainside. There, a massive structure stood in plain sight, a large air raid bunker. Its entrance, sealed by thick steel doors, radiated an air of indomitable strength and durability despite years of exposure to the elements. We've got 46 people. We've been holed up in that bunker for nearly 3 months. Now, there are barely 20 of us left. The walls here are thick, and the doors are sturdy. We can rest up together for the night and head out at first light tomorrow, Tang Hai said. Whoa. Lin Xian, look. Kiki had climbed out of the car alongside Lin Xian and was walking toward the crowd. Her eyes lit up when she spotted the nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid war mech. This is so cool. If only it worked. Although, I still prefer the Sentinel series, they're less bulky. Lin Xian also eyed the towering behemoth, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his gaze. His mechanical heart pulsed with desire. These military-grade machines had always been on his wish list. However, ever since the apocalypse began, he'd been confined to urban areas and hadn't had the chance to come across such equipment. He'd long planned to strengthen himself, not just through improving his abilities but by further developing his mechanical heart. For example, self-armoring. Combat prosthetics, rapid weapon systems, all of these seemed far more reliable than close-quarters combat with a short blade. Beyond industrial-grade and military armors, Lin Xian fantasized about incorporating tank cannons, railguns, close-in weapon systems, and various automated weapons into the infinite train. If he could devour or scan these blueprints and integrate them into his train, the thought alone was exhilarating. By the way, where are your other teammates? Or is it just the two of you? Qian Yu suddenly asked, glancing at Lin Xian and Kiki. There aren't many of us, Lin Xian replied casually, clearly uninterested in conversing further. His attention shifted back to the damaged Iron Guard 3 assault mech as he quietly activated his mechanical scan system. Unfortunately, he quickly discovered that many of the mech's subsystems were missing, and the core drive had long been gutted. It was impossible to scan a complete blueprint. He sighed inwardly and prepared to give up. Much like Wu Songlin from the Black Zhao convoy, he had considered dismantling the armor plates, including parts from the TFV-600 heavy tank. However, without tools or manpower, he could do nothing but rely on his devourability. Not many of you? Qian Yu raised an eyebrow and boldly suggested, why not join my convoy? I'll make sure you're well equipped with weapons and food. What do you think? His direct offer, though brash, was reasonable given the circumstances. Even Tang Hai and the other convoy leaders cast mixed looks. Recruiting people so openly in this situation was undeniably aggressive. But the Black Zhao convoy's confidence wasn't baseless. As a mid-sized armed team, their survival capabilities were strong, evident from their gear. They had armored cars, trucks, tankers, and even dedicated technical personnel. Many smaller teams had already considered joining them for protection. After all, in the chaos of the apocalypse, who wouldn't want a strong backer? To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian rejected the offer with a faint smile, no thanks. Lin Xian's refusal made Qian Yu's expression change instantly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Then what about this lovely lady? Qian Yu's gaze suddenly shifted to Kiki, his tone arrogant and dismissive. Would you consider joining my convoy? Kiki glanced at Lin Xian with a strange expression before turning to Qian Yu. What? Are you talking to me? Qian Yu looked between the two of them, a fake smile plastered across his face. What? Are you two a couple? No, Lin Xian replied flatly. Relatives? Not that either, Kiki said with a sly smile. Hearing this, Qian Yu's expression brightened as he shot Lin Xian a knowing glance before speaking loudly. Well, if you're not related, then that's no problem. My convoy always welcomes talented individuals. If you join, miss, I'll arrange a private RV just for you, fully stocked with food and supplies. You'll even have round-the-clock protection. As soon as these words left his mouth, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Bang! A fierce gust of wind erupted, followed by a sharp crack. Qian Yu's sunglasses, which had been hanging on his forehead, suddenly shattered, and the sheer force sent him stumbling backward. Clack, clack, clack. In the next moment, the men behind him, including Eagle and several others, raised their guns, the tension escalating as the scent of gunpowder filled the air. Are you an idiot? Poaching my people right in front of me, did you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Lin Xian's gaze turned cold, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. No one even saw how he had attacked. You! Qian Yu staggered back into his men, a chilling sensation of near-death still lingering on his forehead. Realizing what had happened, he exploded in anger, pulling out his handgun and aiming it at Lin Xian. I'll kill you. Oh? Go ahead, then. Shoot. Facing more than a dozen guns, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. His cold eyes bore into Qian Yu. Let's see who dies first, you or me. Off to the side, Tang Hai watched with a grim expression, while Feng Yuming, standing behind him, seemed to find the spectacle rather entertaining. He didn't appear to care that this fragile temporary alliance was about to dissolve into infighting. At that moment, Kiki walked over, casually draping an arm around Lin Xian's shoulder. Tilting her head, she looked at the line of gun barrels aimed at them and said, "What's this? Planning to fight? Perfect. I've had my eye on all the good stuff in your convoy. Hey, bad guy." She glanced up at Lin Xian and continued, "Why don't we just..." She then made a slicing motion across her neck. The moment she said this, the other convoy teams watching from the sidelines turned pale and instinctively backed away, afraid to get caught up in the conflict. The terrifying scene of Kiki annihilating an entire vehicle's worth of enemies was still fresh in their minds. None of them could imagine having any chance of victory against a woman like her. Hearing her words, the flames of anger in Qian Yu's eyes suddenly flickered out. He raised a hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. His expression turned uncertain as he looked at the two of them, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his face. To be honest, after Lin Xian had refused his offer, Qian Yu had been somewhat humiliated and made the provocative move of targeting Kiki. What he hadn't anticipated was Lin Xian's immediate retaliation. And now, from the way they were speaking, It felt as if the two of them were the ones surrounding his convoy of over 100 people, not the other way around. For the first time, Keon-yu felt a chilling sense of danger, though he was now stuck in a precarious position after throwing out those harsh words. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes held a flicker of surprise. He glanced at Kiki's hand resting on his shoulder, a hint of confusion rising in his mind. He and Kiki hadn't known each other for long. At best, they were comrades who had weathered a few days of hardships together, not even close friends. Lin Xian hadn't done anything to earn her loyalty or convince her to stay. On the contrary, his attitude toward her had been indifferent at best. If she had chosen to leave or join another convoy, Lin Xian wouldn't have been surprised. But faced with Keon-yu's arrogant antics, Lin Xian had no choice but to respond. What he hadn't expected was for Kiki to stand so firmly by his side. It seemed that this little woman wasn't as simple as she looked. Chapter 38, The Armory. What the hell are you trying to do? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Luo Shasha squeezed through the crowd, wielding a grenade launcher. Behind her, the tall Luo Yi followed with a machine gun in hand. We're on the same side. Keon, if you've got the guts, go ahead and pull the trigger. Luo Shasha, though young and petite, stood resolutely in front of Lin Xian and Kiki with her oversized weapon, exuding the aura of a fierce little sister. Keon-yu's eyes swept over the group staring him down. His expression flickered uncertainly before he clenched his teeth and backed down. Brother, no hard feelings. I was just impressed by your skills and wanted to discuss cooperation. If I've offended you, I apologize, he said, swallowing his pride. Exactly, let's not make this worse, Tang Hai finally chimed in, stepping in as the mediator. Everyone, calm down. Survival is the priority here. This fog has trapped us all. Let's focus on our current predicament. Any personal grudges can be settled after we make it out of here, he added with a pacifying tone. Lin Xian turned his gaze toward Tang Hai. Is that really what you think? The atmosphere grew tense again, and Tang Hai's eye twitched slightly at Lin Xian's sharp words. Still, he forced a smile. Of course. I know there's mutual distrust among us, and that's fine. I don't trust you either. But at the end of the day, we all have the same goal, survival, Tang Hai replied, turning to gesture at his group behind him. We've been holed up in this bunker for months. There are dozens of us, all just trying to stay alive. Bringing you in was actually a huge risk for us. Doesn't that show our willingness to cooperate? The bunker? Lin Xian's eyes scanned the mountain in the distance. Can we stay there tonight? Of course. Tang Hai nodded quickly. Everyone can rest in the bunker tonight. It's much safer in there compared to outside, he said, addressing the convoy leaders to reinforce his apparent goodwill. At that, his nephew Feng Yuming interjected, Uncle, there's no way the bunker can fit so many people. We'll squeeze in, Tang Hai sighed. There's still plenty of room. The suggestion to let everyone into the bunker did help ease some suspicions, but the convoy leaders exchanged strange looks and stayed silent. No need. My convoy stays with our vehicles. We'll keep watch through the night, Keon-yu responded first. Now that the standoff had de-escalated, he shot a cold glance at Lin Xian and Kiki before turning to leave. The other convoy leaders quickly followed suit, voicing their refusals. We don't need it either. Let's just meet up tomorrow morning. Same here. Seeing the unanimous rejection, Tang Hai didn't press the matter. Feng Yuming, however, sneered in disdain. Humphrey, as if sleeping in your vehicles is safer than a bunker. Idiots. Yuming. Tang Hai scolded. Let it go. Everyone fending for themselves is fine, too. In truth, the convoy leaders' reactions were completely understandable. Whether they trusted Tang Hai or not wasn't the main issue. For these people, their vehicles carried all their worldly possessions. To them, no place was safer than their convoy. If danger arose, they could escape immediately. Under such circumstances, who would abandon their vehicles to sleep in a bunker? Turning to Lin Xian, Tang Hai said, I'll have Yuming show you inside. Feel free to find a spot and rest. Tomorrow, we'll need your help again. We're all in the same boat, no need to be so formal, Lin Xian replied with a polite smile, though inwardly he was growing suspicious. He had already intended to check out the bunker. While there were some treasures in the courtyard, he couldn't exactly devour machinery in front of hundreds of people. Tang Hai's suggestion gave him the perfect excuse to probe his intentions. To Lin Xian's surprise, Tang Hai actually agreed to let them in. While his outward behavior seemed reasonable, even generous, it felt strangely naive for a world as ruthless as this. Lin Xian couldn't quite figure out what Tang Hai was plotting, so he decided to wait and see. As he prepared to head toward the bunker, he paused when he saw Luo Shasha nearby. Noticing his gaze, Shasha quickly waved her hand and pointed toward the pickup truck. You two go ahead. My brother and I are used to sleeping in the truck. Be careful, Luo Yi added tersely. Lin Xian nodded and began walking toward the bunker at the foot of the mountain, weaving through the crowd with Kiki close behind. Hey, bad guy. Our motorcycle's still on that truck, Kiki said. What, you want to bring it inside the bunker? Lin Xian replied, continuing forward. As they walked, he suddenly felt someone watching them. Turning his head, he saw Feng Yuming trailing behind. Hey, brother. The people inside are all our own, just ordinary folks, Feng Yuming said. Kiki frowned, confused by the remark. Ordinary people. So what? She blurted out. Lin Xian sighed softly and replied in a calm tone, we're just looking for a place to rest for the night. We won't disturb you. Feng Yuming's eyes darted between the two of them before he fell silent and took the lead, guiding them forward. As they climbed the slope, a freight platform came into view first. A railway track extended through the fog, disappearing into the valley. Behind the platform loomed a large air raid bunker. Above the bunker's entrance, mounted on the mountainside, was a 1,130 close-in defense cannon. Even shrouded in mist, its silhouette exuded an imposing aura. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed in awe, he had only ever seen such weapons on television. This wasn't just any ordinary military outpost. Entering through the iron gates, they found themselves in a hollow mountain space designed for parking military vehicles and storing supplies. The hangar inside the bunker was now completely empty. Lin Xian figured Tang Hai's group had probably salvaged their jeeps from here. Passing through the empty hangar, Feng Yuming led them down a staircase. In the underground facilities, Tang Hai's survivors were scattered in small groups, sitting and eating in the dimly lit hall. Most of them were ordinary folks from Beiwang County, men, women, and children huddled in corners with their families. According to Tang Hai, their numbers had once been far greater. But as time passed, death claimed more and more of them. The oppressive atmosphere of despair weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. There's a warehouse, dormitories, a command room, and an armory. Stay wherever you like, Feng Yuming said indifferently, introducing the bunker's facilities to Lin Xian and Kiki before turning to leave. An armory? Lin Xian frowned. There's nothing left in it, Feng Yuming replied, glancing back with a sarcastic sneer. If there were anything valuable, we'd have taken it already. What, you think we'd leave it for you? With that, he scoffed and walked away dismissively. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow as he watched Feng Yuming leave. Without another word, he headed straight for the armory at the end of the hallway, Kiki trailing behind him under the watchful eyes of the other survivors. Hey, I knew you'd come here, Kiki said with a smug grin, looking around as they approached. But wow, this place has been picked clean. What a shame suddenly, she asked. Hey, what did that guy mean earlier when he pointed out that everyone here is just ordinary people? Lin Xian replied as he walked, isn't it obvious? Right now, we're the biggest threat here. Haha, he's worried we'll rob them, huh? That's only natural. A single ability user can be the core of an entire convoy. With just the two of us, acting independently, it's hard not to come across as dangerous. This bunker wasn't your run-of-the-mill air raid shelter. Although the base above appeared to be a small-scale military outpost, the bunker below housed a fully functional underground facility. It was equipped with a command room for information warfare, an armory, storage rooms, and dormitories. What a perfect hideout, Lin Xian remarked. Indeed, it was a natural apocalypse shelter. With adequate supplies, it could sustain at least 50 people for 6 months or more. However, judging by the state of the survivors here, their supplies seemed insufficient. While they had plenty of military vehicles, firearms, and ammunition, food shortages were clearly becoming an issue. Otherwise, they wouldn't be attempting to flee before the polar night set in. When Lin Xian opened the armory door, he was greeted by row upon row of empty shelves. Other than some gas masks, helmets, and other equipment that were essentially useless, everything else had been stripped bare by Tang Hai's group. The air inside was suffused with the stench of urine and feces, making Lin Xian's head swim. Kiki immediately covered her nose and backed out. Let's find another spot instead. Chapter 39, the underground elevator. The other room, labeled the Information Command Center, was relatively empty. Chairs and desks were stacked haphazardly, and there were traces of makeshift bedding on the floor. This will do, Lin Xian said, dragging a chair out. He glanced at Kiki. Get some rest. Kiki wrinkled her nose in disgust at the dirty floor but quickly became distracted by the command console. The table was lined with over a dozen monitors and information equipment, though they were utterly useless in the absence of power. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she walked over. Hey, bad guy, how about we move this stuff onto the train and set up an information center for me? An information center? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He had noticed earlier that the base had a sentry warning system, but the system was far too complex to disassemble and move easily. Easier said than done. How are we supposed to haul all this back? Kiki pouted. Are you stupid? There's a freight rail line outside, it's obviously connected to Beiwang Station. I know, Lin Xian replied with a wry smile. What I mean is, we're still trapped in this fog. We're lucky to even be alive, so how would we find the time to move anything? Fair point, Kiki admitted, deflating. She stretched lazily and glanced at Lin Xian, her exhaustion plain to see. I can't take it anymore. I need to rest for a bit. Lin Xian found a corner and leaned back against the wall, leaving her be. He knew Kiki was utterly drained by now. Whether it was Qianyu or Tang Hai, Lin Xian was certain they both harbored ulterior motives. In this harsh environment, everyone prioritized their own survival. Their politeness toward him and Kiki was only due to their abilities as ability users. Once they escaped the fog, Lin Xian would become their biggest threat. Some might see Lin Xian and Kiki as powerful allies, but for now, with the extreme night just 2 days away, everyone's survival was uncertain. This kind of place should have backup power or generators, Lin Xian muttered, noticing how the survivors in the main hall were lighting candles. It was clear the ventilation system was still functional, yet the electricity was completely out. In the armory. It stinks in there, Kiki mumbled, leaning against Lin Xian's shoulder. Within moments, she had fallen asleep. Lin Xian turned to look at her, a complicated expression crossing his face. Yesterday, she had fainted after using her ability twice to fight off the giant bug. Yet today, she had managed to hold out without revealing any weakness. She was sharp. If the others discovered her ability's limitations, neither Qianyu nor Tang Hai would treat them with such caution. Even though Lin Xian's display of power had been impressive, Kiki's explosive combat ability had left a much stronger impression on everyone. He recalled how she had feigned sleep for 3 days and began to wonder about her true identity. How could a spoiled rich girl have such resilience? Night fell, and everything inside and outside the bunker grew deathly quiet. Whether it was the convoys in the courtyard or the survivors in the underground shelter, nobody made unnecessary noise. It was a night destined to be sleepless, not only because of the looming terror of the dark but also because tomorrow's planned escape from the fog was a gamble of life and death. Lin Xian did not rest. Instead, he placed his hand on the command console and activated his mechanical heart to interface with the system. But he quickly realized this command system wasn't just a server or a set of information devices. It was the central hub that connected the entire outpost. The system's scale was far beyond what he had anticipated. His energy began draining rapidly, alarming him. Just as he prepared to stop his ability, something strange caught his attention. Beneath the underground facility, there was a hidden elevator. What shocked Lin Xian even more was that the elevator was currently descending. Frowning, he stood up and looked out into the main hall, but everything remained silent. Where was this elevator located? And more importantly, with the base's power completely out, how was the elevator still operational? Backup power? Lin Xian muttered, glancing at the sleeping Kiki. He remembered her mentioning a backup generator in the armory. With a growing sense of caution, Lin Xian's suspicions deepened. The first person that came to mind was Tang Hai. Both Lin Xian and Qianyu had found Tang Hai's behavior odd. While his goals seemed straightforward, his timing was too convenient. Luo Shasha had arrived 2 days earlier, and Qianyu's group a day before that. By all logic, Tang Hai should have been aware of their presence much earlier. Yet he had chosen to emerge today, risking a potential zombie horde attack. However, as a local, Tang Hai had also led them to a much safer shelter than the plaza, which had temporarily eased some suspicions. Although the various groups remained wary of one another, the shared danger of the fog bound them together for now. Even with the bunker doors open, Lin Xian had put his doubts on hold. Still, his cautious nature compelled him to investigate further. After carefully laying Kiki onto a discarded sleeping bag, he left the command room and stepped into the hallway. The survivors in the main hall eyed him warily but said nothing. Since Feng Yuming had personally escorted him inside, they remained silent, though their expressions were guarded. Ignoring them, Lin Xian returned to the armory. As expected, deep inside the room, he found a large diesel generator and an energy storage system. However, when he used his ability to scan it, he discovered that the generator was damaged and out of fuel. What's going on? No power at all? Could there be another source of backup energy? The realization sent a chill down his spine, sharpening his suspicions. Lin Xian searched around for a while longer before deciding to return to the hangar entrance of the bunker. The heavy iron door was already locked, but using his mechanical heart, he quietly unlocked it. Peering out, he saw the slope below and the courtyard of the outpost where dozens of vehicles belonging to the survivors were parked in eerie silence. From the cracks in several of the vehicles, faint beams of light leaked out, proof that many people were not sleeping soundly but remaining on high alert throughout the night. Lin Xian circled the area but found no sign of the elevator entrance, nor did he spot Tang Hai or Feng Yuming. Their absence unsettled him. Feeling a growing unease, Lin Xian returned to the command room and took a deep breath. This time, he decided to push his mechanical heart to its limit, attempting to fully integrate with the base's command system and map out all its mechanical pathways. It wasn't long before he felt an intense drain on his energy, leaving him visibly exhausted, his face pale. But his efforts paid off. As he scanned the entire base's mechanical structures and conduits through the command hub, his eyes suddenly snapped open. A sharp, fierce glint flashed in his gaze. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed under his breath, his expression darkening as cold sweat poured down his face. After a brief moment of deliberation, he scooped up Kiki, who was still sound asleep, and carried her into the armory. Locking the door behind him, he ignored the pervasive stench of the room and used a flashlight to find a spot near the backup generator where the air was better due to the proximity of the ventilation pipes. Placing Kiki down gently, he turned off the flashlight and listened to the faint sound of her breathing in the dark. He then placed his hand on the generator and began another scan. Just as I thought. In the pitch-black room, Lin Xian's expression grew grim, his heart pounding faster. Ugh, it stinks so bad. Kiki's sleepy voice murmured faintly beside him, half-conscious from the horrible smell. Little girl, Lin Xian muttered, giving her cheek a quick pinch. The startled Kiki jolted awake, groggy and visibly irritated. The foul stench made her wrinkle her nose as she struggled to sit up. Hey! You! Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xian covered her mouth with his hand. Click. He turned on the flashlight again, his face solemn as he pointed toward the wall next to them. What's going on? Kiki asked, her expression shifting to seriousness as she saw Lin Xian's demeanor. Forcing herself to focus despite her fatigue, she whispered, Is it a monster? Lin Xian's gaze darkened. I think it might be worse than that. Chapter 40, Air Raid Alarm. In a dimly lit basement room, the faint light from half-empty bottles of red wine glinted on a table scattered with high-end, empty canned food containers. Tang Hai reclined in a tactical chair, his expression grim. Yuming, those two young ability users. I can't shake the feeling they're a risk, Tang Hai said. Feng Yuming, lounging with his legs crossed and casually eating a fruit can, replied dismissively, That girl's a bit tricky, sure, but I've been observing her. She's actually very weak, just putting on a brave face. She's no real threat. Besides, now that they've walked into the bunker, they're stuck, they can't run. Is everything ready on Huang's side? Tang Hai asked. Relax, uncle, Feng Yuming replied with a smug grin. With all the equipment we've taken from the other convoys, we'll be out of this hellhole soon enough. Tang Hai's expression darkened slightly. Don't underestimate the Black Zhao convoy. They're not that simple. Tonight, we need to stay patient. Feng Yuming nodded and added, Uncle, if there's a chance later, I'll see if we can keep a few of the women behind. The boys have been holding it in for far too long. Tang Hai chuckled coldly. The prettiest one is also the most dangerous. Do you dare keep her? TCH. Feng Yuming scoffed. Ability users aren't gods. No matter how powerful she is, she's still just one person. When the time comes, I'll have my way. By the way, Tang Hai said, his tone sharpening, keep an eye out for other ability users. That big guy in the group, for instance, I have a feeling he won't be easy to deal with. I know. He seems like a brute strength type. But even so, a sweep of machine gun fire will tear him apart, Feng Yuming replied, shrugging as if it was no big deal. The uncle and nephew continued plotting, clearly confident in the fates they'd planned for everyone else, just waiting to claim their spoils. Meanwhile, the dozens of vehicles and hundreds of survivors in the courtyard remained on high alert, unaware that a human-engineered disaster was quietly brewing. Back in the armory, Lin Xian explained his discovery to Kiki. Another backup energy system. What does that mean? Kiki asked, rubbing her tired eyes. Lin Xian's tone was grave. This power system is independent. It supplies electricity to the base's defense systems and a short branch railway's overhead power grid. Kiki's brows furrowed. A branch railway? Are you saying Tang Hai's group plans to escape by train? That's one possibility. Judging by the power configuration and load voltage, the range is limited, it won't get them very far. They don't need to go far, Kiki said, her eyes widening as she realized something. They just need to get out of the fog. Or to Beiwang Station? Then why? Kiki trailed off, her expression suddenly stiffening. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, those bastards. We need to leave now. She scrambled to her feet, but Lin Xian grabbed her arm, his face serious. Leave? Leave to where? If we try to leave now, the other convoys will descend into chaos, and that'll make things worse, Lin Xian said calmly. But if we stay, Isn't that just waiting to die? Kiki said, her voice tinged with panic. Lin Xian's intense gaze locked onto hers. Do you remember something you said earlier? It was spot on. What did I say? Kiki asked, confused. You said that even if we escape the fog now, it's still dark outside. Kiki blinked in realization. You mean? They'll probably make their move before dawn? Earlier than that, Lin Xian corrected. Which means we still have some time. Time for what? Lin Xian dragged over a dirty sleeping bag and dropped it next to her. Sleep. Are you crazy? Kiki looked at him as if he had lost his mind. She reached out to touch his forehead, frowning. Has the stink in here gotten to you? You're telling me to sleep at a time like this? We have to sleep, Lin Xian said firmly, his expression serious. You need to rest. You'll need your strength later to help me execute my plan. With that, he pulled Kiki closer and whispered his bold plan into her ear. Lin Xian was convinced Tang Hai wouldn't act too early. First, as Kiki had guessed, they'd likely wait for the middle of the night when fatigue and vigilance among the survivors would wane. Second, Tang Hai would want to ensure complete control of the situation. But Lin Xian knew he had to prepare for any eventuality. For his plan to work, Kiki needed to regain some energy to maximize their chances of breaking through. Kiki listened to his plan, her expression shifting. What about Shasha and the others? Should we? Lin Xian shook his head. We can't worry about them now. Even if we told them, they wouldn't be able to help and might tip Tang Hai off. Enough talk. Go to sleep. Reluctantly, Kiki furrowed her brows and obeyed, lying on the sleeping mat and forcing herself to rest despite the horrendous smell in the room. Lin Xian said nothing more. He placed his hand on the generator and activated mechanical devour. Devouring progress, 1%. Sweat began to bead on Lin Xian's forehead as he watched the slow progress on his interface. This was the first time he had attempted to devour such a massive setup, a 1900 kW diesel generator combined with an energy storage system. This system alone could power an entire residential block as a backup source, making it incredibly difficult to absorb. With his physical energy already significantly drained, Lin Xian wasn't even sure if he could last until the generator was fully devoured. His mind raced as he pieced together Tang Hai's true intentions, and he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Looking back, his initial suspicions had been far too naive. In the dead of night, the tension was palpable. The survivors, many of them exhausted after days of stress, clung to what little vigilance they could muster. Elderly men, women, and children had drifted off to sleep, while the guards fought their fatigue with splashes of cold water or sips of coffee if they were lucky enough to have it. The thick fog still blanketed the outpost, muffling sounds and casting a suffocating silence over the high walls. Only the occasional chirp of insects could be heard, interrupted by a child's soft cries quickly silenced by a protective mother afraid of drawing something sinister in the dark. Everyone shared an unspoken understanding: stay quiet and wait for dawn. Woo! But the sudden, piercing shriek of an air raid siren shattered the fragile peace, its blaring tone growing louder and more intense with each passing second. It jolted everyone awake and sent a cold sweat down their backs. What the hell is that sound? Air raid alarm. Fuck. What's going on? Who set it off? In the Black Zhao convoy, Qian, who had been dozing, snapped awake in fury. His eyes widened as he cursed loudly, damn it, those sons of bitch. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, everyone, stay on guard. What about that old bastard? Haven't seen him since last night. Eagle, stationed on top of another vehicle with his gun, scanned the area for any trace of Tang Hai's group, but there was no one in sight. The deafening air raid siren reverberated through the valley, and before long, the horrific howls of zombies echoed from the surrounding fog. The dreadful sound grew closer and closer, sending chills down everyone's spines. We've been played. Qian roared. No wonder that bastard insisted on inviting everyone into the bunker, it was a fucking trap. Should we run to the bunker now? Run to hell. It's probably locked already. Qian snarled. Despite his precautions against Tang Hai, he had never expected such ruthless tactics. To set off a trap right in their own refuge? It was almost beyond comprehension. The realization dawned on the other convoys as well, and chaos erupted in the courtyard. Shouts filled the air as engines roared to life. Curses against Tang Hai echoed as survivors scrambled to figure out their next move. Some smaller teams abandoned their vehicles and rushed toward the bunker's entrance, hoping to find safety. But when the Black Zhao convoy opened the outpost's gate, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. Massive barricades and marble blocks had been set up outside without their knowledge. Seeing this, Qian's face twisted with rage. Clear the obstacles. Now! A modified heavy truck equipped with a steel plow lowered its blade with a mechanical whine. Revving its engine, it charged forward, crashing into the barricades with explosive force. Bang! 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 The plow cleared a path through the debris, leaving a temporary escape route for the vehicles behind. Brother, should we go too? On another pickup truck, Luo Shasha looked nervously at the chaotic scene unfolding around them, her voice trembling. Luo Yi hesitated, his gaze drifting toward the bunker. I can go get them. Shasha shouted. Wait. Luo Yi grabbed her arm, his eyes focused. They have abilities. Shasha bit her lip, nodding in agreement. Alright, then we'll wait for them. Meanwhile, the survivors who had rushed toward the bunker's entrance reached the iron door. But before they could even attempt to open it, a sudden flash of fire illuminated the darkness. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the courtyard, and a ball of fire engulfed the survivors, swallowing them whole. Damn it. Kiki. Are they? The horrific sound of the zombie horde's howls grew louder and louder, echoing through the fog. Gunfire erupted as survivors fought back, but the chaos was too overwhelming. On the pickup, Shasha's face turned pale as she watched the carnage unfold. Despite waiting as long as she could, there was still no sign of Lin's Yan nor Kiki. Brother. We have to go. Luo Yi said decisively, slamming his foot on the gas pedal. The pickup truck roared to life, speeding out of the outpost. If they hesitated any longer, neither of them would make it out alive. The scene in the courtyard had descended into utter madness. Waves of zombies, grotesque undead creatures, corpse dogs, and black centipede-like monsters surged through the fog, flooding into the outpost like a tidal wave. One van that failed to start in time was instantly swallowed by the horde, while an off-road vehicle crashed into a cement block in the chaos. Its passengers, unable to restart the vehicle, were forced to abandon it, firing their guns as they ran toward the bunker. But they didn't get far. In the darkness, a corpse dog pounced, dragging one of them to the ground. Help me. Run, honey. I'll hold them off. Inside the bunker, the sound of the explosion and the arrival of the horde had thrown the survivors into a frenzy. The undead poured into the shelter, and the confined space erupted in horrific screams and chaos. The valley echoed with the chilling sounds of panic, gunfire, and inhuman shrieks. Outside, the fleeing vehicles formed a frantic convoy, their headlights piercing through the fog. But the monsters pursued them relentlessly, and every time a vehicle lost control, it triggered a chain of crashes, with the wreckage quickly consumed by the zombie tide. Yu's armored vehicle followed closely behind the plow truck that was clearing the way. His bloodshot eyes darted nervously as he shouted into the walkie-talkie. Car 4. Car 4. Respond. Damn it. Wu Songlin. Have you found the route yet? We have to go through the city and circle back to take the side road. Someone shouted back through the walkie-talkie. Fuck. Yu growled. Boss, something doesn't feel right. One of his subordinates said suddenly. Chapter 41, Intense Battle. Spit it out already. Yu was teetering on the edge of an emotional explosion. That old bastard. What does he gain by getting us all killed? Yu froze momentarily, clutching the walkie-talkie tightly. His first thought was that Tanghai was employing a drive tigers to devour wolves strategy, triggering the air raid alarm to lure survivors to their deaths, leaving him to claim the abandoned equipment and supplies. But as he thought more, Yu realized, if everyone died outside, there'd be no need for Tanghai to gather survivors at his shelter. He could simply wait for everyone to die in the fog and then scavenge at leisure. There'd be no escape from the fog anyway. A more horrifying thought suddenly struck Yu. Click. His body trembled, his eyes glazed over, and he shouted into the walkie-talkie, Street. That bitch wants to use us all as bait to distract the monsters so he can make a run for it. Everyone in the convoy froze, their hearts sinking. Gathering all the survivors to draw the fog's creatures while he escaped, such a ruthless plan. The barricades and blockades at the entrance were just a ruse to force them to flee. Fuck. Yu cursed through gritted teeth. Now fully realizing the situation, he made a split-second decision. Turn around. We're hitting them back. Even if we die, I won't let that dog have it easy. Though his words were harsh, Yu was exceptionally cunning. He knew that fleeing further would only aid Tanghai's escape plan. With nightfall and the thick fog, their survival odds were slim. But a counterattack might catch Tanghai off guard, and the ensuing chaos could provide an opening to escape. They wouldn't let Tanghai and his people lure the monsters away for their benefit. Screech. Screech. At his command, all vehicles began turning at the crossroads. Chaos erupted among the other convoys following behind, some scrambled to follow, while others scattered into the streets, adopting an every man for himself mentality. Meanwhile, the zombie horde surged toward the town, leaving the outpost a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Suddenly, a freight electric locomotive emerged from the fog, slowly pulling into the station. Its cars were loaded with supplies. As its doors opened, over a dozen armed gunmen disembarked, eliminating any remaining zombies with precision. Bang. Bang bang. From another direction, several military jeeps arrived. Their occupants, evidently prepared, began clearing the battlefield. Tang Hai and Feng Yuming emerged via a small elevator from an underground facility, surveying the carnage with grim expressions. Grab anything useful, load the cars, hurry. Tang Hai barked orders. Freight cars with flatbed platforms, equipped with tow hooks for loading vehicles, were quickly mobilized. Tang Hai, a former station master at Beiwang Station, orchestrated the operation with expertise, turning the chaos into a well-oiled process. Where are those two? Feng Yuming asked. They're gone, replied one of the gunmen sweeping the air raid bunker. Boss, we cleared out the useless ones inside. To sell his ruse, Tang Hai had intentionally stationed some of his team's elderly and women in the bunker to quell suspicions. Meanwhile, he and Feng Yuming had hidden in another underground depot, planning to ambush the survivors amidst the fog while discreetly escaping. They're gone? Maybe they fled with the others, Feng Yuming mused, eyeing the bunker's open door. I'll check. Go. Tang Hai nodded. But just as they prepared for their grand escape, a roaring engine echoed from the distance. Tang Hai's face paled. No. Yuming. They're coming back. He shouted. His men quickly raised their weapons. A massive truck, its orange headlights cutting through the fog, burst into the outpost. Its windshield and plow were caked with zombie remains as it barreled through. Gunfire erupted from both sides. Leave none alive. Kill them all. Keanu roared over the walkie-talkie. Yuming, watch out. Tang Hai shouted, urging his men to return fire. The scattered survivors also charged into the melee. Luo Yi and Luo Shasha maneuvered their pickup truck down the slope, dodging gunfire and zombies. They have a train. Shasha exclaimed, pointing. Luo Yi swerved to avoid bullets, redirecting toward the yard. Zombies and corpse dogs attacked relentlessly, but Shasha activated a modified mechanism on their truck, extending spikes to clear the creatures off. Drive. I'll look for Kiki and the others. She yelled. The battlefield became utter chaos as both sides exchanged fire while hordes of zombies poured in. The Black Zhao convoy's superior numbers soon overwhelmed Tang Hai's men. Feng Yuming fell under a hail of bullets. You thought you could fool me? I knew you were up to something. Keanu snarled, stomping on Feng's chest before coldly executing him with a shot to the head. Keanu turned to see Tang Hai loading vehicles onto the train, understanding his intent immediately. Trying to escape? Not happening. Eagle, take him out. He ordered. As Keanu prepared to pursue, a chilling sound froze him. He turned to see Eagle impaled by a black claw, blood bubbling from his mouth. Behind Eagle stood a grotesque figure, Feng Yuming, now part insect, grinning wickedly. You? Feng, presumed dead, was an ability user. His claw deflected bullets effortlessly. Kill him. Keanu shouted, but his men were betrayed by one of the convoy leaders, who gunned down Keanu. The remaining convoy members fell quickly under the combined assault of Feng Yuming and their supposed allies. The traitorous leader divided the spoils, but with the ever-present threat of the zombie horde, he knew survival was slim. Still, he gambled on the deal he'd made with Feng. And the fog consumed the night. Chapter 42, Advanced Insect Mutation. Under the dense fog at Outpost T-34, the Black Zhao convoy was almost entirely wiped out. The horde of zombies and creatures, mingled with the screams of survivors, had turned the area into a living hell. Between the zombie tide, gunfights, and betrayal, the scattered convoys, confused by the chaos, were quickly annihilated by bullets and the undead. The chubby convoy leader, uninterested in prolonged conflict, seized Keanu's large truck after eliminating the remaining members of the Black Zhao convoy. His team commandeered several supply vehicles, merged them with their own convoy, and sped away, engines roaring as they plowed through the zombie swarm. Meanwhile, Feng Yuming, now in his half-insect monstrous form, radiated a menacing aura. He picked up Keanu's handgun and casually executed two fleeing survivors before striding toward the station platform. Tang Hai, standing on the platform, had just started to relax as his men gained the upper hand. But his face abruptly changed as he pointed toward the courtyard. Watch out! It's the fog spider. No sooner had he spoken than the survivors, struggling against the zombies, felt the horde part in front of them. Emerging from the fog, illuminated by dim light, was a colossal spider. In a split second, one of its towering legs skewered two survivors straight through their chests. Squelch! Run! The courtyard erupted in panicked screams. Tang Hai, pale-faced, clambered onto the freight locomotive and shouted to his men, Yuming, hurry! Get on the train. We're leaving. Bang! Bang! The chaos intensified. From the zombie tide, a modified pickup truck suddenly emerged, speeding along the slope, aiming for the tracks to make an escape. Take them out. Tang Hai roared. Out of nowhere, a shadow collided with the pickup truck's side, sending it careening out of control and flipping over violently. Shasha screamed as Luo Yi grabbed her, kicking the door open and rolling them out just before the truck tumbled down the slope. "Where do you think you're going?" Feng Yuming sneered, emerging from the fog. His clawed hand lunged toward Luo Yi. But Luo Yi sprang up, grabbed Feng's claw, and, with a grunt, hurled him aside. Bang! Bang bang! Bullets rained down. Luo Yi threw himself over Shasha, taking a glancing shot to his shoulder. "Brother!" Shasha cried, eyes red with tears, reaching for her gun to retaliate. Ignoring the pain, Luo Yi lifted her up, dodging the gunfire as he bolted toward the slope. Below them, the horde seethed like a living tide, leaving almost no survivors in its wake. Feng Yuming's gunmen were retreating toward the platform, unleashing an unrelenting hail of bullets. "Impressive strength," Feng sneered, stepping out of the fog. "But you're still a lower-level weakling." Before Luo Yi could react, a black spike shot out of the fog. He raised his arm to block it, but the spike pierced straight through, its momentum nearly knocking him off his feet. Without hesitation, he lashed out with a powerful kick that cut through the air like a blade. Thud. His kick struck something solid. Feng Yuming emerged from the fog, holding Luo Yi's leg with his unmutated hand, a mocking smile on his face. "Brute strength but no brains," Feng taunted. "Do you even know that killing ability users or aberrants lets you evolve? Too bad. You'll never get the chance." He twisted his wrist, and the spike embedded in Luo Yi's arm glowed with a menacing red light. "Die. Brother. Watch out." Shasha screamed, her voice breaking with desperation. Bang. Just as Feng prepared to strike, his head jerked to the side. His left ear exploded in a spray of blood, half his face now grotesquely marred. Yet he showed no pain, merely scowling before disappearing back into the fog with a growl. Thud thud thud. From behind the platform, wind cannons blasted through the fog, instantly taking down several of Tang Hai's gunmen. "Behind us. Watch out!" Tang Hai shouted. His men scrambled onto the train cars, taking cover. A searchlight cut through the mist, briefly illuminating the chaos below. Shasha, seeing the horde surging toward them and a massive spider above, wiped her tears and tugged at Luo Yi. "Brother, we have to go." Behind the massive slab of green stone at the rear of the platform, Lin Xian was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. The mechanical heart had been running at full capacity for nearly 9 hours, leaving him utterly drained of energy and focus. "I knew you two would be hiding somewhere," came Feng Yuming's eerie voice, its tone shifting from near to far. "Trying to play the fisherman? Ha, you think having an ability makes you untouchable?" The sinister presence sent a shiver through Lin Xian. Without thinking, he fired a wind cannon into the fog ahead. Bang! The shot hit something with a metallic clang. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding a strike. Feng Yuming suddenly lunged out of the mist, his claw smashing the stone where Lin Xian had been hiding, shattering it into rubble. Relentless, Feng followed up with another rapid thrust toward Lin Xian's dodging figure. "Interesting. You've got both close combat and ranged abilities. This is the first time I've seen something so unusual," Feng remarked, his voice dripping with malice. Lin Xian tensed. Feng's words confirmed his suspicions. This man had killed more than one ability user and had likely been hiding his power all along. It seemed the uncle-nephew pair had been engaged in plenty of murderous, thieving schemes. Whoosh! A hairy spider leg slammed down from above, forcing both Lin Xian and Feng Yuming to retreat. The tremor shook the ground. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted as Tang Hai's men opened fire, some targeting the fog spider, others aiming at Lin Xian. Surrounded on 3 fronts, Lin Xian rolled to the ground and dove under the train for cover. Seeing Lin Xian's weakened state, Feng grinned wickedly and pursued him. The antenna-like spikes on his head twitched constantly, as if on high alert. "Where's the little girl? If she doesn't show herself soon, you're out of chances." Feng sneered. He was wary of Kiki's potential intervention, knowing her capabilities far exceeded ordinary expectations. Lin Xian's heart sank, Feng's power and experience far surpassed what he had anticipated. With the zombie horde drawing closer and the fog spider looming overhead, Feng Yuming decided the situation was spiraling out of control. He stopped holding back and lunged at full speed. His claw extended, aiming for a fatal strike at Lin Xian beneath the train. "Were you looking for me?" A light, confident voice rang out. Feng's eyes darted to the source, sharp as lightning. Knowing Kiki's prowess, he immediately aborted his attack and leapt sideways, preparing for a counter. But no strike came. Confused, both Feng Yuming and Tang Hai turned toward the voice. What they saw made their blood run cold. The dormant 1130 close-in weapon system on the air raid bunker roared to life. Its searchlights blazed, cutting through the fog, while a low hum signaled the activation of its concealed machinery. The turret's base rotated precisely, and the barrels of its 11-30mm cannons aligned like harbingers of death. The fire control radar and electro-optical targeting system locked on with eerie precision. This long-slumbering weapon of defense had awakened at last, silently bringing hell to the battlefield. Chapter 43, Close-in Weapon System Impossible. Tang Hai froze at the sight, panic-stricken. How is that thing operational? Feng Yuming was equally stunned. He watched as the close-in weapon system's optical sensors locked onto him. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Is this kind of weapon even meant to target humans? Inside the underground command center beneath the bunker, Kiki sat at the console of the fully repaired and recalibrated SIGs, courtesy of Lin Xian's painstaking efforts. Highlighting several heat signatures on the display, she leaned into the microphone, cleared her throat, and casually announced over the station's speakers, "Bye-bye, losers." Then, she hit the fire button. The deafening roar of the cannon fire tore through the night, lighting up half the platform with its blazing muzzle flash. Capable of firing 10,000 rounds per minute, the SIGs unleashed its fury on the zombie tied below, the massive fog spider, and Feng Yuming. Fuck. Feng's eyes widened in terror as the cannon barrels swung toward him. Instinctively, he raised his black claw in a futile attempt to block. But in an instant, his body was obliterated into a mist of blood and flesh, the very ground he stood on reduced to a massive crater. The relentless barrage echoed across the station. Zombies swarming the slope were shredded into pulp, the cannon's sweeping firepower wiping them out as if by a monstrous squeegee. Hundreds, if not thousands, of undead were obliterated in mere seconds, their remains scattered like rain across the battlefield. The SIGs, powered by a maintenance shaft's auxiliary energy system adjacent to the armory's generators, had been reactivated by Lin Xian and Kiki. Lin Xian had repaired the partially damaged components after consuming the generator system using his mechanical devour ability. The result, the weapon was back online at full capacity. Beneath the train, Lin Xian watched in awe. The sheer destructive power left him speechless. No carbon-based life form could withstand this kind of firepower. But the thought nagged at him, if the Starfleet had such weapons, why did the world's defense systems vanish so mysteriously after the apocalypse began? Run! Tang Hai screamed, pale with fear. Watching his nephew obliterated into nothingness, he slammed the locomotive's throttle forward. The cannon hadn't targeted the train, and Tang Hai hoped to escape while crushing Lin Xian beneath the wheels. The train began to move, and Lin Xian, still under the cars, felt the wheels rumble to life. He realized Tang Hai's plan and quickly grabbed hold of the train's undercarriage, intending to use his mechanical heart to seize control. But the train was far larger than he anticipated, and his drained stamina made it impossible to establish control quickly. Damn it! Lin Xian muttered. He prepared to roll out from under the wheels to regroup. But before he could act, a deafening clang echoed from the front of the train, halting it abruptly. Seizing the chance, Lin Xian scrambled out from under the train. By now, the SIGs had stopped firing. While its firepower was devastating, its ammunition capacity allowed only 15 seconds of sustained fire. Still, that was more than enough. The courtyard and slopes had been reduced to a smoking hellscape of blood and gore. Even the grass was scorched away. The fog spider, now visible, lay in pieces, its truck-sized body reduced to an unrecognizable heap. Curious why the train had stopped, Lin Xian glanced ahead, wondering if the electrical systems had failed. His eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the fog, blocking the tracks, was a massive red iron behemoth. The infinite train. The sudden collision had thrown Tang Hai off his feet, leaving him bloodied. He clambered up, confused, thinking the train had hit an invisible wall. Peering ahead, illuminated by his locomotive's headlights, he saw a Crimson Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive towing a series of ominous cars. Tang Hai's face turned ashen, and his men panicked. Where the hell did this train come from? Damn it! We're cursed. What the fuck is going on? From a slope nearby, Luo Yi emerged, grim-faced, wielding a grenade launcher. Without hesitation, he fired a shell into the side of Tang Hai's train car. Boom! The explosion tore through the car, killing many of Tang Hai's gunmen. The few survivors stumbled out, coughing and disoriented, only to be greeted by a young girl standing before them, smiling mischievously. Hello there. Where are you guys headed? With a wave of her hand, Kiki unleashed an invisible force, sending the remaining men flying, lifeless, into the night. Tang Hai, frantic, leapt from the locomotive and fled into the fog, clutching a handgun. Most of the zombie horde was gone, but fear gripped him as he stumbled along the railway in darkness. Lin Xian climbed onto the platform, pursuing him. Before Tang Hai got far, a lithe figure emerged ahead, silhouetted in the faint glow. Who's there? Tang Hai shouted, his voice trembling. Just as Tang Hai raised his gun to shoot, the shadowy figure swung a crowbar directly at him. Wham! A sickening explosion of blood followed, and Tang Hai collapsed, unconscious. The shadow stepped into the light of the headlights, revealing a beautiful face. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, it was Chen Sixuan. Clutching the crowbar tightly with both hands, Chen Sixuan's gaze shifted nervously to Lin Xian, who stood on the platform. Her chest heaved as her breath came in short, panicked gasps. Clearly, this was her first time striking someone. Impressive, Ms. Chen, Lin Xian said, his tone a mix of surprise and amusement. He had no idea why Chen Sixuan had shown up here, but Tang Hai lying unconscious spoke volumes. To ensure the job was done, Lin Xian raised his hand and fired a few wind cannons at Tang Hai. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan called out, her voice trembling. She was overwhelmed by the grisly scene. Rail tracks, the platform, and the slopes were all covered with mangled remains. The air reeked of smoke and blood, so thick it seemed to boil. Thud. Thud. 2 more wind cannons echoed as Lin Xian quickly dispatched a pair of lingering zombies sneaking up behind Chen Sixuan. She screamed in fright. Relax, Lin Xian said, exhaling deeply. His eyes shifted to the distance, where Luo Yi stood, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xian called out, "Where's Shasha?" Luo Yi snapped out of his daze and began searching frantically. Eventually, he found a mound of dirt and dug through it, uncovering a dusty, battered Luo Shasha. "Brother." Luo Shasha gasped, her voice weak as she panted heavily. "Are you okay?" "I'll manage," Luo Yi replied, his voice steady despite his injuries, a bullet wound in his back and a pierced arm. The tower-like man acted as if he barely noticed the pain. Lin Xian, seeing the siblings alive, breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing the approaching moans of zombies in the fog, he quickly shouted, "Hurry, get on my train to hide." Luo Yi glanced up at the massive infinite train, quickly realizing Lin Xian's intent. Without hesitation, he nodded seriously and carried Luo Shasha aboard. "Quick! Get on board!" Kiki called out. She had just finished dealing with the remaining gunmen. Looking at the battlefield littered with carnage, she couldn't help covering her mouth in awe. Her wide eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Wow, what a scene! You're amazing." Lin Xian stared at her, baffled. This 16-year-old girl faced the gruesome aftermath of the battle without a hint of fear or disgust. Instead, she sounded excited. Under Chen Sixuan's guidance, the group hurried aboard the infinite train to rest temporarily. By now, it was only 7 p.m., leaving at least 7 or 8 hours until dawn. Chapter 44, The Luo Siblings. Chenji, how did you manage to bring the train here? Kiki asked eagerly as soon as she got on board, her face filled with astonishment. Ever since she and Lin Xian entered this fog-shrouded area, all wireless signals seemed to have been completely blocked by an invisible hand, cutting off all contact with the outside world, including communication with Chen Sixuan. Chen Sixuan, in a flurry of activity, handed a medical kit to Luo Shasha with a sense of urgency in her voice. "Here, take this and treat your wounds first." "Thank you, Ji," Luo Shasha said, glancing at Lin Xian and Kiki. She realized that Chen Sixuan and Lin Xian were together and added gratefully, "So it was you driving the big train?" Chen Sixuan turned to Lin Xian, her face carrying a hint of apology. "Last night, I noticed this train leaving Beiwang Station via the number 3 branch line track. It felt suspicious since that track isn't on any maps or records. I guessed it might be a special military route, and considering that was likely where you were headed, and the fact I couldn't reach you, I decided." Before leaving, Lin Xian had informed Chen Sixuan that the electric locomotive had reserve energy. Seeing a train emerging from the fog with over a dozen armed guards, Chen Sixuan sensed trouble for Lin Xian's group. Acting decisively, she maneuvered the infinite train onto the military line through the switch that Tang Hai's train had prepared, blocking his escape route. At this moment, a small wave of zombies was beginning to emerge at the outpost and platform. However, with no more sounds from before, the 100 innocent survivors had all perished, leaving these monsters wandering aimlessly. With the fog spider gone, the infinite train was no longer in immediate danger. Hearing Chen Sixuan's explanation, Kiki couldn't help but exclaim, "Brilliant, Chenji. You've been a huge help this time." Chen Sixuan glanced at Lin Xian upon hearing Kiki's praise, only to see him smiling appreciatively. "Yes, well done," he affirmed. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Sixuan finally felt a sense of relief. She had worried that taking the initiative with the train might turn his scolding. Now, her heart brimmed with a bit of secret joy. Wow, that Tang guy is truly ruthless. He actually planned to use all the survivors as bait to lure monsters away so he could escape on his own. Kiki fumed, her arms crossed indignantly. Luckily, this young lady is clever and exposed his scheme. Was it really you who figured it out? Lin Xian asked flatly. Fine, fine, you're smart too, Kiki relented, sulking. After some casual banter, Lin Xian turned his attention to Luo Yi. Although the latter looked somewhat pale, it didn't seem like his injuries were too severe. As an ability user, Luo Yi's recovery rate was significantly better than that of ordinary people. What's your plan now? Lin Xian asked. Luo Yi looked out the window, searching for their pickup truck, but there was no sign of it anywhere. Shasha, carefully wrapping her brother's shoulder with gauze, glanced at Lin Xian and pleaded, Linsh, could your train give us a lift? Once my brother recovers, we'll find another vehicle. I don't think that's necessary, Lin Xian said seriously. You two should just join my team and stick with us. Our chances of survival are better together. Shasha's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Hey. Kiki protested from the side, pouting angrily. You're so quick to let them on board, but you were mean to me and even tried to kick me off. What's that about? Lin Xian snorted. You brought that on yourself. I. Kiki stammered, visibly upset. She knew her incident of sneaking food wasn't something Lin Xian would let slide easily. She huffed but then relented. Fine, I don't mind if Shasha and her brother join. But you're the boss, so it's your call anyway. Chen Sixuan, standing nearby, looked pleased to hear that 2 more people were joining the train. After all, strength lay in numbers. Having only Lin Xian go out to search for supplies while she stayed back guarding the train had always felt risky. Thank you, Luo Yi said suddenly, breaking his usual silence. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Xian nodded. Truthfully, he had been hoping to recruit more teammates. The Luo siblings were good people, and they had even saved his and Kiki's lives. Luo Yi, as an ability user with superhuman strength, made Lin Xian feel assured about the decision. So, what's the plan now? Chen Sixuan asked. Lin Xian looked out the window, exhaling deeply. All the supplies Tang Hai looted are on that train of his. We're going to take it. Exactly. Kiki chimed in excitedly. Kiki clapped her hands, suddenly realizing the situation. We're gonna strike it rich. Oh, and there's all the stuff left behind by those convoys down there. Not to mention the information equipment in the command center. Oh, and that close-in weapon system. Lin Xian sighed in exasperation. You're overthinking it. The siege alone weighs tens of tons, if not more, when you include the ammo and power systems. Do you have a crane to lift it? And that ammo chain in the storage, thousands of rounds would be used up in just a few seconds. Without more bullets or resupply, you think we'll stumble upon some 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds on the road? Truth be told, Lin Xian had considered devouring the siege for parts, but he didn't have the energy to spare. Even after recovering, it might take him longer to deal with it than the generator system. Fortunately, by scanning the generator and siege subsystems earlier, he had obtained a full 1130 holographic blueprint. With that, as long as he had the necessary materials, he could eventually handcraft a new one right on the train. Oh. That's true. Kiki clicked her tongue in disappointment. But we can at least strip the electro-optical targeting system and phased array radar. We could integrate it with the train's navigation radar to build a compact targeting and observation system, right? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and glanced at her curiously. That's actually a solid idea. Good thinking. He agreed. I'll help too. Luo Yi, disregarding his injuries, stood up eagerly at the mention of clearing out the base. Me too. Shasha brushed the dirt off her face, looking like a little adult. Oh, and my brother and I need to find our truck, there's still plenty of stuff on it. Alright, but be careful, Lin Xian nodded. He then turned to Chen Sixuan. Chen Ji, come with me to reconnect the train cars. After we head back to Beiwang Station, we'll reorganize the carriages. At the same time, Lin Xian handed a few guns, taken from Tang Hai's men, to Luo Yi and Shasha. We're not in a rush tonight. Let's gather as much as we can before leaving, no need to wait for daylight. It wasn't greed on Lin Xian's part, he had nearly exhausted himself while dealing with the generator system and attempting to restore the Su subsystem. His battle with Feng Yuming had left him so drained that he couldn't even summon his ice shield. Without rest, he doubted he'd have the strength to even stand. Moreover, the area had already been swept clean, and no major threats were likely to emerge. It made sense to thoroughly scavenge the military base while they had the chance. What excited Lin Xian the most was discovering several flatbed trailers that Tang Hai had loaded with jeeps, off-road vehicles, and Qian Yu's armored car. There was also a stockpile of firearms and ammunition, dozens of weapons in total, providing a significant boost to their firepower. Chapter 45, A Big Haul Aboard the Train. Lin Xian opened the mechanical heart interface, reviewing the data from devouring the massive generator system. Devour successful, Mechanical Source Points plus 200, Mechanical Devour Skill Proficiency plus 100, Bonus, Strength plus 15, Speed plus 10, Defense plus 10, congratulations. Your mechanical heart has leveled up to level 2 and unlocked a passive skill, Dissolution Space, passive. Upon completing Mechanical Devour, 20% of the device's materials are recovered and stored in a dedicated 100-ton capacity space. These materials can be directly used for blueprint-based manufacturing, congratulations. Strength attribute has leveled up to level 2, burst capacity, 200 kilograms, congratulations. Defense attribute has leveled up to level 1, hard bones, tough skin, strength, speed, and defense attributes are all activated. Detailed parameters are now available, congratulations. Wind cannon skill has advanced to level 2, 6%, current mechanical heart level, level 2, 10 out of 1000, hint, leveling up the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. At level 3, level 6, and level 9, a mysterious awakening will occur, strength level, 2, 17%, burst capacity, 200 kilograms, speed level, 1, 62%, max speed, 10 meter per second, defense level, 1, 21%, hard bones, tough skin, mechanical awakening, not unlocked mechanical devour, 2, 208 out of 500, enhances devour efficiency mechanical manufacturing, 1, 112 out of 300, enhances construction efficiency mechanical passives, scan, repair, dissolution special skills, wind cannon, normal, level 2, 6%, ice shield, normal, level 1, 22%, devouring the 1,900 kilowatt generator system was Lin Xian's first time taking on such a massive device since obtaining the mechanical heart. Though it took 7 or 8 hours, the rewards were incredibly satisfying. Looking at the glowing interface, Lin Xian noted not only the upgrades to his strength and defense but also the leveling up of his mechanical heart to level 2. Most excitingly, the newly activated dissolution space skill was incredibly practical. Previously, manufacturing from blueprints was cumbersome, especially when collecting materials. Now, the dissolution space allowed devoured machines to yield usable materials directly, which could be stored in this exclusive space. However, it was limited to materials from mechanical devours and couldn't function as general storage, a slight regret. Still, it was a game changer. He mused aloud, so wind cannon and ice shield are just basic skills? That means there are higher tier abilities. If I could devour that seal or the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor, who knows what surprises might await. Examining his stats, he chuckled. Bursting 200 kilograms. I'm stronger than a professional boxer now. Damn. With 2 new helpers aboard, the infinite train was far less lonely. After eating and drinking a little to recover his energy, Lin Xian joined in the scavenging efforts. Luo Yi was assisting Kiki in hauling computers and servers out of the bunker. She planned to convert Car 2 into an information center, which would double as her private sleeping space. She even dragged out a bunk bed frame from the bunker's dormitory. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan and Shasha, equipped with gas masks from the armory, were collecting scattered weapons and supplies in the outpost courtyard. Despite the eerie surroundings, zombies lurking in the darkness and black bugs covering the ground, they worked tirelessly, guns in hand, hauling bloodied supply crates without batting an eye. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire their fortitude, honed by the harsh environment. Lin Xian pondered how to transport both the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor and the TFV 600 heavy twin-barrel tank back for study. But as he took a few steps forward, a rustling sound from the distant tracks caught his attention. Frowning, he moved to investigate. Not far ahead, he spotted a limping shadow fleeing deeper into the railway. Tang Hai? Lin Xian's expression darkened. I thought I killed him. How is he still alive? Raising a finger, Lin Xian prepared to finish the job, but something peculiar stopped him. Tang Hai sidestepped through a cluster of zombies, weaving past them effortlessly. The zombies didn't react to him at all. What the? Why aren't they attacking him? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The zombies shuffled forward sluggishly, eventually catching a whiff of blood. Turning toward Tang Hai, they charged at him. No, no. You're not supposed to see me. Tang Hai shrieked in terror. Lin Xian froze. He thought the zombies couldn't see him? That made no sense. Moments earlier, Tang Hai had moved among them confidently, not like someone gambling on luck. What's going on? Lin Xian muttered, his face grim. The zombies pounced, tearing Tang Hai apart. His screams of agony were short-lived, and silence soon returned. For safety, Lin Xian unleashed several wind cannons to eliminate the zombies, ensuring they posed no further threat. Approaching Tang Hai's lifeless body to confirm the kill, something even stranger occurred. Tang Hai's corpse began to convulse violently. The blood mist from the slain zombies transformed into a visible fluid, surging into his body. In moments, Tang Hai's form turned blood red. As the blood mist continued to accumulate, it formed into a pulsating blood cocoon. Lin Xian's pupils narrowed, and an ominous feeling gripped him. Could Tang Hai's ability to go unnoticed by the zombies have been some kind of special power? The thought flashed through his mind, and his instinct screamed that this was no ordinary occurrence. Without hesitation, Lin Xian unleashed several powerful wind cannons at the cocoon. No matter what you are, a dead Tang Hai is the best Tang Hai. Thwack! 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 The upgraded wind cannons, now more powerful than ever, tore through the cocoon with deafening force, leaving gaping holes that oozed grayish-white flesh and blood. There's definitely something off here, Lin Xian muttered, his expression darkening as he prepared to fire another volley. But before he could act, the blood cocoon seemed to react to the threat. With a violent struggle, it suddenly burst open with a loud pop, and a slim, pale gray figure shot out at lightning speed, disappearing into the dense fog. Damn it! Realizing the danger, Lin Xian took a few steps to pursue the fleeing figure, but the shadow had vanished into the foggy darkness. His thoughts turned to Chen Sixuan and Shasha, who were still in the courtyard below, vulnerable without abilities. He quickly turned back toward the train. In the enveloping night and thick fog, even zombies could easily ambush from the shadows. To stay safe, Lin Xian decided it was time for everyone to regroup on the train. With a rhythmic clatter, the infinite train soon returned to the platform at Beiwang Station. Without delay, Lin Xian coordinated with Chen Sixuan to reorganize the carriages. Luo Yi, proving adept with tools, joined the effort. Together, the three efficiently reconfigured the train. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive remained at the front as the lead engines. Cars 1 and 2 stayed unchanged, while Tang Hai's 2 passenger carriages, loaded with supplies, were positioned next as cars 3 and 4. The original car 3, outfitted with tools and a hydraulic lift gate, was moved to position 5. Behind them were 4 flatbed trailers, carrying 2 military jeeps, 1 heavy off-road vehicle, and Keon Yu's armored car. The short-haul electric freight locomotive from earlier was left at the tail. Since it wasn't coupled to any carriages and was cumbersome, Lin Xian planned to devour it after escaping the fog. It might yield significant rewards. To better manage the tool car, Lin Xian assigned Luo Yi to car 5. Meanwhile, Shasha moved in with Kiki in car 2, the two sharing a bunk bed setup. With everyone settled, Lin Xian reflected on the strange events. The escape of the pale gray figure from the blood cocoon weighed heavily on his mind. It wasn't just about Tang Hai anymore, whatever had just emerged was unnatural, and its implications were deeply troubling. Chapter 47, Endless Cycle. No wonder Tang Hai could run rampant in the fog and darkness for so long. The monsters wouldn't even harm him. Lin Xian muttered, finally piecing it together. It made sense now. Tang Hai's injury must have released enough blood to attract the zombies, causing him to be attacked. Yet, ironically, this led to his evolution. Thinking about it, Lin Xian felt a pang of regret. He should have just ended Tang Hai on the spot. Now, a potential threat had been left behind. Still, he felt grateful for having repaired the season time. It had been the correct choice for survival. With Kiki unconscious at the time, Lin Xian alone couldn't have dealt with the fog spider, Feng Yuming, and the overwhelming zombie tide all at once. Luckily, Tang Hai and Feng Yuming hadn't dismantled any critical parts of the SIS system, or tonight could have spelled certain doom. Returning to the conversation, Lin Xian turned to Kiki. So, do you know how your own ability evolves? Kiki gave a faint smile and shook her head. I have a rough idea. I might belong to the mental or psychic category, rare types, according to the data. But I have no idea how to evolve, let alone complete any ritual. Then her gaze turned to Lin Xian, her expression curious. As for you, honestly, I don't know which type you fall under. You can control machines, so you likely belong to the functional category. While this type's soul wave value may not always be high, the Angel Project classified it as having immense strategic value. It seems similar to Type 27, inorganic manipulation, but how can you also use elemental abilities? Her brows furrowed as she studied him. Could it be that you have more than one ability? You tell me. Lin Xian replied impassively, though an unease stirred within him. A nagging thought crossed his mind, what if this isn't an ability at all? After all, what kind of ability came with progress bars and level indicators? There's another thing, Kiki added. It's rare, but some ability users have reportedly lost their abilities entirely. This includes even those at the adamant level. Lost completely? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked. How would I know? Kiki retorted. The reports didn't explain. They only mentioned that these cases happened without any external interference. The researchers speculated it might be related to mental or emotional states, but they couldn't pinpoint the cause. Kiki's revelations gave Lin Xian a paradigm-shifting perspective on the world. Despite the collapse of civilization just months ago, ability users had already become a significant population, fundamentally influencing humanity's survival trajectory. Exhausted from the night's ordeals, Lin Xian ordered the train to maintain a cautious speed of 50 km per hour. Chen Sixuan took the helm in the driver's cabin while Lin Xian stayed nearby, resting briefly. Kiki seems to have many secrets, Chen Sixuan remarked, glancing at Lin Xian as he rested. Everyone has secrets. As long as hers are helpful to us, there's no need to dig too deep, Lin Xian replied, his eyes still closed. What did she just say to you? Chen Sixuan hesitated, her curiosity getting the better of her despite herself. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. What else? She made me promise not to kiss her without her consent. Chen Sixuan's expression turned complex. Oh. I see. A mix of emotions stirred within her. She didn't know where she stood with Lin Xian, whether she'd been willing or unwilling in their earlier encounters. She only knew she was grateful he had saved her. At this point, Lin Xian was her sole pillar of support. He wasn't bad either, his personality even aligned with her preferences. She didn't seem to mind what had happened between them. Was this what they called the suspension bridge effect? What am I even thinking? She scolded herself inwardly. Yesterday's sunrise was at 16:26. We advanced about 50 kilometers toward Beiwang Station. To reach our destination by 16:00 tomorrow, we'll need to cover at least 370 kilometers, Chen Sixuan calculated aloud, flipping through the logbook. But the JY 3365 section detours through Quan and Yuchi. Factoring in the location of Abyss Zone Number 3, Lukang, and Yingzhou, in comparison to our direct route from Zhang City. Chenji, Lin Xian interrupted, his eyes still closed. Do you think Abyss Zone Number 3 could not be the source of the dark tide? Her calculations halted abruptly, and silence filled the cabin. I don't know, Chen Sixuan finally admitted. From a geometric perspective, if every abyss is generating a dark tide and expanding at the same speed on Blue Star, it means their radii grow linearly over time. If the range of an abyss's influence is fixed, there might still be some narrow angles of survival space left for humanity. But if the first polar night isn't the end and the range of the second tide continues to expand, then it's only a matter of time before the polar night covers the entire planet. After the polar night, with the collapse of networks and communication, ordinary people like them had no way of knowing what was happening across the world. They could only piece together clues from radio broadcasts. Without Kiki, they wouldn't have even known that the federal government had classified ability users into categories and developed a standard system. Lin Xian nodded, a trace of unease on his face. If this were true, it meant there was nowhere left to run. Humanity's only option was to learn how to survive in the darkness. Chen Sixuan noticed Lin Xian's worried expression and suddenly said, Lin, do you remember Zhang University's motto? Lin Xian looked at her, and the two spoke in unison, striving is an unceasing act since the dawn of humanity. After a long pause, they exchanged smiles. As the train wheels turned, everyone aboard was fleeing the darkness, heading toward the dawn. Even if they were to ultimately succumb to the night, they would hold on to the last spark of survival and never stop resisting. Lin Xian felt a measure of calm. If he could grow stronger, even in an environment where the night seemed endless, survival would still be possible. This conviction further solidified his resolve to build the ultimate fortress, a train that could weather any storm. Harut. The fog ahead began to thin, and the headlights illuminated a broader field of view. Lin Xian rose, his gaze softening as he observed the distant silhouette of the mountains and fields. Gradually, he brought the train to a halt in a tunnel. Why are we stopping? Chen Sixuan asked, puzzled. Turning around, she was caught off guard as Lin Xian swept her up in a princess carry, a playful grin on his face as he proclaimed, Chenji, there's one more thing humanity has done unceasingly since the dawn of time. Caught off guard, Chen Sixuan's face flushed crimson. She nervously averted her eyes as her fair neck and earlobes turned a vibrant pink, as beautiful as spring peach blossoms. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian carried her to the bed in the first carriage, his energy renewed. Suddenly, I feel full of vigor. With the carriage doors sealed, the first carriage had become Lin Xian's private living quarters. Chen Sixuan's face burned red as she murmured softly, that. Not convenient? No. It's not that. Her smooth, jade-like skin was irresistible. Even amidst the apocalypse, Lin Xian could still catch the faint, alluring fragrance unique to her, a subtle yet intoxicating scent that made one's heart race. As his breath brushed against her skin, Chen Sixuan felt a shiver run down her spine, his cool breath seeping into her pores and sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through her. Blushing deeply, she pulled the blanket over her face and whispered, could you grab my bag? It has. That. Got it. Ah. A bit gentler. The heavy train rested silently in the dark tunnel, its armored shell shielding it from the terrifying abyss outside. Within, the warm yellow light cast a cozy glow over the plush bedding, providing a sense of safety and comfort. The two intertwined, breaking the barriers between their souls and bodies. One figure was tall and lean, the other graceful and supple. Their movements ebbed and flowed, like a racing war machine or a mighty ship breaking through the waves. The night deepened. In Car 2, Luoshasha was sound asleep on the top bunk, while Kiki, lying below with her head buried under a pillow, blushed furiously. The strange rhythmic sounds from the next carriage were impossible to ignore. Gritting her teeth, she muttered curses under her breath, mentally drawing circles to curse a certain someone. Tomorrow, she resolved, she'd install soundproofing panels in Car 2, and weld on an extra layer of steel for good measure. Chapter 48, Inventorying the Spoils. Clang, clang. A standard railway stretched eastward through the mountainous terrain for over 1,000 miles. Since departing Zhong City, the infinite train reached daylight for the first time after an overnight journey. At 15:47, dawn arrived earlier than anticipated. Chen Sixuan, who had stayed up all night managing the train, hadn't yet rested. Taking advantage of the daylight, she and Luo Shasha, along with Luo Yi, began tallying the supplies they had gathered during the night. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, in the driver's cabin, gulped down an entire bottle of water, feeling significantly refreshed. Thankfully, the night's travel had been uneventful, aside from smashing a few stray zombies, which had caused no significant trouble for the train's operation. Good thing the mechanical heart was upgraded. Dragging this many carriages would have been impossible otherwise, Lin Xian muttered. The electric locomotive stored energy efficiency had been reduced due to the added load. Combined with the strain on Lin Xian's ability, it meant he had to stop and rest every 3 to 4 hours. The energy issue is something we can't ignore anymore, he thought. To address this, Lin Xian envisioned a system beyond his energy recovery mechanism, incorporating a generator or an auxiliary fuel tank. Such equipment could ensure continuous train operation even when he was too exhausted to use his ability. In theory, breaking the energy consumption limits imposed by increased weight would require integrating a small nuclear power unit with his upgraded ability. Only then could they achieve perpetual motion. Lynch. From a distance, Luo Shasha excitedly called out from one of the train carriages. Come quick. With the train now stopped, Lin Xian had been considering taking a breather. Hearing her call, he walked over. The rear ramp of Car 5 had already been lowered. On the grassy slope by the tracks, all sorts of supplies were spread out, many still stained with blood due to the haste of the previous night's gathering. Look at this, Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan exclaimed joyfully, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel. Not far from the tracks, a small stream allowed her to rinse the supplies while tallying them. Kiki jumped down from the train and grabbed Chen Sixuan's inventory sheet. Her eyes lit up immediately. 3 Colts, 2 Glocks, 17 assorted automatic rifles, and even an A33K sniper rifle. Plus, look at all this ammo. And this. Luo Shasha chimed in, holding up their prized M36 grenade launcher. This thing packs a punch. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Looking at the spoils scattered everywhere, he smiled faintly. Looks like we won't need to use blades to take down giant bugs anymore. Wait, there's something else, something you won't believe. Kiki grinned mischievously as she climbed into an armored vehicle's carriage. She opened the driver's door and retrieved a remote control. Pressing the button, she activated the mechanism. On the roof of the armored car, a drone pod opened. 2 small reconnaissance drones rose smoothly into the air. With these, we can patrol a 10-kilometer radius without leaving the train, Kiki announced proudly. This Qian from the Black Zhao convoy sure knew his stuff, Lin Xian remarked, surprised. These are worth a fortune. Too bad his heavy truck and fuel tanker got driven off. Luo Shasha said with a trace of regret. Besides this, Chen Sixuan added, the 2 cargo carriages we raided from Tanghai yielded over 400 cans of food, 41 boxes of water, 6 boxes of cola, and 3 boxes of red wine. Not to mention perishables that filled half a container and over 1,000 liters of gasoline. She exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the abundance. It's almost ridiculous. The supplies in those 2 carriages alone are worth more than everything we found in the other vehicles combined. Well, that makes sense, Lin Xian said, his tone serious. Tanghai holed up in an air raid bunker and looted countless survivors. This is his entire stash. The sheer volume of supplies, enough to sustain 20 people for over 3 months, was far more than Lin Xian's group of 5 needed. They were flush with resources, free from immediate worries about food and water. By the way, there's something else. Chen Sixuan pointed towards the rear of the train. Besides the 4 cars they had taken, Lin Xian noticed something at the very back he had missed earlier. There, on the last two flatbeds, sat a Steel Guard 3 military assault exosuit and a TFV 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, both over 3 meters tall. Startled, Lin Xian asked, "When did you load these onto the train? Did you use the crane?" That seemed unlikely, as the small electric crane couldn't have handled such heavy machinery. Besides, he was the only one who could operate it. Humphrey. A smug snort came from behind. Kiki, arms crossed, jumped down from the train, her face full of pride. "Of course, it was me who loaded them. These things are so heavy, it took quite a bit of effort." Lin Xian was delighted. He had planned to dismantle them for parts if repairs weren't feasible. But now, thanks to Kiki's ability, they were already secured on the train. Letting her rest early the previous night had been the right call, she'd proven invaluable. "Well done. You've earned yourself a can of meat today. PFFT, who cares about your meat cans?" Kiki smirked. "If you really want to thank me, fix that radar system and those computers for me today. Oh, and the heater too, it was freezing last night." "Cold, was it?" Lin Xian glanced at Chen Sixuan, who blushed and avoided his gaze. "Yeah. It was below freezing even during the day." As if to underscore the point, a biting wind swept through, making everyone shiver. The weather was growing colder. Snowstorms loomed, and the dropping temperature posed another challenge for the survivors. Kiki and Chen Sixuan rummaged through the gathered luggage, finding a few pieces of warm clothing. Lin Xian and Luo Yi, likely thanks to their ability-enhanced physiques, didn't feel the cold as much. "Where's Daelu?" Due to Luo Yi's size, everyone had agreed to nickname him Daelu. "Linch," Luo Yi called out, standing near the supplies. He was repairing a motorcycle, Lin Xian's, to be exact. "Didn't I tell you? He's better at fixing things," Kiki said with interest. Daelu scratched his head sheepishly, holding a wrench. "I know a little about this stuff." "Really?" Lin Xian smiled. "Since we're all on the same side, let's get everything out in the open." He stepped into car 5, retrieved a heavy steel plate, and tossed it to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious glow enveloped the plate. It floated, rapidly reshaping itself into a perfectly molded shield before dropping back down. Everyone was stunned. Chen Sixuan covered her mouth in shock. It was the first time Lin Xian had demonstrated the full scope of his mechanical heart to anyone beyond operating the train. Luo Shasha gasped, "Whoa, Linch, what kind of ability do you have?" Even Kiki's eyes widened as she watched, puffing her cheeks in disbelief. She had thought Lin Xian's ability was limited to controlling the train or creating ice. But seeing him manipulate steel like this suggested a skill set far broader, and eerily similar to her own. Despite having reviewed all the internal data from the Angel Project, she found herself utterly baffled. Chapter 49, The Information Center. At that moment, everyone turned to Lin Xian. After pondering all night, he decided to explain his abilities openly. "Yes, I have more than one ability. Besides powering the train, I can repair and create machinery. That's precisely why I dared to launch this infinite train project." He realized it would be impractical to keep secretly devouring and crafting machines. Since these were his teammates, it was better to be honest. "If I have the materials and blueprints, I can directly manufacture weapons, equipment, armor, anything mechanical. I can handle it." The Luo siblings exchanged stunned glances. Luo Shasha gasped, "Whoa. Linch, you're amazing. I knew I saved the right person." Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Kiki, intrigued. "Little girl, what I just said includes your ideas for radar systems, sentry systems, weapon systems, defense systems, drones, railcars, medical units, life support systems, powered armor. Now, do you still think my infinite train project is a pipe dream?" Kiki's expression wavered. She opened her mouth but quickly closed it again, unwilling to admit defeat as she met Lin Xian's smiling eyes. "So what? Can you design and control all those systems by yourself?" "No." Lin Xian's smile widened as he looked at her. "That's why I need a genius like you. Without your information center, all of this would just be a hollow framework." Kiki's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. She glanced slyly at Lin Xian, clearly pleased, and said with exaggerated nonchalance, "Oh, this is flattering. Fine. If you can get the heater working, I might consider joining." "Deal." Lin Xian took a deep breath, glancing at Chen Sixuan and the others. "At first, I just wanted to build a mobile safe haven, a fortress where we could survive the cursed darkness and this apocalypse. But after this train began moving, I realized every day is a struggle against terror and danger. Like me, you've all faced uncertainty, running and hiding just for a chance to breathe and drink some water. The polar night killed countless people, and those who survived are on the brink of madness. I realized something, in this freezing, apocalyptic darkness, This train needs friends, people who can help us survive longer and go farther. The planetary orbital rail is 320,000 kilometers long. We may not finish it, and we may not escape the polar night, but as long as there's a chance to live one more day, I won't give up. As long as I have strength, this train won't stop. I want everyone on this train to be family, facing life and death together. His words were calm and casual, as if he were simply chatting. But the others' expressions changed quietly. Kiki put away her usual mischievous demeanor, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian, lost in thought. Luoshasha bit her lip, her timid unease replaced by a hint of hope. Diaolu looked at his sister, then at Lin Xian, and nodded silently, his expression resolute. Even Chen Sixuan's eyes reddened. Initially, she had followed Lin Xian purely for survival, but hearing him articulate his plan and beliefs stirred her deeply. For a fleeting moment, she thought, even though the days ahead might be filled with disaster and running, someday, the sun would rise again. Alright, let's set up some basic roles, Lin Xian said with a sigh of relief. As the team grew, he felt more secure. Got it. Luoshasha raised her hand enthusiastically, her face brimming with energy. Lynch, I can take night watch. Don't treat me like a kid. Lin Xian chuckled. With how skilled you are with that grenade launcher, who'd mistake you for a kid? Hee hee, Luoshasha giggled, clearly proud. I'm in, Chen Sixuan said with a rare smile. Since the polar night, she hadn't felt this light-hearted. Whatever you need, Lynch, Diaolu added. Same here. Kiki smiled, her expression unusually serious. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. After finishing the inventory, he assigned roles. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan would take turns driving the train. During stops, Diaolu would handle watch duty. With his mechanical skills, he'd also help with inspections and maintenance, as Lin Xian couldn't handle every small repair himself as the train expanded. As for Kiki, Lin Xian planned to collaborate with her on the train's future designs. Once the radar and sentry systems were operational, they'd have an extra layer of security. This major haul gave Lin Xian immense confidence in the Infinite Train project. Beyond his growing abilities, adding the capable Luo siblings was a huge boost. Diaolu's straightforward and reliable personality, coupled with his enhanced ability and imposing physique, provided a strong sense of safety. Whether in combat or technical work, he was a valuable teammate. Luoshasha, though young, was mature and loyal. Lin Xian assigned her to assist Chen Sixuan and Kiki. With her own small bed and the train's protection, she seemed far less anxious and happily helped organize the train's layout. According to their route, they would soon leave the mountains and enter Yubai. As a first-tier city far from the Abyss Zone, Yubai had entered the polar night relatively late. Both Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan anticipated immense complications there. Yet the train had to pass through Yubai's main hub to access the planetary orbital rail. Before that, many systems still needed to be completed, making the situation highly challenging. The gas-powered locomotive had a steam heating system, and the passenger cars had warm air systems. The fastest solution was to connect the circuits and use the warm air directly. However, Cars 1-2 and Cars 3-5 were vastly different models from different eras. Given Lin Xian's plans for a water and air circulation system for the whole train, he decided to work with Kiki to design an electric-driven water steam cycle and filtration system connected to Car 1. This system could provide heat while distilling clean water for drinking and even showers. Kiki and Lin Xian also planned to install an optical targeting system and a small phased-array radar at the front of the train for emergency alerts. The surveillance and sentry systems for the entire train, however, required considerable effort. Setting up a close-in weapon system, SAWS, on the train would require significant resources, including electricity, maintenance, and factory-grade ammunition supplies. These were long-term goals, as were the medical, plant cultivation, and oxygen recycling systems. For now, Lin Xian prioritized helping Kiki install the information system salvaged from the Air Raid Bunker Command Center into Car 2, along with the optical targeting system, phased-array radar, and, of course, the heater. One looming challenge remained: how to repair damaged rail tracks during travel. That would be the next major hurdle to tackle. This issue was the most troublesome for Lin Xian. No matter how powerful the train became, without a usable track, wouldn't it be reduced to a mere joke? For Lin Xian, there was still so much to do, and yet the road ahead was filled with countless challenges. In Car 2, a simple information center with multiple screens had been set up for Kiki. Once the optical targeting and radar systems were connected, the train could scan a 3-kilometer fan-shaped radius ahead. However, a response module still needed to be designed, one that could identify potential threats during operation and issue emergency stop alerts. This was beyond Lin Xian's expertise, so he could only leave it to Kiki. ZZZT. ZZZT. That's strange, Kiki muttered, fiddling with Lin Xian's radio. We're well away from the ionization effects of the Abyss Zone, and it's daytime. Why can't we pick up any long-wave signals? After tinkering for a while, she sighed in frustration and gave up. What about the network? Lin Xian asked. Don't even think about it. Kiki, wearing headphones, continued working swiftly on the system. Her tone was flat. I know the federal government still has some operational satellites in orbit, but they've either been damaged or deliberately jammed. Lin Xian felt a twinge of unease. He had been able to receive a call from Chen Sixuan in Zhong City not long ago, but now even basic communication seemed impossible. What frustrated him most was the long-wave radio he had high hopes for. It was completely useless. The train, deep within the mountains, could only pick up shortwave frequencies within a 100 to 200 kilometer radius. Yet even these yielded little, as the area was sparsely populated except for a few villages and towns. Thus, Lin Xian and his group experienced their most peaceful yet busiest day since leaving Zhong City. The train ran from dawn to dusk, utilizing the reserves of the electric locomotive. However, as fatigue set in and for safety reasons, Lin Xian decided to stop for the night on a relatively flat plain. After nightfall, all blackout curtains on the train were lowered. From the outside, the enormous train emitted a faint glow, stationary on the tracks. Cars 3 and 4, now heavily armored, stood out. Unlike the original carriages, the armor here was a mix of standard steel and remnants of high-strength steel Lin Xian had previously salvaged, barely sufficient for now. After the tasks had been divided earlier, Chen Sixuan took on the role of a caring matron. She carried rations and water, distributing them among the group. When she arrived at Car 5, she noticed Lin Xian wasn't inside. Instead, he was on the last flatbed carriage, tinkering with what looked like a piece of mechanical armor. The faint moonlight illuminated his silhouette, busy at work. Chapter 50, Soaring Skyward. Scan complete. Blueprint retrieval failed. Target lacks a core drive source, unable to generate blueprint information, figures. Lin Xian sighed, turning off his flashlight as he gazed at the massive humanoid machine before him, disappointment evident on his face. Too bad. I'll have to devour it. At least the materials should be worthwhile. Unable to repair or retrieve a blueprint, the best use for the machine was as fuel for the growth of his mechanical heart. After ensuring the surrounding dark fields were safe, Lin Xian sat down and began the devouring process. Devour progress, 1%, devour progress, 3%, watching the progress bar creep forward, Lin Xian estimated it would take several hours to fully process the machine. As the long night dragged on, the task was finally completed. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 100, mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 40. Bonus rewards, strength plus 2, speed plus 1, defense plus 1. Suddenly, a flash of violet light appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have acquired an additional skill reward, backlash, rare, perform a rapid forward thrust using wind currents. Upgrading this skill significantly enhances speed and thrust distance. Whoa, a rare skill. But the name sounds kinda. Despite his initial thoughts, Lin Xian was ecstatic. It was his first rare skill, and it seemed to be a movement technique, greatly enhancing his mobility. I wonder how effective it is. He opened his disassembly space, his excitement growing as he reviewed the materials he had acquired. Disassembly, you have gained tungsten titanium alloy type high times 5, high manganese steel times 10, forged inner armor steel times 3, titanium alloy times 3, tungsten titanium alloy type high? That's not something you see in civilian use. Lin Xian was stunned. Such military-grade materials could only be found on cutting-edge equipment like this. Regular weapons wouldn't contain anything like it. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the dark. Who's there? It's me. Kiki stepped out from behind the train, a sly grin on her face as she approached. Lin Xian, who was about to begin devouring the TFV 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, paused and asked, "What do you want?" Kiki hesitated, looking slightly awkward. "I wanted to thank you." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. "Go on. Thank you for letting me stay in car 2 and for saving me earlier." Her voice was soft. "It's nothing." Lin Xian placed his hand on the tank, activating mechanical devour as he spoke. "Without your help, whether it was with that giant bug or at the military outpost, we'd all be dead." He hadn't expected Kiki to come and express her gratitude, and the tension he had felt toward her eased. On one hand, her ability had been instrumental in their survival twice now. On the other, her sheer power still made him uneasy. Unaware of his thoughts, Kiki's face lit up slightly at his words. She suddenly held out her hand. "Here, take this." Lin Xian glanced at the small silver object in her hand. Accepting it, he realized it was a portable hard drive. What's this? Initial data from the Angel Project. I copied it all. Plus, I found a blueprint for the GKO3 electric blade in some old files. I noticed you're always carrying around that old knife. Since you can craft things, why not give this a try? She added, but the materials might be tricky, like the high-frequency current transformer it needs. Lin's Yan froze for a moment. While his mechanical ability made using a knife a necessity, hearing this name. GKO3 electric blade? This was incredible. He recalled reading about it on military forums. Developed by Kappa Heavy Industries for the Starfleet Iron Guard Brigade, it was a standard-issue melee weapon for close combat. Although it had limited production due to its energy demands and practicality issues, it was undeniably impressive. Moreover, with some modifications, the electric blade's principles could be adapted for use on his train. Noticing the eager glint in Lin Xian's eyes, Kiki tilted her head and asked, "So? Truce?" Lin Xian chuckled, weighing the portable drive in his hand. "Are you referring to the time you stole bread?" "And the time I attacked you," Kiki replied with a cheeky grin. "Also, I no longer think your project is boring. I think it's genius." "Oh?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you the heir of the Dawn Project's Level 2 investors? Why the sudden change of heart?" Kiki took a deep breath. "I know you probably think I'm lying again. But the Dawn Project is real, and so is my identity. My father and I traveled by helicopter to Mount Daluo, which was supposed to house underground city number 9 of the project. But after the first polar night, the federal government collapsed, and the project likely suffered setbacks. Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't want to be buried underground, waiting for those monsters to come knocking every day." "Sounds sincere." "It is." Kiki looked exasperated. "This time, I'm not lying, I swear." She raised 3 fingers to emphasize her sincerity. Lin Xian nodded. "Do you know why I designed this train project, despite all the issues you're concerned about? Isn't it because of your mechanical ability?" Kiki ventured tentatively. "That's a subjective reason, not an objective one," Lin Xian replied, tapping his fingers on the tank with a serious expression. "You might think I'm delusional, but I've listened to Apocalypse Radio's analyses of the dark tides by the Federal Union. My conclusion is that none of us can truly escape the encroaching darkness. After the federal government collapsed, the Apocalypse Union was formed, a coalition of the remaining nations on Blue Planet. In those early days, survivors could still receive rescue and defense broadcasts via long-wave radio. However, after the polar night, likely due to their proximity to Abyss Zone Number 3, such signals ceased entirely. Can't escape? Then why build this train?" Kiki asked, puzzled. Lin Xian's expression turned steely. The Zhong City Vanguard discovered that heading east could evade the dark tides and bring daylight sooner. This is valuable information. But the problem is that if the source of the polar night isn't just normal darkness, and if the dark tides aren't what people imagine, something you can simply outrun by going east, then what? Here's an example. When we left Zhong City, every 300 kilometers we traveled east brought dawn forward by an hour. But what about 3,000 kilometers to the east? Does that mean we no longer need to run? According to initial polar night observations, if the darkness originates from the abyss, then those in Desert City, near Abyss Zone Number 4, 15,600 kilometers northeast of us, should they flee west or east? Kiki's eyes brightened as realization dawned. "Oh. So you're taking the planetary orbital rail because it skirts the abysses, or at least stays near their edges." "Exactly," Lin Xian said bluntly. "Now let me ask you this, if Abyss Zone Number 3 spreads its dark tides at a rate of 300 kilometers per day, how long would it take to cover the entire planet?" Kiki frowned, thinking hard. "Let me calculate, no need. 1,066 days. That long? Long?" Lin Xian's face grew grave. "Did you forget that there are 13 abysses on Blue Planet?" Kiki froze, her brow furrowing. Lin Xian's voice grew firm. "The planetary orbital rail is fixed, and eventually, it will be overtaken by the abyss's expansion. That's why this is only my first stage plan. My mechanical ability isn't just about racing along the orbital rail. I want to free this train from the constraints of the tracks. Or one day." His voice deepened. "I want this train to fly." Kiki's eyes widened in shock. She stared at Lin Xian, her pupils filled with disbelief. His audacious idea left her mind blank. She couldn't even begin to imagine what it would look like, a fully armed heavy train soaring into the skies. Seeing her speechless, Lin Xian continued, "I don't fully understand the specifics yet, and no one knows the true cause of the polar night. But during our escape, we'll inevitably venture into the dark zones. So, if we don't want to sit here waiting to die, we have 2 choices, escape to the dawn. Or," Lin Xian's gaze burned fiercely as he finished, "defeat the darkness." Chapter 51, The mutual aid bonfire Zhang City had already been swallowed by the polar night. It had lost its long-wave signals over 20 days ago. To gather the latest information about the world and escape the eerie grasp of the polar night, Lin Xian had no choice but to flee eastward. Although his mechanical heart held immense potential, it was more functional than combative in its initial stages. Take that massive bug, for instance. If he had been driving a car, he wouldn't have survived in the wild. "Hey, I think you're a bit more capable than I imagined," Kiki suddenly said. Lin Xian gave a wry smile. "You should go rest. You'll need to take over the watch later tonight." "All right," Kiki replied with a smile. She turned to leave but paused after a couple of steps. Turning back, she asked, "By the way, can you control other machinery besides the train?" "I think so." "Why? What are you referring to?" he asked. "For example, mechas. I'm talking about fully functional ones, like the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 series of light assault types, or even the heavy-duty military destroyer series. If you could get one of those, you wouldn't have to worry about fighting those massive bugs," she said. Lin Xian's gaze flickered slightly. "I'd love that, but if only there were a chance." Who hadn't dreamed of such things? If he could, who would want to fight bugs with a knife? Who wouldn't want to pilot a Gundam? But let alone such heavy equipment, even advanced combat machinery was rare, and blueprints for them were practically non-existent. Buzz. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed across the silent plains. Both Lin Xian and Kiki's expressions shifted as they turned to look. In the distance, a bright light flickered unsteadily, growing louder and closer. Hearing the noise, Teacher Chen and the other two also ran over from a nearby carriage. "A motorcycle? What's going on?" Kiki moved to stand behind the armored vehicle. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed in vigilance. Seeing that only one vehicle was approaching, he didn't immediately stop his devouring process. With the building and Kiki here, he felt less anxious. Suddenly, the motorcycle's headlight flashed twice, paused, and flashed twice again. Two short flashes, one long, Lin Xian muttered, furrowing his brows. "It looks like they're signaling friendliness, but stay alert." He gestured toward Teacher Chen and the others in Car 5, signaling them to stay hidden. "Hey! Don't shoot!" From a few hundred meters away, the rider began shouting. In moments, the motorcycle kicked up snow and dust as it sped across the plains, entering the train's light radius. Screech! The motorcycle skidded to a stylish stop at the bottom of the track slope. There were two riders, a man and a woman. The man, appearing in his early 30s, had light stubble and vaguely handsome features. He dismounted, removed his helmet, and smiled. The woman, clad in leather pants and jacket, had a cold demeanor, with two pistols strapped to her thighs. Lin Xian eyed them warily. "Who are you?" The man raised his hands and smiled. "Don't be alarmed, no hostility here. Allow me to introduce myself, Zhang Yun, captain of the Chasing Wind convoy, and this is my deputy, Ren Huayan. I noticed you after you left Beiwing and entered the mountains." Zhang Yun's gaze swept over Lin Xian and Kiki before landing on the distant Car 5, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "It seems I was right, there's more than one ability user here," Zhang Yun said. Lin Xian and the others' expressions shifted. Who was this person, and how could he tell they were ability users? "What do you want?" Kiki asked sharply, eyeing them. "Of course, there's a reason I'm here," Zhang Yun replied, pointing toward the track ahead. About 30 kilometers forward is Kuguan City. Over a dozen convoys are stationed there, all gathered on frequency 7. I've organized a mutual aid bonfire there. Would you be interested? Mutual aid bonfire? What's that? Kiki asked. It's where nearby survivors gather to exchange goods, information, and more. In these times, who hasn't run into trouble? Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, you can gather around a bonfire? Aren't you worried about attracting monsters? Kiki asked, looking amazed. Sorry, not interested, Lin Xian interjected, refusing outright. No need to be so tense, my friend, Zhang Yun said calmly, scrutinizing Lin Xian. Judging by your setup, you've faced quite a bit of trouble along the way. Train armor, huh? Well, the main rail sections are still clear due to the Federation Phoenix's ongoing military operations. If you have an electrical or unified control ability, this route could be advantageous. Zhang Yun then pulled a small object from his pocket, a dark red glass bead. This is what the Phoenix calls a weird blood essence, but we wanderers usually just call it a red bin. I'm guessing your radio can't pick up signals, right? If it could, you'd already be on frequency 7 or the Phoenix's long-wave channels. With this, wrap copper wire around it and attach it to your radio antenna. It resonates with dark energy and can receive ionized signals. He paused, tossing the bead lightly in his hand. But be cautious. Using this doesn't just pick up human signals. Ah. You can actually receive long-wave signals? Kiki exclaimed. Where'd you get this red bin? Finally, the cold-faced woman on the motorcycle spoke up. Kill any eerie entity in the dark. They all have them. Exactly, Zhang Yun nodded, his eyes sharp. The Phoenix broadcasts critical information on LW001, while Wanderers use AM07 and AM09 for relatively friendly exchanges. But be careful, there are plenty of malicious folks out there in these apocalyptic times. Putting his helmet back on, Zhang Yun glanced at Lin Xian again. It's just an invitation, friend. Whether you come is up to you. If you do, you might find useful information, food, water, weapons, supplies, abilities, dark artifacts, just about anything can be traded. By the way, our bonfire locations usually conduct soul wave value tests, reducing the likelihood of encountering eerie entities or events. But beware of zombies, it might draw them. If you come, make sure not to bring trouble. Buzz. Without further ado, Zhang Yun revved his motorcycle and sped off. Wow, survivors can actually gather like that, Kiki marveled, looking at Lin Xian. It seems some people already have equipment for testing soul wave values. What do you think? Interested? Of course. Here's the continuation translated. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression calmed. Zhang Yun wasn't wrong, he was indeed overly tense. Ever since leaving Zhang City, it had been nothing but trouble along the way, leaving little room to breathe. That was why he had instinctively rejected Zhang Yun's invitation without much thought. But now, after hearing what Zhang Yun said, Lin Xian realized that attending this mutual aid bonfire might be essential. What a shame. That giant bug and spider we encountered earlier, I didn't even think to look for one of those red beads, Kiki said, clearly regretting it. Lin Xian glanced at her. You didn't have anything about them in your data? Kiki pouted. Didn't I tell you? My report was based on early-stage initial findings. The situation changes daily. There's a lot we know now that the authorities might not, like the strange fog we encountered in Beiwang. It wasn't in the official reports at all. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. We need to figure out how to get one of those red beads. And I'm particularly interested in what Zhang Yun mentioned about soul wave value testing and information on ability evolution. Food and water weren't Lin Xian's primary concerns right now. The real problem was the lack of information. Stumbling forward blindly was a dangerous gamble. Teacher Chen, Lin Xian called out to Chen Sixuan. Start the electric locomotive. Let's head to Kuguan Station and take a look. Kiki, building, Shasha, you stay on high alert. Got it, Chen Sixuan responded with a nod, immediately heading to get things running. Yay! Kiki cheered excitedly as she dashed off toward her information center. The siblings, Building and Shasha, also grabbed their guns and assumed watchful positions. Buzz. The infinite train jolted to life in the darkness of the night, slowly beginning its journey forward. Chapter 52, Stop the Train. Lin Xian took a deep breath and focused on devouring the heavy TFV 600 dual-barrel tank. The night wind was biting, and he couldn't help but shiver. It's getting colder, he muttered. Hurry up, dead hand, devour it. Devouring progress, 50%, devouring progress, 80%, devour complete, mechanical source points plus 60. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 30, additional rewards, strength plus 4, speed plus 1, defense plus 1. There was no expected flash of golden light. The damage tank yielded no new skills. So far, Lin Xian had gained 3 skills, 2 of which came from intact machinery. Had he not obtained a new skill from that broken mecha earlier, he would have assumed skills could only be acquired from fully functional equipment. Current mechanical heart level 2, 170 out of 1000. Reminder. Leveling up the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching level 3, level 6, and level 9, it unlocks mysterious awakenings. Strength level 2, burst output 200 kg, speed level 1, max speed 10 meters per second, defense level 1, hardened bones, toughened skin, mechanical awakening, not awakened, mechanical devour, level 2, 278 out of 500, improves devour efficiency, mechanical manufacturing. Level 1, 112 out of 300, improves construction efficiency, mechanical passives, scan, repair, disassemble, special skills, wind cannon, common, level 2, 6%, ice shield, common, level 1, 22%, backlash, rare, level 1, 0%, the massive tank disintegrated into ashes in his hands, and Lin Xian exhaled deeply. Finally, he had a chance to devour such big machines at his leisure. He glanced at the freight electric locomotive trailing behind the train. Having teammates really made a difference. It allowed him to tackle larger tasks without worry. Judging by the size of this beast, It would likely take even longer than devouring the generator system. This thing will take at least 10 hours to finish. Let's check out that so-called mutual aid bonfire first, Lin Xian decided, exhaling deeply. The train rolled steadily forward as Lin Xian walked from car 5 toward the cab. Lin Xian, didn't that guy mention something about electrical or unified control abilities? He didn't seem all that surprised that we're running a train, Chen Xixuan noted perceptively, catching nuances in the man's tone. That's because he's definitely an ability user too, Lin Xian replied solemnly. It's possible we're not the first train he's seen. He mentioned that the authorities and the Starfleet are still conducting large-scale operations. This suggests that in major cities, basic functions may still be running. Resistance and research haven't completely stopped. It's just that we're near Abyss Zone number 3, and information has likely been cut off from us. Chen Xixuan's eyes lit up with hope. For some reason, hearing that survivors are helping each other and that the authorities are still working makes everything feel a little less oppressive. Lin Xian sighed. What I care about is whether the main rail lines are still usable. The main rail routes were critical for large-scale material and military logistics. Unless intentionally sabotaged, they would be priority targets for protection. Lin Xian had thought about rail issues before. Unless there was significant damage, he could use rail steel and his mechanical abilities to weld and repair tracks. Kiki's abilities could also help lay tracks if needed. As long as he advanced his mechanical powers, minor track problems shouldn't be too challenging. The night deepened, the surroundings silent, as the infinite train rolled into a small station where multiple tracks intersected. All 5 aboard heightened their vigilance. As soon as the train stopped, a young man peeked out cautiously from behind a platform pillar and waved at them. Are you here for the bonfire exchange? He asked, his voice wary. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and opened the cab door. Were you waiting for us? The young man nodded. I'm with the Chasing Wind convoy. Brother Yun told me to wait here and ask if a train arrived whether you were coming to the bonfire. If you are, I can guide you there. We're going. Wait a moment, Lin Xian said, closing the cab door. How many of us are going? Chen Xixuan asked. Lin Xian walked toward the rear carriages. Let's load some supplies first. Kiki and Building will come with me. Chen Xixuan, you and Shasha stay and guard the train. Use the walkie-talkie if anything happens. Got it. Be careful, Chen Xixuan replied. They loaded supplies and weapons onto a jeep, unhooked it from the trailer, and drove onto the platform with Building at the wheel. Building and Kiki's abilities were powerful, so Lin Xian brought them along for extra presence at the survivor gathering. Meanwhile, Chen Xixuan and Shasha stayed behind to guard the train. With weapons in hand, they were reasonably secure. The young man's eyes nearly popped out as he gawked at the heavily armored train. When he saw them unload a jeep, he quickly pushed out a small dirt bike from behind the platform. Follow me, and try to keep quiet. There are a lot of zombies in the city. We're camped in an abandoned factory about 10 kilometers out, he explained. Let's go, Lin Xian said, nodding. Buzz. The motorcycle's headlight lit up as the young man led the way. Building drove the jeep with Lin Xian and Kiki in tow. I'm guessing there will be more than a few ability users at this gathering. If anything happens, follow my lead, Lin Xian instructed. Building silently nodded, while Kiki smiled. The fact that they've all gathered means these convoys likely have those red beads for their radios. They must not be ordinary people. We need to get some of those beads ourselves. Who knows? They might not just connect radios but satellites too. Lin Xian exhaled. Those beads seem to resonate with the Dark Tide's energy, meaning the tides are causing significant interference with our communications. Extracting them from those monsters is no small task, they're undoubtedly valuable. True, Kiki agreed. Let's see what happens. Worst case, we'll just kill another one of those bugs. Lin Xian. The vehicles wound along a narrow road, avoiding the city, and sped through a forest. Before long, an open area came into view, and the silhouette of an abandoned factory loomed in the distance. Around the factory were over a dozen convoys, with at least 100 vehicles of various sizes. Dim lights flickered from within, and shadows moved as survivors huddled in groups. Some vehicles had armed guards standing watch. Lin Xian noticed that most of the license plates came from different regions, confirming that these survivors weren't all from the same place. As their jeep approached, it attracted curious glances from several groups. Lin Xian found it strange that all the convoys kept a notable distance from the factory. Inside the factory itself, faint bonfire light flickered. It must be the bonfire Zhang Yun had mentioned. Stop here, the young man said, pointing to an open space nearby. Everyone parks their vehicles outside. Usually, only leaders or captains go inside to talk. Also, don't bring weapons, it's a gesture of goodwill. But you should leave someone to guard your car. Wow, this is pretty organized, Kiki remarked in surprise. It feels like a mob deal. The young man chuckled awkwardly. People come from all over, and we don't know each other well. Sitting down peacefully means no weapons. Otherwise, it'd just be chaos like with those apocalyptic bandits. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Building, stay and guard the jeep. Kiki and I will go. Got it, Brother Lin, Building replied with a nod. Lin Yan and Kiki climbed out of the jeep and followed the young man toward the factory. If you're an ability user, bringing weapons doesn't matter anyway, the young man chatted as they walked. It's just a gesture of goodwill. He pointed at some vehicles in the distance. See those? Many are painted red or orange, or they're flying specific flags. This comes from old maritime practices where ships in pirate-infested waters mark themselves as protected or capable of armed retaliation. Now, convoys use it as a neutral symbol to show they're not bandits and to avoid misunderstandings. Chapter 53, The Corpse Shepherd. Lin Yan's gaze swept across the scene. Most vehicles indeed bore splashes of color, though it was unclear if the markings were paint or blood. Human civilization as a species was peculiar. When order collapses, it has a way of spontaneously generating new forms of order. In the darkness, these fragile systems of order, like flickering flames, quickly drew the scattered remnants of humanity together. In an environment full of unknowns, anyone attempting to plunder others had to be prepared to be plundered in return. Convoys like the Oasis Convoy, which immediately resorted to roadside ambushes, were quickly branded as bandits, disruptors of this fragile new order. Doesn't gathering so many people in one place attract monsters? Lin Yan asked tentatively. Oh, you're talking about the soul wave detectors, huh? Those things are tricky. They require the power of red bins, and their consumables. The Phoenix Federation previously shared blueprints for a simplified harmonic detection device that survivors could build to improve their survival chances. Some skilled mechanics among the survivors managed to make a few. Our chasing wind convoy has one. It cost us dearly. At this, Kiki turned to Lin Yan, her eyes sparkling. She nudged him with her elbow. Hey, Lin Yan's heart stirred as he exchanged a glance with Kiki. Of course, he understood her message. Mechanical manufacturing? That was his specialty. Why bother with makeshift, handcrafted devices when he could achieve industrial precision with the right materials and blueprints? So, these detectors can be traded too? Lin Yan inquired. Of course. The young man exclaimed, his eyes wide. They're highly sought after, practically priceless. Unless you're near a large city or a major survivor hub, where are you going to find a genius mechanic building detectors in the wilderness? Plus, it's not just about the devices. Supplies are scarce, the cold is biting, and resources like heating systems, water purifiers, radios, and medicine are in high demand. Even rainwater under the dark tides is lethal to drink. And the temperature keeps dropping. At this rate, we'll freeze to death even if the zombies don't get us. The young man's chatter continued as they trudged through the snow until they arrived at the factory gates. Here we are. Brother Yun is inside. You can talk to him, I need to go back on watch. He pointed into the factory. The once functional workshops were now ruins. In the center, someone had lit a bonfire, casting a warm orange glow over the wreckage. Shadows from a dozen figures danced in the firelight. The group, men and women of various ages, turned to look as Lin Yan and Kiki approached. Some stood, others sat on the ground or on rubble, while one person swigged from a bottle. Among them, Zhang Yun spotted Lin Yan and smiled. Over here. How should I address you? Lin Yan, Kiki, he replied. Got it. And your convoy? Zhang Yun asked, seemingly referring to their convoy's name. After a moment's thought, Lin Yan answered, Infinite Convoy. An infinite convoy that runs on a train. Okay. Zhang Yun gestured for Lin Yan and Kiki to join the group. Relax, there aren't many rules here. Just say what you need, and if others are interested, they'll trade with you. Of course, others might compete for the same item, but the choice is yours. Besides that, gatherings like these are rare. It's a chance to share recent events, dangers, or intel. If we cross paths in the future, it's better to be acquainted. For example, if you're taking the Jianghu line to Yubai City, some here travel that route. Others head toward Feng City or Xing City. While we're all moving east, the routes differ. Lin Yan nodded. I heard you're running a train? Zhang Yun said, and before Lin Yan could respond, a short-haired woman in her 30s spoke up. Shukin, from the Bigfoot convoy, she introduced herself before continuing. No offense, but we saw a federal train transporting heavy equipment near Mount Daluo a few days ago. It looked like they were headed to deal with an Erie zone or a major Erie entity. If you're traveling the Jianghu line, you might pass through that area, so take care. Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. Got it. Thanks. Shukin's warning made him lower his guard toward the bonfire group. He also felt a touch of goodwill toward her. Alright, let's continue. Zhang Yun's tone grew serious as he addressed Lin Xian. Since we have a new face here, I'll repeat some critical information. These updates could be the difference between life and death. They're the reason we risk gathering like this. Besides Shuken's intel, there are two major updates. First, there's been an eerie 1542 frequency reported around Pinga Lake, the mountains, Beiwang, and Mount Daluo. 3 convoys here received it at night, and there have been reports of people going missing. We suspect it's tied to the eerie zone Shuken mentioned. Missing people? You mean the radios modified with those red beans? Kiki asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Yun nodded. Exactly. You should get one. Without it, you miss critical warnings and intel from other convoys or the authorities. If you want red beans, many here have them. Trade for one later. And the second piece of intel? Lin Xian prompted. Zhang Yun exhaled deeply, fixing Lin Xian with a grim look. There have been sightings of corpse shepherds in the polar night within Abyss Zone number 3. The temperature seemed to drop a degree as the words left his mouth. Though the other convoy leaders had already heard this, their faces darkened again. Corpse shepherds? Lin Xian frowned, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. Yeah. Are they human? Kiki asked, her brows furrowed. Zhang Yun shook his head. No one knows. All reports come from the black frequency channels, transmitted from nearby areas. He gestured toward a middle-aged man across the fire. Our chasing wind convoy and their black sword riders just escaped the polar night. We confirmed hearing the Federation's description of those hellish whales on the black frequency. It's said to herald the arrival of a corpse shepherd. Hellish whales? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the eerie, bone-chilling cries he'd heard when they killed the crimson centipede near the black mist. He'd brushed it off at the time, but Zhang Yun's words brought it flooding back. The corpse shepherds are said to be an eldritch spawn of the abyss. They didn't appear during the first polar night but started emerging in the second. Areas near the abyss have seen numerous reports. Once, a heavily armed Iron Guard brigade with drones, armor, and kinetic weapons tried to scout the abyss. They were annihilated. All that came back were those hellish wails broadcast over the black frequencies. Survivors claim the shepherds resemble humanoid creatures, but it's unverified. The Phoenix calls them corpse shepherds. Whoa, that terrifying? Even meshs are useless? Kiki exclaimed. Little girl, if meshs worked, do you think we'd still be running? A burly, bearded man chuckled bitterly. The Phoenix doesn't even know what's truly out there in the polar night. Reports of sightings and attacks flood the frequencies daily. Ever seen a jellyfish? What's so scary about a jellyfish? Kiki frowned. I mean one the size of a mountain, the man said gravely, pointing upward. And it's in the sky. Survivors near Pinga Lake have reportedly seen it, Shuken added, her face pale. It's horrifying. Lin Xian's expression darkened. A mountain-sized jellyfish. Is that what you call a major eerie entity? Yes, Zhang Yun confirmed grimly. The darkness hides all manner of horrors. Bugs and monsters are one thing, the real threat is the indescribable ones. Indescribable? The group's attention turned to Lin Xian, their gazes heavy with unease. Zhang Yun responded in a low voice, like ghosts. A sudden chill swept through the area. The bonfire flickered, its flames shrinking, and the darkness pressed in around them, smothering the air with an oppressive silence. Chapter 54, somewhat skilled in mechanics. Crackle. The spacious abandoned factory felt desolate. Around a pile of dry wood burning in the campfire, over a dozen people gathered, the atmosphere cold and somber. The shrinking flames devoured the dry wood, crackling as they finally grew stronger again, spreading warmth through the chilly air. Phew. Someone quietly exhaled a breath of frosty air. Kiki clung to Lin Xian's sleeve, her eyes filled with unease and fear. What do you mean by ghost? How is it different from zombies or those eerie creatures? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. It's just that these events are often accompanied by supernatural phenomena, like the 1542 radio station we just mentioned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Supernatural phenomena, just hearing about them sent shivers down his spine. Sensing the silence, Zhang Yun broke the stillness. Eerie incidents, everyone who's survived the past few months has encountered plenty. Some of this information might be useful, or it might just be hearsay. Right now, survival is what matters most. Let's not waste time. If anyone has something they want or something they're willing to trade, let's go around and introduce it. Once we're done, we'll trade if needed or move on. Agreed, said a bespectacled man in a shirt and bulletproof vest, his face shadowed with gloom. That infinite convoy of yours, you need red bins, right? He carefully took a single red bead from his pouch and placed it in his palm, his expression numb. Trade it for anything, fuel, food, Weapons. We're short on everything. Lin Xian nodded. What's the trade value of this? 100 liters of gasoline or 7 days' supplies for 10 people. For weapons, it depends on quality and demand, Zhang Yan explained, spreading his hands. Most trades are demand-driven. Trading more for less is common. But red beans are currently used as a benchmark by the Federation Phoenix and various scavenger groups, so their value is anchored, and likely to rise. This valuable? Kiki exclaimed. Aren't these just used as antennae? Do they have other uses? You don't know? Someone in the group exclaimed. These things significantly enhance abilities. The Phoenix believes they might promote ability evolution and are key to researching polar night energy. Of course, they're valuable. And you can only find them on those monsters. You know how troublesome those creatures are, right? Said a middle-aged man, his face bloodied and hair disheveled, his voice hoarse. Others nodded in fear. Even the slightest mistake can wipe out a small convoy. I think 100 liters of gasoline is a bargain. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he realized the red bead's true value. The red centipedes and fog spiders were incredibly troublesome. Without heavy firepower, they were almost impossible to deal with and often caused severe losses. If these beads could indeed aid ability evolution, then 100 liters of gasoline seemed like a fair trade. Alright, Lin Xian said. We'll trade for energy, food, or weapons, your choice. Come to my vehicle later to make the exchange. Deal. The bespectacled man nodded and put the bead back into his pouch, his face blank. Judging by his expression, he'd likely just survived a grueling battle, leaving him too drained to haggle with Lin Xian. Let's stick to the usual rules, Zhang Yan said, stepping up. Special requests first, then the basic supplies for exchange. Everyone nodded. Energy, food, and weapons were universal needs. Anything not urgently critical could be negotiated later, starting with the most pressing requirements. Let's go in order, then, Zhang Yan said, turning to a middle-aged man in a padded coat. Brother Zhu, you're first. What do you need? All right, said Zhu Jin, seated on rubble at the outermost edge. He didn't waste words. My convoy needs a water purifier. Reverse osmosis preferred, but activated carbon will do, as long as the filter membrane is fairly new. Anyone got one? He scanned the group. Only Shukin, a woman, raised her hand. We've got a reverse osmosis unit, she said. Zhu Jin's eyes lit up. But Shukin shrugged. It's broken. Doesn't work anymore. Probably something's damaged. Anyone here know how to fix it? Her words left everyone exchanging glances in silence. Broken equipment was worthless, just dead weight on the road. Shuken's convoy had a replacement, but they kept the broken unit, hoping to find someone who could repair it. Trading some supplies to restore it would make it far more valuable, whether for their own use or as a high-value trade item. I know a bit, Lin Xian suddenly spoke from the corner, breaking his silence. Really? You can repair things? Someone asked in surprise. If it's mechanical, I've dabbled in it. Lin Xian's words seemed to ignite a fuse. The oppressive atmosphere from the earlier discussion about eerie phenomena instantly lifted, replaced by a wave of curious and eager gazes. Can you fix vehicles? Are heating systems broken? What about infrared detectors? Could you handle drones? Lin Xian hadn't expected that his casual remark would spark such a flurry of responses, leaving him slightly taken aback. My teammate on the vehicle and I both know a bit about mechanics, he said, maintaining a modest tone. If it's just minor issues, we should be able to handle it. But some repairs might require specific tools. He refrained from overpromising and didn't reveal that his repairs were powered by his mechanical ability. With his ability, as long as the issue was with individual components, he could scan the entire system and use materials from his decomposition space to fix it. However, if core components were missing, and he lacked both the materials and blueprints, there was no way to repair them from thin air. Really? Zhang Yan, standing not far away, looked at him with intrigue. Seems I invited the right person. In an apocalypse, skilled professionals are invaluable. Next to Lin Xian, Kiki rolled her eyes slightly at what she clearly considered an overstatement. She held back a laugh, finding it harder to suppress than firing a knack. Noticing the amused expression on the young woman's face, Lin Xian shot her a quick glance before clearing his throat on purpose. I just know a little, he said humbly. No guarantees I can fix it. Let me take a look first. Lin Xian didn't want to brand himself as a walking toolkit. If I can repair it, then we'll discuss my price. That's no problem, Zhang Yan agreed with a nod. In that case, everyone can approach you privately later with equipment issues. It'll save us all some time. Let's move on to the next requests. Alright, then I'll share mine. Lin Xian scanned the group with a serious expression. I know some of you here might be ability users. I'd like information related to ability evolution. Also. He turned to Zhang Yun. I'm particularly interested in your soul wave detector. Zhang Yun frowned slightly. Sorry, but I've only got one set. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not what I mean. I didn't get access to the information released by the Phoenix. I just want to understand the principles behind its design, or you could let me study it briefly. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in surprise at his words. You're not saying you're planning to build your own, are you? Chapter 55, Evolution Information. Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, not necessarily. I'll have to see it first to know. Zhang Yun scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. That's not a problem. Actually, some standardized versions of this device are available at certain Federation Phoenix rescue points. But because of the polar night issue, these points are constantly relocating. Permanent underground cities might have them as well, but once those areas are under polar night, it's hard to get supplies in, or people out. As for the evolution information you mentioned, Zhang Yun forced a faint smile, glancing around the group. I can only say this, the methods and pathways for ability evolution vary for everyone. You'll have to specify the exact ability. If it's one of the types publicly shared by Phoenix, I can tell you directly. If not, I can't guarantee anyone here knows. And even if someone does. What, that kind of secret is up for trade too? Kiki interjected. Zhang Yun nodded meaningfully. Yes, but not always. There are too many ability types now. Even with something seemingly simple and common, like limb mimicry or aberrant growth, the evolution process isn't as easy as just consuming blood. Some succeed, others fail. This might relate to the individual's ability progression, mental state, or the type of resources consumed. There's a lot we don't know. So, even if someone generously shares their evolution method, it might not work for you. Everything varies by person. And another thing, Zhang Yun added with a pointed look, even if someone tells you, how do you know if it's true? Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. It seemed ability evolution was far more complex than he had imagined. Even for those with the same ability, the evolution pathway could differ. Someone might succeed purely by chance but be unable to pinpoint what made it work. Unless a large organization conducted comprehensive data collection, tests, and experiments, information gathered by hearsay might be unreliable, making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. His mechanical heart ability had a clear path for upgrades, but its combat potential was relatively weak at the moment. His goal was self-armoring. If the opportunity arose, he could envision becoming something like Iron Man. After all, Longo's Starfleet already had full-body exoskeleton technology. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had no access to such technology, only hearing about it from old media reports and Kiki's casual mentions. Let alone advanced eye systems, though if he could ever develop a combat eye. He stopped his wandering thoughts. I have a teammate who seems to have a physical enhancement ability, extraordinary strength. If anyone has relevant information, I'm willing to trade for it. Lin Xian decided to test the waters with Big Tower's ability. As for the information's truth, he could only rely on his judgment. If it helped Big Tower or Kiki evolve their abilities, it would significantly improve their small team's survival odds. He avoided mentioning Kiki's telekinetic ability, fearing it would draw too much attention. Although everyone appeared friendly on the surface, it was wise to keep some cards close to the chest. Physical enhancement ability? I've heard of it, said Shukin, the woman from earlier. But I don't know if it's true or useful. Supposedly, such an ability requires absorbing extremely dense blood energy and being in a near-death state to evolve. She shrugged after speaking. I'm just sharing what I've heard. It's up to you to judge its value. I'm not looking to trade for this. Her cautious tone reflected the life and death stakes involved in such matters. Both Lin Xian and Kiki frowned. Near-death state? That's still useful to know, said a man in his 50s with a somber expression. Whether it's from Phoenix's announcements or rumors among wanderers, almost all abilities involve three things for evolution: a specific resource, a change in physical or mental state, and a particular set of conditions. Exactly, Zhang Yun confirmed. From what I've seen, no ability evolves easily. I understand, Lin Xian said, nodding and offering a grateful look to the group. He thought back to Tang Hai's case that night. It had sounded straightforward, but if evolving required letting zombies bite you to death while early-stage abilities barely manifested, who would willingly bleed themselves for such a gamble? Alright, let's move on, Zhang Yun said, noticing Lin Xian deep in thought. He gestured for the next person to share their needs. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Kiki huddled in a corner, whispering. Red beans, the soul wave detector, we should be able to secure those. But ability evolution doesn't seem so simple. I think you're overthinking it, Kiki said with a sly grin. As long as information flow continues, secrets like this will eventually surface. Didn't I say the Angel Project is actively researching this? Give me another shot to hack into, hee. Lin Xian smirked at her mischievous look. How would you hack in, through a radio broadcast? Hey. Kiki's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, the Dawn Project was once a Federation asset. It must have orbital satellite links, probably tons of useful data. And isn't underground city number 9 near Mount Daluo? Should we plan something? Plan something. The phrase struck Lin Xian as odd, but her idea intrigued him. Kiki still held a level 2 investor status from the Dawn Project, a title more valuable than first-class citizenship. Plus, their route through the mountainous region of Mount Daluo's northern foothills brought them close enough to consider the opportunity. An official underground city. Setting aside other treasures, its advanced electronics and communication systems alone were invaluable. Interested? Kiki asked, her eager expression barely restrained. I'm worth more than a first-class citizen, you know I'm considering it, Lin Xian said, taking a deep breath. But there's one problem. What's that? Did you forget what they said earlier? The Mount Daluo area might have an eerie zone, a major entity, polar night tides, and corpse shepherds. Do we have time for that? At that, Kiki's excitement froze. Her face fell as she nervously shrank back. Well, about that. But I'm curious about something. Since the day of Apocalypse, there's never been any official announcement about the Dawn Project. No one here seems to know that such a massive underground city project exists nearby. Don't you find that odd? Kiki pouted at his question and replied, it's simple. With limited resources and tight deadlines, this project never took ordinary people's lives into consideration from the start. Everyone selected for a spot in the underground city received targeted invitations, and they had to pay a price to secure them. How could such a project ever be publicly announced? Lin Xian gave a wry smile at her explanation. So that's how it is. The so-called Dawn Project was actually a refuge for the elites. No wonder every aspect of construction was carried out in secrecy. When the Polar Night first began to form, information about the Dawn Project mostly came from speculative leaks. The world's falling apart, and they're still keeping secrets this efficiently. That's some serious competence. Lin Xian muttered sarcastically. That's why the Federation government collapsed after the Polar Night, Kiki added with a shrug. But since my dad brought me there, it means underground city number 9 was already operational and ready for people to move in. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. So, by now, underground city number 9 isn't really an official project anymore. It's more like a remnant of the old government. And it's not open to civilians. Apart from you, none of us would be able to get in. Who cares? Everyone inside could already be dead. Even if there are survivors, we're not going there to become underground citizens, are we? Kiki said mischievously, her hands on her hips. Those people don't see commoners as humans, so why should we play nice with them? Lin Xian raised a brow, smirking faintly as he looked at her. So, what you're saying is that our little group is going to raid a massive underground city? Hee, why not? Kiki grinned, arching a brow at him with a knowing smile. There's bound to be advanced tech and gear inside. A giant underground city would need heavy meshes for defense, nuclear power for energy, and maybe even a stellar propulsion system. Didn't you say you wanted to send your train into the stratosphere? This is the perfect opportunity. Lin Xian stared at her eager expression, momentarily stunned. He couldn't deny it, what she said did tempt him. For someone with mechanical heart, this could indeed be an excellent chance to upgrade the train before attempting to reach planetary orbit. Alright, Lin Xian said after a deep breath. We'll discuss the details when we're back. Let's focus on wrapping things up here first. Yay! Kiki cheered excitedly. By the campfire, the leaders of over a dozen convoys were still discussing their resource needs and issues. To facilitate trade, everyone offered items that others required. 2 of the convoys even decided to merge temporarily and flee eastward together. Chapter 56, Repairs. 3 Xingyo 26 semi-automatic tactical rifles with 120 rounds of ammunition could be exchanged for food to sustain a 10-person convoy for 5 days or 80 liters of gasoline. Yet those same weapons were only worth 2 boxes of antibiotics in trade. As the apocalypse dragged on, items like water filtration systems, heating equipment, and communication devices became increasingly valuable. In particular, red beans, what the Phoenix called Dairy Blood Essence, had become a new hard currency. With the continued encroachment of the polar night and deeper research into its properties, the value of these red beans kept rising. They could facilitate communication in the dark tides, peer into the shadowed world, enhance abilities, and measure soul wave value, which determined the danger level of an area. It was no wonder they were so highly prized. At the moment, Lin Xian was particularly eager to get his hands on a soul wave detector. Adding such a device to the train would allow them to assess the risk of a given area during stops, greatly improving their safety during rest periods. It would also free up more of his time for exploring his mechanical heart ability. Before long, most convoys had settled their trades. Without lingering, people began their exchanges. "Excuse me, my friend," a middle-aged man named Zujin approached Lin Xian with an urgent expression, accompanied by the short-haired and capable-looking Shukin. "If it's convenient, could you take a look at her water filtration system?" Shukin nodded. "If you can fix it, I'm willing to offer compensation." "Let's take a look first," Lin Xian replied, turning to Kiki. "Kiki, have Big Tower bring the agreed items to trade with that bespectacled guy for his red bin." "Got it." Kiki grinned as she left to handle the exchange. The moment Lin Xian stepped out of the abandoned factory, he was greeted by heavier wind and snow. The crunch of their boots on the snow broke the night's eerie silence. Outside, survivors from various convoys wore thick layers to fend off the cold, though a few, clad in tattered clothing, shivered miserably in the snowy night. As Lin Xian followed behind, he surveyed the convoy survivors. Their vehicles were caked in mud, with streaks of dried blood darkened under the night sky. Vehicles carrying supplies, water, and children were clustered in the center, while guards, some sharp-eyed and others hollow-faced, stood vigil on the perimeter. Shuken's convoy was small, with only 8 vehicles. One of them, a pickup truck, towed a water tank. Its roof featured a makeshift rain collector made from sheet metal. Rainwater can't be consumed directly, not even after boiling. It needs to be filtered first. Otherwise, water heaters break down quickly, and energy usage skyrockets, Shuken explained, her tone heavy as she tapped the tank. Drinking too much rainwater doesn't just cause fevers and diarrhea from bacterial infections, it can induce terrifying hallucinations and severe mental strain. "That's right," Zujin added with a sigh. "We've been searching for water for 2 days. We used to distill rainwater after filtering it through makeshift nets, but it's too fuel-intensive." Lin Xian frowned silently. On the Infinite Train, they had been relying on bottled water scavenged from earlier supply runs. Not once had he considered these issues since he hadn't received Phoenix's broadcasts. Now that he thought about it, he felt a pang of concern. The train's primary advantages, cargo capacity and robust defenses, meant he could store large amounts of resources. But bottled water wouldn't last forever. Without proper water filtration systems on board, he only had a boiler and a steam generator. The ice shield, while useful, wasn't a solution he had fully thought through. He'd assumed the ice it produced was clean, but was it truly safe? The shield might condense surrounding moisture, which could carry contaminants. Luckily, he'd only licked it once experimentally. Medical supplies like iodine and antiseptics, already scarce, wouldn't be enough to manage widespread illness. And with heating systems draining power daily, his mechanical heart ability was already taking a toll on his stamina. "Damn it," Lin Xian muttered under his breath. "Once this is over, I'm swallowing those useless carriages and that spare engine. I'll keep Ki-On-Yu's armored car and my motorcycle as backups. Reducing the load might help boost my abilities level faster. I'll take a look first." Lin Xian climbed onto the pickup truck, flashlight in hand, and began inspecting the water filtration system. In truth, he had already activated mechanical scan, quietly mapping the device's blueprint and identifying the problem areas. Scan complete. Acquired blueprint for Blue Sky KK93 reverse osmosis water purifier. Moments later, a holographic blueprint of the small water purifier materialized on his interface. "So simple," he murmured. "But it needs PVC filter membrane material." Lin Xian frowned. Most of the items he had decomposed were metallic. Ever since gaining his decomposition ability, he hadn't scavenged much civilian machinery or appliances. "Looks like I'll need to search for more equipment to scavenge. Even if it doesn't yield much energy, it'll provide the materials I need." "How is it, Captain Lin? Can you fix it?" Zujin asked anxiously, seeming more desperate than Shukin. He looked like he hadn't had a proper drink in days. Earlier, he had traded weapons and supplies for some clean water to deal with the immediate crisis. "Seems to be an electrical issue. Can you get me a screwdriver and pliers?" Lin Xian's calm and confident tone lit up Zujin's and Shukin's eyes. For Shukin, repairing the purifier meant she could trade it for valuable resources. For Zujin, it was a lifeline to survive the water crisis. "Right away," Shukin called, instructing her team to fetch a toolbox. "Captain Lin, if you can fix this, just tell us what you need. Just give me 20 cans of food," Lin Xian said simply. When he'd arrived, he had scanned Shukin's convoy and noted their limited resources. The dozen or so people in her group looked haggard, clearly not well off. From the beginning, Shukin had shown goodwill toward him, openly sharing what she knew about abilities without expecting anything in return. Lin Xian had developed some respect for the female leader. Besides, Now that he had obtained the purifier's blueprint, he didn't feel the need to exploit the situation. If repaired, this water filtration system could fetch Shuken goods worth at least 2 red beans from Zujin, far more valuable than the 20 cans he was requesting. His price was exceptionally fair. Really? Shuken's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I'll get them for you right away. Lin Xian had an additional reason for asking for canned food. During the campfire trade earlier, he had deliberately avoided listing food or water among his needs. Operating a train, this omission might lead others to assume that the infinite convoy had an abundance of both, which could invite trouble. By requesting canned food as payment, he subtly dispelled that notion while keeping people guessing. Next to them, Zujin also looked eager. From Lin Xian's expression, the problem didn't seem too complicated, which reassured him that the purifier was likely repairable. Without another word, Lin Xian got to work. Using the screwdriver, he removed the purifier's casing and furrowed his brows in mock contemplation. In reality, the repair was already done. While running his mechanical heart, he had quietly fixed the issues. Although the problems weren't severe, an ordinary person would have found the repairs tedious and challenging. Thanks to the abilities of his mechanical heart, he had easily patched up the circuit board and motor with materials from his decomposition space and resolved the clogging issue simultaneously. That should do it. After a few minutes of tinkering, Lin Xian reassembled the unit, wiped a bit of sweat from his brow for effect, and turned to Shuken. Try turning it on. All right. Shuken eagerly knocked on the pickup truck door, signaling the driver to start the engine and switch on the purifier. The purifier hummed to life, its system functioning properly. Moments later, a stream of freshly filtered water began to flow steadily from the outlet. It's working. Shuken exclaimed, her voice brimming with relief and excitement. Chapter 57, Zhongyun, it's really fixed. Zujin exclaimed, hastily filling a cup with the precious clean water. He sniffed it carefully, his eyes lighting up. Clean and clear, no strange odors. It's definitely usable. Of course, Shuken said excitedly. We've always relied on this purifier. If you boil the water after filtering, it's perfectly safe to drink. Great, great. Zujin nodded, immediately picking up his walkie-talkie to summon his convoy for the trade. Thank you so much, Shuken said gratefully, handing Lin Xian a large box of canned food. You've been a huge help. Lin Xian accepted the box and replied, it was nothing. I heard you're heading to Yubai City too? That's right, Shuken confirmed. Yubai City is one of the gateway cities for the planetary orbital rail. Word is that the Danzō mountain tunnel is blocked, so many people are trying to pass through there and head towards Xingcheng. Xingcheng? Lin Xian fell into a moment of silence. It seemed most people were choosing to flee to one of Longo's major cities. Even if those cities were overrun, they still had more resources and infrastructure than smaller towns. As more people approached Lin Xian for help with repairs, inspired by his success with Shuken's purifier, he handled a few more requests selectively. He repaired an infrared detector for a large convoy, integrating its blueprint into his knowledge, and traded the work for a box of antibiotics. The earlier conversation with Shuken and Zujin had reminded him of the critical importance of medicine during their journey. However, Lin Xian declined other requests, such as repairing a vehicle with a broken steering rod and a blown engine or fixing a low-grade drone. For the car, repairing it on the spot without welding equipment would have been impossible to explain. As for the drone, it was an ordinary model and not worth the effort compared to Qian Yu's armored car-mounted drone. He intentionally downplayed his mechanical skills. Fixing the purifier was enough to establish goodwill in the camp, but he didn't want to overextend himself. If he appeared too skilled, repairing purifiers, steering systems, and drones all in one night, people might expect him to fix a rocket engine next. Captain Lin, a voice called out as the crowd dispersed and survivors prepared to leave for the night. Lin Xian and Kiki, about to return to their train, turned to see Zhongyun approaching with a smile. One of his men followed behind, carrying 2 peculiar devices. Brother Yun, the man addressed him, handing the devices to Lin Xian. One was a modified radio. The other resembled a clock but was, in fact, the soul wave detector Lin Xian had been eager to see. This is the detector, along with its blueprints, Zhongyun said casually. Lin Xian examined the device, a palm-sized hemispherical contraption made of copper sheeting, with fine iron wiring wrapped around it. A filter module hung below, and it required a portable power source to operate. This thing is handmade? Looks complicated, Lin Xian muttered. There's a blueprint for it, Kiki said, stepping forward to photograph the schematic. Lin Xian didn't stop her. While she captured the blueprint, he quietly activated his mechanical heart, instantly scanning the detector. Blueprint acquired, unidentified signal detector, model N01. The design was relatively simple, though the filter posed a challenge. If he could scavenge household appliances to collect the necessary materials, building it wouldn't be too difficult. However, the device required red bins for operation. Zhang Yun explained that the detector consumed the energy contained within the red bins, which were expendable resources with a finite lifespan. As Kiki photographed the blueprint, Zhang Yun's eyes flickered with curiosity. Seeing how Lin Xian's team could power and operate a massive train, he seemed to piece together a few suspicions but chose not to voice them. Instead, Zhang Yun commented, when cities had functioning industrial systems, devices like this were cheap. But now, with survivors struggling to secure even clean water, creating something like this is a rare feat. Lin Xian nodded, returning the detector to Zhang Yun. Thank you. I'll study it further. Good luck, Zhang Yun replied. Lin Xian regarded him for a moment before asking directly, Captain Zhang, you organized tonight's campfire gathering. Yet, I didn't notice you expressing any urgent needs. Why did you personally invite me? Are you also wondering why I made a point to invite you specifically? Zhang Yun said with a knowing smile, seeing through Lin Xian's unspoken question. Lin Xian raised a brow but didn't reply. A cold gust of wind swept through the camp. Standing before Lin Xian, Zhang Yun extended his hand. The frigid air seemed to coalesce, forming a powerful vortex in his palm. A moment later, he clapped his hands, and the vortex dissipated into nothingness. Whoa! Kiki exclaimed. You can control wind? This ability has its perks, Zhang Yun said with a faint smile. I can move quickly and reach places others can't. But I also understand your perspective, Captain Lin. Leading a convoy of lives through perilous conditions makes you cautious and vigilant. That's a good thing. Survival in the apocalypse is no easy feat. You asked about my purpose in organizing the campfire. The reason is simple, Zhang Yun continued. From a rational standpoint, I've always admired trains. If my ability weren't Windwalker, I'd want to build a mobile fortress like yours. Regardless of your abilities, it takes courage and strength to drive through the darkness. I respect that. And on a personal level, Zhang Yun said with disarming honesty, in a world where life and death are uncertain, it's better to gain friends than enemies. Lin Xian looked surprised. All this? Just to meet other survivors? Exactly. Living on the edge of life and death every day, useful information and assistance can often mean the difference between survival and death, Zhang Yun said candidly. That's perhaps what sets us humans apart from those eerie things. He turned and pulled over one of his younger men, ruffling his hair. These people who've been following me didn't always survive by luck alone. Along the way, we received plenty of help too. Yeah, helping each other through tough times is the way to go. The young man, barely 17 or 18, said brightly, his eyes full of optimism. Lin Xian's expression softened. Zhang Yun's words struck a chord. Thank you. If I come across another campfire you organize, I'll definitely join. Zhang Yun smiled, spreading his hands. See? That means I've achieved my goal. With that, he swept his gaze over the area, raised a hand in farewell, and walked away. Good luck. The night's interactions had been highly productive for Lin Xian's group. They obtained the blueprint for the soul wave detector, secured a red bin, and gathered a wealth of valuable information. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Yun's young cyclist suddenly rode up to Lin Xian's vehicle. Hey, Brother Yun asked me to remind you, when using the dark radio, don't tune it to 1542. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. That's the eerie station you mentioned? Exactly. Be careful. With that, the young man pedaled off into the night. 1542. Kiki, seated in the back, looked puzzled. It's just a radio station. Could monsters really show up? Better safe than sorry, Lin Xian said, gesturing to Big Tower to start the vehicle. There's no need to get curious about these things. Curious? I'm not curious, I'm terrified of ghosts. Kiki shuddered, hugging herself. Now I'm too scared to even use the radio after hearing that. Let's head back. Lin Xian thought for a moment. First, they needed to resume their journey. He intended to spend the night scavenging materials and consuming the train's unnecessary components. Then, he'd work on building the soul wave detector. With only one red bin on hand, his priority was to get the radio connected. Missing out on vital information could cost them dearly. Engines roared to life as over 100 vehicles in the makeshift camp began moving, their headlights piercing the darkness. Some convoys split at various intersections, while others grouped together for safety, disappearing swiftly into the night. The noise stirred zombies in the nearby forest. Their howls echoed through the darkness, adding an ominous backdrop to the exodus. Zhang Yun's vehicle, a heavily modified off-road truck with oversized tires, carried his motorcycle strapped to the rear. In the driver's seat, Zhang Yun watched the taillights of Lin Xian's departing jeep. Looks like they're also aiming to enter the planetary orbital rail through Yubai City and cross the high-altitude corridor of Wanyuan Gorge, he mused. Ren Huayan, dressed in a leather jacket and seated in the passenger seat, commented, the climbing corridor has been out of power for ages. Without a tow, survivors' vehicles can't ascend it, let alone a train as heavy as his. Zhang Yun chuckled lightly. True. Pinga Lake has major eerie entities roaming, and the Danzō mountain tunnel is completely blocked. To cross Wanyuan Gorge, you'd have to detour over 1,000 kilometers through the Danzō mountain range. With the polar night pressing in and corpse shepherds cutting off the rear, I'd bet Yubai City will have a crowd of people trying for the high orbital corridor of Ringstar 1. But I'm certain that Captain Lin has a way to make it up there. You're that confident? Ren Huayan asked skeptically. Slipping on his sunglasses, Zhang Yun smirked with unwavering confidence. Driving 3 locomotives into the night with just 5 people, absolute badasses. Yeah, I have high hopes for that guy. With that, he floored the gas pedal, the engine roaring as his vehicle sped off into the night. Chapter 58, Preparations. Back at the platform, Lin Xian and the group loaded the jeep onto the train and returned to their carriage. With a deep, rumbling roar of the engine and the clatter of wheels, the train began departing from Kuguan Station. I thought you'd stay there for a while longer, Chen Sixuan remarked as she watched Lin Xian's decisive departure. There's no time to stop. Lin Xian exhaled, staring at the dense blackness outside the window. He needed to make good use of the time to devour the captured vehicles and the massive locomotive. Glancing at the firearms on the ground, Lin Xian's gaze shifted curiously toward Chen Sixuan. Are you learning how to use guns from Shasha? Chen Sixuan froze for a moment, then nodded nervously. Most of the time, I'm not much help. Seeing how even Shasha, at her age, knows how to handle firearms, I thought I should learn too. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, learning more self-defense skills was always beneficial. Now that they had acquired a good stockpile of weapons, Chen Sixuan didn't want to be a burden, so she had started learning about firearms from Shasha. Although Ulwo Shasha wasn't exactly an expert, the young girl was clever and precocious, far more mature than her peers. She initially learned from Luo Yi and had since grown increasingly proficient. While she wasn't fond of handguns or rifles, she often wielded a grenade launcher. However, her VOG 25 40mm grenades were down to just a few rounds. Lin Xian had scanned the blueprint for it but lacked materials for the ammunition, especially high-energy explosives like nitrogen anion salts, which were hard to procure in the short term. Bad guy, hurry up and fix that radio. Kiki urged. Lin Xian nodded and retrieved his radio, opening his mechanical manufacturing interface to follow Zhang Yun's instructions to construct a simple framework device. Soon, Lin Xian had completed a blueprint and coated the exterior with a layer of hard plastic. With a flash of white light in his hand, copper sheets and black plastic emerged from his decomposition space and swiftly formed the radio's external frame. Then, he pulled out a peculiar dark red blood crystal. The group watched in amazement, their eyes fixed on the crimson bead. Is this what's left behind by the night creatures? Ulwo Shasha asked, her face full of fear. Kiki picked it up for a closer look. It's cool to the touch, and it feels like some kind of energy is flowing inside. Be careful, Lin Xian warned. Since this isn't something from humans, we must stay vigilant. The Phoenix Federation promotes its benefits, but who knows if there are side effects. Hearing this, Kiki stuck out her tongue and quickly placed the crystal back in Lin Xian's palm. Good point. You'd better focus on fixing the radio. Taking it back, Lin Xian inserted the eerie blood crystal into the pre-designed slot. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he powered on the radio. A strange energy pulse seemed to ripple through the air, sending chills down their spines. ZZZ. ZZZ. Federal Radio Region Bulletin. Intense soul wave fluctuations have been detected near the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. Survivors traveling along routes G1523 and X556 toward Yubai and Maple City are advised to reroute. This alert is provided by the Phoenix Federation Rescue Organization. Wow, it really works. Kiki exclaimed. ZZZ. ZZZ. City warning, Ringstar Port 1 in Yubai City has ceased operations, and large numbers of survivor convoys are blocked there. Survivors are advised not to gather in the city, as significant zombie hordes and eerie entities are present. It is extremely dangerous. Detours are recommended. Chen Sixuan, visibly surprised, covered her mouth. Lin Xian, the JY3365 rail segment of the Jianghe line passes through the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. There are several tunnels there. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Lin, if the Ringstar Port 1's ascending channels are out of service, doesn't that mean our train won't be able to use magnetic traction to reach the high-altitude tracks? Shasha asked anxiously. Ring Star Orbit was a planetary-scale engineering marvel constructed by the federal government on Blue Planet. It wasn't just a railway system but a colossal project encompassing sea, land, and high-altitude passages. Routes like the high-altitude corridor featured not only multiple tracks but also vehicle elevators to traverse short distances, such as Wanyuan Gorge and the Danzō mountain range. Don't worry. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Chen Sixuan. I've already considered this. What's more concerning is the potential risks at the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. Shasha turned her curious gaze to Chen Sixuan, noticing her tense expression as she nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Sixuan knew exactly what Lin Xian was referring to, as the Hueco 3E heavy gas turbine locomotive had been initially designed for the Ring Star Orbit. Activating his mechanical heart, Lin Xian started the Hueco 3E. The locomotive's front-end turbine gradually spun up for a systems check. Once considered an audacious design for high-speed routes and challenging ocean conditions, this type of gas turbine was eventually phased out with the maturation of electromagnetic traction systems. As the beast-like sound roared beneath their feet, Shasha and Luo Yi exchanged looks of surprise, clearly intrigued by Lin Xian's plan. Bad guy, listen to this. Kiki interrupted the chatter, tuning to the AM07 frequency Zhang Yun had mentioned, the primary channel used by the Wanderer Alliance. A man's urgent voice came through the radio. This is the Iron Fortress convoy, warning those in Kuguan, UK, Pinga Lake, and the Eastern Mountains. We've spotted the Black Raven Quartet in Hanxi village. They've slaughtered all survivors here. Any nearby convoys must be cautious. Confirming again, 4 modified off-road vehicles with green and black graffiti, spiked wheels. These 4 are violent marauders, and 3 of them are ability users. Proceed with extreme caution. 4 people, 4 cars, and 3 ability users. Shasha exclaimed, her face shocked. What a bunch of scumbags. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he looked at Kiki. Heading to the underground city number 9 you mentioned won't be easy, it seems. Kiki seemed to anticipate Lin Xian's reaction as she quickly brought up a map on her phone, scrolling through it before handing it to him. Look, this section shows a detour from Yukai along a branch line. It goes around the southern slope of Mount Daluo via Pinga Lake, but the map cuts off here with no further markers. Between Yukai Station and Yubai, there's also a large freight terminal. A branch line extends southeast from there. Can you guess why? Lin Xian frowned and cast an inquiring look at Chen Sixuan, seeking her insight. This isn't unusual, Chen Sixuan replied thoughtfully. Unmarked areas are typically military sites, like Beiwang's strategic zone, or private rail lines belonging to corporations or mines. But Mount Daluo doesn't seem to have any significant mineral resources, so maybe it's... No need to guess, Kiki interjected confidently. The number 9 underground city must be near Mount Daluo. The former federal government could have hollowed out the mountain for its construction. For such a massive project, rail transport would have been essential. If this is a newer line and isn't marked, or was deliberately hidden by the federal government, it makes perfect sense. Plus. She turned to Lin Xian. Taking the southern slope of Mount Daluo would bypass the dangerous region mentioned in the federal radio report. As for whether it leads to the number 9 underground city, with a project of that scale, even a brief investigation would confirm it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, immediately grasping Kiki's intent. Worst case scenario, if the line turned out to be a dead end, they could always turn back. The detour covered only a couple hundred kilometers. If Kiki's hunch was right, they could both investigate the number 9 underground city and avoid the eerie region mentioned by the federal radio. It was an excellent plan. Lin Xian knew that once they entered the Ring Star orbit, they would encounter various rail zones, high-altitude corridors, deserts, primal jungles, no man's lands, deep oceans, and abyss regions. Simple steel tracks wouldn't suffice for all these conditions, so upgrading the train's propulsion and driving systems would be essential. To achieve this, the mechanical heart was crucial, but mechanical scanning and manufacturing was the key. Without access to advanced technological systems to scan and blueprint, Lin Xian's capabilities would be limited to making basic firearms and household gadgets, not particularly useful. As Kiki mentioned, systems like energy sources, high-energy weaponry, autonomous armor, and propulsion mechanisms were all things Lin Xian had never seen but was desperate to scan. The federal government's number 9 underground city presented a prime opportunity to uncover such technologies, and Lin Xian was determined to investigate. I agree, Chen Sixuan said. But the unknown rail conditions along that section might be complicated. It's best to travel during daylight. Lin Xian nodded and gradually brought the infinite train to a halt on an open plain. It's settled then. Tonight, we'll rest first. Chen, as per our usual arrangement, you'll take the first half of the night shift. Given that the Yukai detour involved an uncharted route, Traveling during the day to observe road conditions was the safest option. Meanwhile, Lin Xian planned to devour the last freight electric locomotive in their possession, a task that would consume a lot of time and energy. The Huangxing 7F electric locomotive didn't have much reserve power, so instead of pushing forward in the dark, Lin Xian decided to eliminate this burden first, recover his strength, and start fresh at dawn on the unexplored southern slope of Mount Daluo. After organizing everything, the group divided tasks. Those needing rest went to sleep, while Chen Sixuan and Shasha sorted the canned goods they had retrieved and placed them in order. Soon after, the train's lights were turned off. Lin Xian, however, went to the rear of the train, opening the hydraulic lift gate of Car 5. He approached the massive freight electric locomotive at the back, ready to devour the 100-ton behemoth. Chapter 59, Midnight. Kiki had just sketched the prototype for the water oxygen circulation system based on Lin Xian's plan. With concerns about rainwater contamination and health, Lin Xian was preparing to clear out Car 3. He intended to connect it to the locomotive's water tank, install a purification system, and set up protective planting cabinets. Clean water, fresh air, and the ability to grow plants and vegetables were concepts Lin Xian had prioritized even before. But after Zhu Jin mentioned the contamination in nighttime rain, Lin Xian felt an even greater urgency to create such a carriage. With ice and snow descending, bacteria-laden black rain, and the looming extinction of global flora and fauna, this step was now critical. In Car 2, the faint glow of the computers in the information center illuminated the cabin. The systems were connected to the train's radar, electro-optical targeting, and tracking systems, enabling limited monitoring ahead of the train. Outside, the night was dark and cold, with a biting wind cutting through the silence. The train's heating system hadn't been fully repaired, leaving a chill lingering in the carriages. Kiki and Shasha were already asleep, Chen Sixuan was keeping watch in the driver's cabin, and Luo Yi stood on standby at the rear of Car 5. Shasha. Shasha. A soft voice broke through the silence, gently calling Luo Shasha's name. Half asleep, Luo Shasha instinctively opened her eyes, groggily searching for the source of the sound. The train was dark, the lights off. Reaching out, she lifted the blackout curtain slightly, allowing faint starlight filtered through the armored grating to faintly outline the objects inside the carriage. Was it her imagination? Luo Shasha thought she heard a man's voice calling her name. She looked around for Lin Xian but saw no one. She began to lower her hand from the curtain when she suddenly noticed a shadow outside the window. It was a figure standing still. Its upper body was shrouded in darkness, and its face was obscured. Startled, Shasha's fingers trembled. She could feel the shadow staring directly at her. "Brother Lin?" she asked cautiously, clutching her blanket tightly with her other hand, a sense of unease creeping over her. If it were Lin Xian, why would he call her from outside? The surroundings were deathly silent, her voice echoing sharply in the quiet carriage. She reached out to tap on the edge of the bed, hoping to alert Kiki below her. "Can you open the door for me?" The shadow spoke softly. "It's so cold outside." Scratch. Scratch. The sound of nails dragging slowly across metal broke the silence. Then, the noise stopped. The shadow outside vanished. Luo Shasha's heart raced as she sensed something was amiss. She leaned forward to investigate further when suddenly, a pale, grotesque face with a gaping maw slammed against the window. Bang! The train shook violently, and Shasha jumped in fright. "Ah-h-h-h." Her scream jolted Kiki awake. The girl turned over in alarm, asking, "What's wrong?" "There's something outside." Shasha gasped, trying to steady her breath. Though she had faced many horrors recently, the suddenness of this encounter had rattled her. The blackout curtain in Car 2 was yanked open by Kiki, and the carriage lights were switched on. Both girls peered out the window. Outside, the world was pitch black, with no sign of anything or anyone. What happened? Chen Sixuan came rushing over from the driver's cabin. "There was something outside. I saw it." Shasha's voice trembled as she spoke, her face pale. Luo Yi approached, rifle in hand, as the group inspected the area, but they found nothing. "Where's Lin Xian?" Kiki asked. "He's still outside," Chen Sixuan said, her face showing concern as she grabbed a walkie-talkie to check on him. But then, Kiki's expression shifted. "Wait. Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" Everyone fell silent, straining to listen. The night was eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of the cold wind brushing against the treetops. Then the sound grew louder, a rustling, like leaves in a storm, escalating into an overwhelming cacophony. Whoosh! 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 It seemed to come from every direction at once, like the earth itself was trembling. Shasha pressed her face nervously against the glass. The carriage lights barely illuminated 10 meters ahead, the rest swallowed by the inky darkness. She stared out, listening, her expression growing graver by the second. Suddenly, in the distance, she saw countless dark silhouettes. They moved in waves across the plain, a tide of black heads surging forward. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she shouted, "It's a zombie horde!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Before her words had fully settled, a deafening wave of screeches, growls, and howls erupted from all directions. The sea of shadows overwhelmed the landscape, blocking out everything in sight. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan shuddered as the zombie horde surged toward the train, her trembling hands gripping the walkie-talkie. She called out to Lin Xian outside, her voice urgent. "Start the train." Kiki instinctively shouted. Before Chen Sixuan could act, the infinite train's engines roared to life, rumbling with power. Recognizing Lin Xian's signal, Chen Sixuan calmed herself and dashed back toward the driver's cabin. "Let's go to the rear. He's still out there," Kiki shouted as a sudden thought struck her. Grabbing a Wo Yi, they sprinted toward Car 5. Bang bang bang. In mere moments, the horde of zombies slammed against the stationary train. Their relentless pounding, clawing, and howling shook the steel carriages like a drum echoing through the night. The noise was deafening, as though a landslide were battering the train. KSSSSHH. The hydraulic lift gate opened as Kiki and Wo Yi, guns in hand, stood ready. "Bad guy. Are you out there?" Kiki yelled. Bang bang bang. The sharp bursts of wind cannons tore through the zombies' skulls, echoing like thunder against the train's hull. "Don't let those beasts inside," Lin Xian's voice shouted from outside. Lin Xian leapt nimbly from car to car, dodging the zombies that surged like tidal waves. His exhausted body was drenched in cold sweat, his strength nearly drained from devouring the freight electric locomotive earlier. Now, as Chen Sixuan powered up the train, Lin Xian felt a brief moment of relief, but there was no time to rest. He dashed forward at full speed, knowing he couldn't afford to stop. The scene around him was worse than the horrors at the mist outpost. The sheer size of the zombie horde was staggering, and Lin Xian could only wonder what had triggered such a massive surge. With gritted teeth, he managed to lower the train's tailgate halfway, leaving just enough room to climb inside. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire filled the air as Kiki and Wo Yi, stationed inside, fired at the zombies attempting to climb aboard. Seizing his chance, Lin Xian unleashed 2 bursts from his wind cannon, blasting several zombies away. With a leap, he dove through the narrow gap in the lift gate. Arg! The tailgate began to close, but 2 zombies wedged themselves in the gap, snarling and clawing to get inside. Wo Yi dropped his gun and roared, grabbing a crowbar. With a mighty swing, he crushed the heads of both zombies. A swift kick sent their limp bodies tumbling out, and the tailgate slammed shut. Wo Yi, stay here with Shasha. Kiki, come with me to the front. Lin Xian barked, not wasting a second. The moment his feet hit the floor, Lin Xian sprinted toward the locomotive, activating his mechanical heart to push the gas turbine to its limits. Boom. Boom. At the front of the train, the zombies had completely engulfed the locomotive. Though the horde was insignificant in strength compared to the train's mass, their sheer numbers formed a relentless barrier that slowed its acceleration. The grinding sound of the train crushing bone and bodies under its wheels was horrifying, a piercing noise that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Keep accelerating," Lin Xian shouted. Chen Sixuan bit her lip and shoved the throttle forward with all her strength. "Kiki, clear the front." With a nod, Kiki clenched her teeth and stepped into the driver's cabin. She extended her hand toward the front of the train. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, blasting hundreds of zombies away from the locomotive. But the respite was brief. Like ants, the horde swarmed back within seconds, surging toward the train with renewed ferocity. "The speed is picking up," Chen Sixuan called out, her voice firm. Lin Xian slid into the driver's seat, his gaze steely. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the controls, snarling, "Crush them all." Roar. The engines of the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive roared in unison, unleashing tens of thousands of horsepower. With unstoppable force, the train surged forward, grinding through the endless zombie tide in a frenzy of power and destruction. Chapter 60, Broken Tracks. Boom. 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 The giant locomotive roared like an enraged beast in the endless darkness. The iron wheels of its carriages teetered under the impact of the zombie horde, tilting slightly before crashing back onto the tracks. Each collision with the rails sparked blinding flashes of light. This cold industrial machine was harvesting the endless wave of zombies with a frenzy bordering on madness. It was 6 a.m., and dawn was still at least 10 hours away. Everyone aboard the train felt as if they were on the edge of a precipice, their terrified eyes fixed on the surging tide of zombies swarming toward them. "This is so unusual. Why are there so many?" Chen Sixuan exclaimed in shock. Kiki frowned, her expression tense. "Yeah, These things are acting like they've gone insane. Bang. 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 Even with the train accelerating, zombies kept slamming into the front of the locomotive, smearing blood and gore across the windshield until it was almost completely obscured. Lin Xian quickly activated the sprayers to clear the blood, but when Kiki saw the worsening visibility, she hurried toward carriage number 2. The zombies' relentless onslaught made radar useless in detecting the track conditions ahead. The train crew had to rely on the roof-mounted electro-optical targeting system to scout the path forward. Thud. 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 Zombies climbing onto the roof were thrown off by the train's increasing speed, their howls of rage echoing all around. Clang. Clang. On the vast, dark plain, the crimson train charged forward like a wild beast, shattering the zombie horde in its path as if cutting through vegetables. Behind the train, a sea of zombies surged like a tidal wave, howling as they chased. The scene was utterly apocalyptic. Thud. Suddenly, a loud impact echoed from the front of the train. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he spotted a ragged, pale, and emaciated creature clinging to the locomotive. It had a human face with sunken eye sockets and a blood-red mouth twisted into an eerie smile, staring unblinkingly at him. Ah! Chen Sixuan screamed in terror at the sight of the creature. Lin Xian immediately stepped in front of her protectively, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the monster. A flicker of familiarity crossed his mind. It looked like someone he knew. Tang Hai? Realization dawned on him, and his face turned pale. The grotesque figure of Tang Hai, now a monster, locked its hollow eyes onto Lin Xian. It grinned unnervingly, baring its teeth, and rasped in a hoarse voice, "Run! Run! Faster! Hey hey hey!" The sound came from its rotting windpipe, like air escaping a torn bellows. "What the hell is that?" Chen Sixuan asked nervously. "It's definitely not human." Lin Xian replied grimly. He didn't know what Tang Hai had become, but it was clear that its sudden appearance was no coincidence. Not good. There's a broken bridge ahead. Kiki's voice rang out from behind. She had just activated the electro-optical targeting system, which blared an alarm. Lin Xian turned around and saw that Tang Hai had vanished from the train's front. The headlights illuminated the tracks ahead, revealing a railway bridge spanning a mountain valley. In the middle of the bridge was a massive gap, at least 7 or 8 meters wide. The rails were completely severed. Damn it! Lin Xian's heart sank. That old beast. He quickly pieced it together. Tang Hai had likely sabotaged the bridge. Whatever this monster had evolved into, it possessed abilities terrifying enough to destroy infrastructure and even summon a zombie horde. Stop the train! Chen Sixuan screamed in panic. Lin Xian's first instinct was to hit the brakes, but the infinite train had just barreled through the zombie horde at full speed. His mechanical heart kicked into overdrive, analyzing the situation. At their current speed, stopping in time was nearly impossible. Even if they did manage to halt, they would be trapped in the zombie tide. Lin Xian's heart pounded as he weighed his options. Just then, a slender figure darted forward. Kiki's eyes glowed faintly, a sign that her ability was surging. "Don't stop. We'll charge through," she shouted. Lin Xian's face twisted in shock. "Are you insane?" Kiki turned to him, her small face trembling but resolute. "Didn't you say this train could soar to the skies? Let's work together, we can make it across." Soar to the skies. The words ignited a spark in Lin Xian's mind. He knew there was no turning back. Clenching his teeth, he roared, "Hold on, Teacher Chen." He gripped the control console tightly, every nerve in his body on edge as his mechanical heart roared to life. Whir. Facing the gaping chasm, the massive industrial beast began to accelerate again. Kiki's face turned ghostly pale as she focused her glowing eyes on the dark mountain valley ahead. Her lips tightened into a determined line as blood vessels spidered across her eyes. Boom. 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 20 meters. Boom. 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 10 meters. Boom. Boom. 5 meters. At the last moment, Kiki let out a sharp cry and raised both hands. Clang. Clang. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, weighing 200 tons, lifted off the tracks. Following it, the 340-ton Huangsing 7F electric locomotive rose into the air, as if an invisible force had hoisted the entire train. The locomotives traced an audacious arc across the void. Time seemed to freeze. Chen Sixuan's terrified gaze met Lin Xian's fierce determination. Kiki's bloodshot eyes glowed with an intense light. Thump. Thump. The only sound was the pounding of their hearts. Crash. The train landed with a violent impact. The screech of wheels grinding against rails echoed across the mountains. In carriage number 5, Luo Shasha and Luo Yi felt the tremor as a massive force rippled through the train. Bang. A jeep strapped to a flatbed car broke loose and flew into the valley below, crashing with a resounding boom. Clang. Clang. Despite the chaos, the train miraculously regained its footing and continued racing forward. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xian! Chen Sixuan shouted, her voice trembling. Lin Xian turned to see Kiki slumping to the ground, blood streaming from her eyes and nose. Her breathing was faint. He rushed to support her, alarmed by the severity of her condition. Quick, the medical kit. Look at her eyes. Chen Sixuan exclaimed in horror. Lin Xian pried Kiki's eyelids open and saw black veins spreading across her irises. Her pupils were unfocused and glassy. As he stared at her, dizziness washed over him. A powerful force seemed to drain his strength. In an instant, a wailing cry from hell erupted in his mind, filling his ears and blurring his vision. Lin Xian staggered and collapsed to the floor. Chapter 61, A Formidable Enemy Buzz. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness overwhelm him. Clang! Clang! When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he heard was Chen Sixuan's frantic voice shouting, Lin Xian! Lin Xian! His vision cleared, and the familiar rumble of the train racing along the tracks jolted him awake. Chen Sixuan's face was pale with fear as she saw him collapse. What happened to you? Rubbing his temples, Lin Xian asked urgently, how long was I out? Her expression turned awkward. Just a moment. You suddenly fainted. Lin Xian quickly turned his attention to Kiki, lying on the floor. Her eyes were now half consumed by the inky blackness, and a sense of dread settled over him. Bang! Before he could process this, another loud impact echoed from the roof of a distant carriage. Trouble upon trouble, Kiki's life hung in the balance, and now something else was happening on top of the train. Take care of her for me. Lin Xian instructed Chen Sixuan sharply before dashing toward the rear carriages. As he ran, his mechanical heart activated, and he summoned the blueprint for the GK03 electric blade that Kiki had given him. With a wave of his hand, he began assembling it using Type I tungsten titanium alloy. Lacking some critical materials, he quickly fashioned a prototype, a sleek black longsword. At the same time, he grabbed a fully loaded automatic rifle and hurried toward the commotion. The freshly forged hilt was still warm in his hand, its heat mirroring the urgency in his chest. Kiki was in critical condition, Tang Hai was still out there, and the zombie tide loomed. He had no choice but to resolve this crisis now. He shouted ahead to Luo Shasha and Luo Yi in carriage number 5. Luo Yi, Shasha. Grab your weapons. That old bastard's not done with us, we're taking him out. Be careful, Brother Lin. Luo Shasha's terrified voice called back. She pointed toward the carriage window as she spoke. Crash. Before she could finish, a massive, pale gray claw smashed against the side of the train. The impact shattered the glass, and the violent force flung Luo Shasha across the carriage. Luo Yi reacted swiftly, diving to catch his sister midair with one arm. Lin Xian, however, was hurled into a storage cabinet. As he scrambled to his feet, his gaze snapped to the rear of the train. There, a towering white humanoid figure loomed, a monster he recognized instantly. His pupils contracted in shock. The pale giant. It was the same creature he had encountered back in Zhong City. How did it get here? Impossible. They had already traveled over 1,000 kilometers. How could this thing have pursued them so far? Luo Yi. There's another one, Tang Hai. Lin Xian warned, his voice grim. A tide of zombies, a broken bridge, and now the pale giant. Was all of this a coincidence or part of some elaborate plan? If it wasn't random, the implications were terrifying. Tang Hai had to be eliminated immediately. With no time to retreat, Lin Xian prepared to fight. He flung open the train's rear platform. Luo Yi set Luo Shasha down, grabbed a machine gun, and stood ready. Woo-oom, the platform lowered, revealing the pale giant hanging upside down from the train's frame. Its sunken, terrifying eyes peered into the carriage as it opened a dark red, gaping maw. Rah! The creature let out a piercing shriek, like a woman's high-pitched scream, causing everyone's eardrums to throb in pain. In that instant, Lin Xian and Luo Yi opened fire with everything they had. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down on the monster. Although the rounds ricocheted off its steel-like face, sparks flying, a few managed to draw blood inside its gaping maw. The pale giant roared in rage, extending a ghastly arm into the carriage, blindly swiping at everything within reach. Crash. Tools and supplies were scattered everywhere. Luo Yi bellowed as he gripped a steel bar with both hands and drove it down onto the monster's claw. The force was immense, and the steel bent from the impact. Thud. The steel bar pierced through the back of the pale giant's hand, pinning it to the floor of the carriage. The blow was so powerful that it also punched through the carriage floor beneath. Lin Xian's shock deepened as he witnessed Luo Yi's incredible strength. But there was no time to hesitate. He raised the GK03 electric blade and charged forward, ready to finish the fight. Lin Xian watched Luo Yi's display of raw power, feeling an itch in his molars, a sign of both astonishment and unease. How strong will he become if he evolves further? Still, Lin Xian felt a glimmer of hope. Compared to the earlier fight with the red centipede monster, he no longer experienced the same sense of helplessness. Just as he prepared to join the fray, he heard a rapid scraping sound. He whipped around and saw Tanghai, having somehow reappeared, climbing swiftly along the side of the train toward the roof and heading toward the front carriages. Not good. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the pale giant, with its hand pinned by the steel bar, yanked the embedded metal free, the sound of screeching metal filling the air. "Cover me!" Lin Xian shouted, seizing the opportunity to dash toward the rear of the train. Realizing Lin Xian was going after Tanghai, Luo Yi immediately swung his gun back up and unleashed another barrage at the pale giant, aiming for its horrifying face. Lin Xian nimbly dodged the monster's swinging arm and leapt onto the open flatbed carriage at the rear. Before he could steady himself, a gust of wind roared past his ears. Acting on instinct, he conjured an ice shield behind him while diving toward the rear of a damaged jeep. Bang! The pale giant's massive arm shattered the ice shield and smashed the jeep's hood. Its chain snapped, and the vehicle dangled precariously off the side of the carriage before colliding with an electrical tower and plummeting into the roadside below. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed under his breath. Those jeeps were hard-won spoils, and now they were gone without even a chance to devour them for resources. Luo Yi, hold it off for me. I'm going after Tanghai. Lin Xian yelled against the wind. Got it. Luo Yi didn't hesitate, charging forward with his gun. Rolling to avoid the pale giant's grasping claws, he switched magazines and fired relentlessly at the monster's mouth and eyes. Seizing this opening, Lin Xian sprinted toward the roof of the carriage and activated a new skill, Backlash. This ability, acquired from devouring the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor, had yet to be tested. What better moment than now? With a flash of gray light, Lin Xian's body blurred into a streaking shadow. Clutching his GKO-3 electric blade forged from tungsten titanium alloy, he lunged forward with a surge of energy. Crack! A sound like a sonic boom ripped through the air. The pale giant swung its claw to intercept him but grasped only an afterimage. In the next instant, slash! A deep vertical gash appeared in the creature's palm. Flesh and blood exploded outward, staining the train in crimson. Lin Xian reappeared behind the monster, his breathing heavy but his confidence surging. His first use of backlash had surpassed his expectations. The attack drained him significantly, but its sheer destructive power was far beyond anything he'd managed before. Back in Zhang City, even hacking at this monster with a short blade couldn't scratch it. Now, armed with his new skill and weapon, he'd finally pierced its defenses. From below, Luo Yi watched Lin Xian's swift and deadly maneuver, his eyes wide with admiration. The pale giant, however, let out a frenzied roar, ripping the steel bar from its hand and pivoting to chase after Lin Xian. Its enormous weight pressed down on the carriage, causing the wheels to grind against the tracks with a deafening screech, sparks flying everywhere. Brother! Luo Shasha, finally free, emerged from the carriage and tossed a steel pipe to Luo Yi. The siblings worked seamlessly. Luo Yi caught the pipe, his muscles tensing as veins bulged across his arms. With a mighty roar, he hurled the steel pipe at the pale giant's exposed flank. Whoosh! The pipe cut through the air like a missile. The pale giant, evidently possessing some intelligence, sensed the danger and paused its pursuit of Lin Xian. It swiveled around with a snarl, raising its massive claw. Clang! With a powerful grip, it caught the glowing hot steel pipe in midair, sparks flying as it crushed the metal with its claw. The screech of tortured steel echoed as the pale giant roared again, its ferocity undiminished. Chapter 62, Battle on the Roof. On the other side of the train, Lin Xian raced forward atop the train roof, braving the biting wind as he sprinted toward the front carriages. He knew that Tanghai, once the station master of Beiwang Station, was intimately familiar with trains. The sabotage track had undoubtedly been his doing. Thump! 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 The rhythmic pounding of his boots on the train roof echoed as Lin Xian prepared to leap from carriage number 3 to number 2. Suddenly, a flash of white darted out at the connecting point, and a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively, he conjured an ice shield before him. Crack! A sharp object pierced through the shield, and Lin Xian whirled around to see a thin claw narrowly missing his chest, leaving behind shredded fabric and a spray of debris. Close call. Die. A grotesque voice half-human, half-demonic erupted as Tanghai lunged. His deceptively thin arm, brimming with terrifying strength, cleaved through the ice shield as if slicing butter. His claws darted toward Lin Xian's throat. Old bastard. You just don't know when to quit. Lin Xian roared furiously. Memories of the zombies, the sabotaged bridge, and Kiki's precarious state stoked the flames of his rage. As Tanghai's claw swept forward, Lin Xian leaned back and swung his blade with precision at Tang Hai's neck. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade struck, only to bounce off with the metallic clang of steel meeting steel. Tang Hai's skin had become harder than the pale giant's. The force of the impact sent Tang Hai staggering back, but he remained unfazed, even with the blade at his neck. A savage grin split his face as he attacked again with his talon-like claws, mocking Lin Xian. Ha! 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 Thanks to you, I've become so much stronger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Xian didn't give him the chance to gloat, stepping back and unloading a volley of bullets into the monster. Tang Hai's twisted figure tumbled as several rounds struck him, punching bloody holes in weaker parts of his body. Bastard! Tang Hai hissed, retreating to the side of the train with unnatural agility. Like a phantom, he vanished into the shadows along the train's edge. Lin Xian's thoughts churned as he caught his breath. How is his defense so strong? Even Luo Yi's enhanced body couldn't withstand bullets like that. Has he truly evolved? Makes you wonder if he's a failed experiment or just some mutant freak. Lin Xian muttered under his breath. Whoosh! A shadow flickered at the edge of his vision as Tang Hai emerged again. This time, his clawed fingers stretched unnaturally long, whipping toward Lin Xian like snapping cables. Lin Xian reacted instantly, raising his blade to block. Clang! The force sent him skidding backward, his palms numb from the impact. Before Lin Xian could counter, Tang Hai vanished back into the darkness. What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The wind howled across the train as the infinite train, driven by the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive, hurtled through the night. Lin Xian gripped his weapon tightly, every sense on high alert. Tang Hai's grotesque, half-human, half-corpse form lingered in his mind. His hardened, pale gray skin and sparse, devolved hair reminded Lin Xian of a twisted version of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air again. Lin Xian anticipated the attack, sidestepped, and fired a stream of bullets toward the sound. Rat-a-tat-tat. Tang Hai, crafty as ever, used his elongated fingers to bait Lin Xian into wasting his limited ammunition. The magazine clicked empty, and Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Click. No more bullets. Out of ammo, aren't you? Tang Hai's chilling voice drifted from behind him. Clang. Lin Xian spun and swung his blade, narrowly deflecting another strike. The force jolted his grip, nearly toppling him. Tang Hai emerged smugly from the shadows, his face twisted into a gloating sneer. Now do you see? You're lucky I wasn't evolved that night. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to see today. Shouldn't you thank me? He jeered. Thank your mother. Lin Xian growled, wasting no time. With a flick of his hand, he launched several wind cannon bursts. Tang Hai sensed the attack and dodged one, but two blasts slammed into his chest. The force sent him stumbling back. Damn you! Tang Hai cursed, his voice a distorted mix of male and female tones. Realizing Lin Xian had more than firearms at his disposal, Tang Hai extended his claws and anchored them into the train's roof. Using his legs to launch himself like a bullet, his speed was so great it left dents in the steel. Ice shield. Lin Xian conjured another shield in an instant. Useless trash. Tang Hai roared as he barreled through the shield, shattering it. But instead of striking Lin Xian, he hit nothing but shards of ice. Whoosh! Lin Xian, now a phantom-like shadow, slipped through the cascading ice and unleashed his skill, Backlash. Boom! A resounding sonic blast echoed as Lin Xian slashed through Tang Hai midair. What? Tang Hai shrieked as his momentum carried him forward, claws scraping the train roof. His hand shot up to his face in disbelief, half of it, along with one ear, was missing. Tang Hai's scream was feral, filled with rage and agony. Blood streamed from his mutilated face as he bellowed, I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. Lin Xian wasn't interested in banter. Before Tang Hai could recover, Lin Xian fired more wind cannon shots. Bam! 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 Unable to dodge, Tang Hai took the brunt of the blasts, a gaping hole ripping through his chest. He tumbled off the train, landing among the jagged rocks beside the tracks. Meanwhile, at the rear of the train, the pale giant leapt from carriage number 5 to the flatbed car, its massive weight crushing the wooden sleepers below and nearly derailing the train again. Luo Yi, undeterred, swung a broken chain like a whip. The heavy chain lashed out with a resounding crack, leaving a deep, bloody welt across the monster's hardened skin. Rah! The pale giant howled in fury, its massive arm swinging to swat Luo Yi off the train. Before it could strike, an explosion rocked its back. Shasha, wielding an M36 grenade launcher, had landed a direct hit. Despite her small size, she displayed incredible precision, a testament to her hardened survival skills. Luo Yi seized the chance, wrapping the chain around the pale giant's neck and preparing to drop the other end off the train to leverage the train's speed to decapitate the creature. But the pale giant grabbed the chain midair, swinging it, and Luo Yi, violently. Luo Yi gritted his teeth and held on, using the momentum to swing back onto carriage number 5. He landed with a heavy thud, determined not to let the monster win. "Brother, be careful," Shasha called out, reloading her grenade launcher. The pale giant ripped the chain from its neck and lunged forward again. Shasha fired another grenade at close range, the explosion pinning the creature between carriages. Despite the damage, it raised its enormous claw and smashed down on the roof of carriage number 5, crushing the air conditioning system into twisted metal. Chapter 63, Combo Move? Lin Xian observed the white giant wreaking havoc at the position of car number 5. The situation was extremely tense, and his expression grew heavier. Meanwhile, in the distant darkness, the zombie horde surged like a tidal wave. If the infinite train stopped now, it would take only minutes before they were surrounded by the tide again. As he monitored the white giant, a flash of white darted rapidly along the train's side. Lin Xian's expression tensed, and he instinctively swung his blade in a reverse slash toward his side. Clang! The blade struck something hard midair, but at the same moment, a cold gust grazed his ribs. Lin Xian's chest tightened. Looking down, he saw a massive, finger-like appendage pierce through his coat like a bullet, tearing away a layer of flesh at his side. SSSSSS. A searing pain coursed through him as the flesh peeled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he kicked off, retreating swiftly with his speed-enhancing abilities. So fast. It had to be said, Tang Hai's evolution had turned him into something beyond human. Not only was his skin incredibly tough, but his speed was terrifyingly quick. Hee. Tasty, tasty meat. On top of the train, Tang Hai's blood-red eyes glinted maniacally. His speech had even become clearer in his crazed state. Licking the blood off the finger that had injured Lin Xian, he laughed excitedly. 3 ability users on one train? The voices in my head tell me if I eat you all, I'll become stronger. Thud. 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 A stealthy wind cannon attack shot toward Tang Hai, but this time, he crouched low, one hand gripping the train's roof while the other protected his face. He tanked the attack head-on. Clang. 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 The enormous impact of the wind cannon only caused his body to tremble slightly, with no significant effect. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Your little tricks are completely useless now. Hey. Just give in and let me eat you. And those 3 girls on your train, they're so tender. Their meat must be even more delicious. Oh, right. Tang Hai's blood-red triangular eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xian. Did you know? After my evolution, one of my abilities has grown tremendously, my reproductive power. You think those 3 pretty girls on your train could handle me? Hee. Clang. A shadow streaked forward, and a gleam of cold light flashed. The blade of an electric knife stabbed directly at Tang Hai's throat. His reaction was swift. With one hand, he tried to grab the knife. However, the blade, crafted from tungsten titanium alloy, wasn't something mere flesh could stop. It sliced through his finger's skin and brushed past his neck. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Tang Hai attempt to catch the knife barehanded, he flicked his wrist decisively. Slash. The blade gleamed again, instantly severing 4 of Tang Hai's fingers. Tang Hai's expression twisted, his body trembling as he let out a pained scream. Clutching his hand, he frantically retreated. Lin Xian had no intention of letting him escape. Without hesitation, he charged forward, ready to unleash a backlash to decapitate Tang Hai fully this time. But just as Tang Hai retreated, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The severed fingers quickly regenerated with dark flesh and shot toward Lin Xian like spears. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, cold sweat dripping down. This guy could regrow severed fingers? Ice shield. Acting on instinct, Lin Xian raised his hand, conjuring an ice shield. Still using that weak trick? Tang Hai sneered. To him, Lin Xian's defenses were laughably fragile. But just as his 5 claw-like fingers pierced the ice shield, they came to an abrupt halt, as if hitting an iron plate. Clang. Behind Lin Xian's ice shield, a thick steel plate had materialized out of nowhere. Mechanical manufacturing. Thud. Tang Hai's claws pierced through the ice and embedded themselves into the steel plate. The immense force pushed the plate toward Lin Xian, who couldn't dodge in time. While the plate blocked the attack, it collided with him, sending him flying off the train. Bang. Bang. The cold wind roared in Lin Xian's ears as he clung desperately to the edge of the armored plate, halting his fall. Boom. A loud noise came from afar. Lin Xian glanced over to see Luo Yi being struck by the white giant, sending him flying off the train as well. Luo Yi! Lin Xian shouted. In that moment of distraction, Tang Hai's blood-red eyes glinted with malice. His expression turned monstrous, and a surge of black blood mist erupted around him as he lunged forward with extended claws, yelling furiously. Idiot! You still care about others? Sensing the danger, Lin Xian reacted immediately. A white light flashed in his palm as his mechanical heart activated, producing an iron chain that extended rapidly. Luo Yi, understanding the situation, grabbed the chain midair and pulled himself toward the train. Using the momentum, Luo Yi crashed back onto the train roof. Without hesitation, he punched toward an incoming white shadow. Tang Hai's expression froze as he felt an enormous figure descending from the sky, delivering a powerful punch straight at him. You fucking combo move? Boom. Luo Yi's fist, packed with immense force, crushed half of Tang Hai's face. The blow sent him flying like a cannonball, straight into the path of the charging white giant. The white giant, sensing an incoming object, roared angrily. Its gaping maw extended as it lunged forward and bit down midair. Ah! Tang Hai's agonized scream echoed in the night. Crunch! The sound of blood bursting and bone shattering echoed, sending chills down the spine. Tang Hai had no chance to struggle. Within seconds, the white giant chewed him into pieces. Lin Xian and Luo Yi froze in shock. They hadn't expected that punch to literally feed Tang Hai to the monster. Crunch, crunch. The white giant gnawed frantically, devouring Tang Hai in mere moments. Its blood-red, hollow eyes glowed even fiercer, radiating malevolence. Grab my hand. Luo Yi climbed back onto the train roof despite his injuries. Reaching to the edge, he yanked Lin Xian back up. As Lin Xian steadied himself, he looked ahead and saw the white giant crouched on the train roof. Its sinister gaze bore down on them, blood dripping from its maw. A thick, oppressive blood mist surrounded it, and its body seemed to be undergoing a grotesque transformation after consuming Tang Hai, the evolved ability user. This is bad. Lin Xian immediately sensed danger. At the same time, he noticed a small head peeking out from the rear of car number 5. It was Luo Shasha. She must have heard the fight on the roof. Clenching her small teeth, she gripped a grenade launcher, ready to climb up and help. Seeing her, Lin Xian's mind raced. He suddenly shouted, Shasha! The remote! Hurry! His voice cut through the night like an arrow. Shasha was momentarily confused, but quickly understood. Her big eyes widened in realization, and she nodded before ducking back into the car. She darted toward the front carriage, knowing someone there would know where the remote was. Thump! Thump! The white giant crouched on the train roof, crawling toward them along the slanted surface. Each step warped and tore the metal plates beneath its feet, as if it intended to rip the entire roof apart. Meanwhile, its body grew larger, sharp bone spurs protruding from its frame. In the darkness, it appeared utterly terrifying. Locking its eyes on Lin Xian and Luo Yi, the giant opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar before leaping at them with ferocious force. Xian, look out! Luo Yi tensed, ready to leap into action as the giant pounced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several chain-like anchors appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around the white giant's long arms. One end of the chains was held firmly by Lin Xian, while the other was attached to a heavy steel anchor he had just manufactured. Lin Xian. From inside the carriage below, Chen Sixuan's voice rang out. Lin Xian knew the moment had arrived. He shouted to Luo Yi. Luo Yi, take this. Hearing Lin Xian's shout, Luo Yi turned around just as Lin Xian hurled the steel anchor toward the rocky pile beside the tracks with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand emitted a glow. Materials shot forth from his palm, condensing, shaping, forging, and assembling at an astonishing speed. Clank, clank, clank. The rapid metallic clanging resembled a mechanical symphony, and within moments, Lin Xian had crafted a massive steel cleaver that gleamed in the moonlight. It looked like something out of a transformer's arsenal. Use this to cut it. At that moment, Lin Xian stood like a mechanical deity descending upon the train. With his left hand, he had anchored the chains. With his right hand, he had forged a colossal weapon. Chapter 64, Decisive Execution. Use this to cut. Lin Xian's words carried a chilling resolve. Unlike the GKO3 electric blade gifted by Kiki, the steel-slaying greatsword was Lin Xian's own design, created during his spare time. Aside from its sharpness, it lacked complex mechanical features. However, it was exceptionally suited for Luo Yi, as Lin Xian had forged it using reinforced tungsten titanium alloy. With Lin Xian's current mechanical manufacturing skills, as long as the structure wasn't overly complex, his crafting speed could reach astonishing levels. Luo Yi instinctively caught the weapon. The sheer weight and overwhelming power of the sword ignited his fighting spirit. With veins bulging from his arms and a roar in his throat, he gripped the blade tightly and launched himself at the white giant. Meanwhile, Lin Xian held his tungsten titanium GKO3 electric blade, his focus razor sharp as he awaited the perfect moment. Rah! The white giant let out a deafening screech, sensing danger. Seeing its legs ensnared by the iron chains, it bellowed angrily. With legs nearly 3 meters long, it kicked violently and leapt forward, claws outstretched toward Lin Xian and Luo Yi. Go! Lin Xian shouted, charging forward with his blade. His figure blurred into a streak of white light. Backlash! Ah! With a roar, Luo Yi summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward. His bulging muscles seemed ready to burst as he swung the great sword with such force that the blade glowed red-hot, roaring as it cleaved through the air. Screech! Inside the carriage, Chen Sixuan held Kiki and Luo Shasha tightly. She pressed the emergency brake button on the white remote. The Huangsing 7F electric locomotive, weighing hundreds of tons and speeding forward, screeched to a halt. Metal wheels locked against the rails, emitting intense friction that instantly heated the tracks and wheels to a fiery red. The tremendous inertia caused the white giant to lose its footing, sending it hurtling forward. At the same moment, the dropped anchor caught on a pile of roadside rubble, yanking the iron chain taut and jerking the giant's neck forward. This was the moment Lin Xian and Luo Yi had been waiting for. Before the train had fully stopped, the two leapt into the air. In a flash, twin blades struck as one. Slash! Two sharp sounds rang out simultaneously. Buzz! The sword blades hummed as if singing in delight. A massive head was sent flying into the sky. Silence fell over the night. Only the sound of the wind and the faint hiss of the cooling rails remained on the train roof. The white giant's decapitated body collapsed onto the tracks below, while its severed head landed with a thud on the roof, its maw still clutching half of Tang Hai's arm before rolling off into the abyss. Thump, thump. Lin Xian and Luo Yi's hearts pounded fiercely, blood surging with adrenaline. Neither could believe their first joint effort had ended with such a spectacular kill. Lin Xian collapsed onto the roof, breathing heavily, while Luo Yi bent over, using the massive sword as support. The life and death battle had nearly claimed their lives. Huff. Huff. As their adrenaline faded, exhaustion and pain took over. Lin Xian's chest ached with a fiery intensity. He realized he had spent almost 10 hours devouring the short-haul freight locomotive earlier, followed by this grueling fight. Without the stored energy from the Huangsing 7F locomotive, he wouldn't have had the strength to execute the backlash maneuver or complete the emergency brake. Broken rails, Tang Hai, the zombie horde, the white giant, the iron chains, the forged sword, the emergency stop. Everyone's efforts had been perfectly synchronized, a level of teamwork Lin Xian had never anticipated. As his mind drifted, a realization struck him: his mechanical abilities weren't suited for hand-to-hand combat. He should focus on creating high-energy weapons, combat mechs, and defensive armaments for himself, his team, and the train. That was the true path of his power. Betting his life on a few skills day after day was a waste of his mechanical potential. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he stood abruptly. Luo Yi. Yeah. Lin Xian pointed at the white giant's corpse by the roadside. Check if there are any of those red beads. I'm going to check on Kiki. Having pushed his abilities to their limits, Kiki's life now hung by a thread. Without pausing to catch his breath, Lin Xian rushed toward the train carriages. How is everyone? The interior of the train was a mess. After jumping the broken rails, derailing, and battling the giant, the carriages were in utter disarray. Lin Xian ignored the chaos and sprinted toward car number 1. We're okay, but Kiki. Shasha's small face was full of panic. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Chen Sixuan, who was desperately wiping blood off Kiki's face. She's still bleeding. Her heartbeat's getting weaker. What do we do? Lin Xian's face darkened as he approached to inspect. Kiki's face was pale, her features covered in blood, and she looked utterly miserable. She must have overexerted her abilities. Lin Xian frowned deeply. He had no idea how to handle this. Shasha, has your brother ever experienced something like this before? Shasha shook her head, then rummaged through a small medicine box and showed it to Lin Xian. No, but I have some medicine. The box contained a mix of brightly colored pills, their origins unknown, with no labels. Lin Xian's brows furrowed at the sight. A box of antibiotics they had traded for at a communal bonfire wouldn't help in this situation either. Wait, Lin Xian. Shasha said suddenly. Chen Sixuan felt Kiki's life slipping away and couldn't hide the panic on her face. That ability, didn't you all mention? Those red beads? She stammered, her words disjointed from anxiety. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. You mean the eerie blood crystal? Yes. Chen Sixuan's lips were dry as she exclaimed nervously, do you think it'll work? Lin Xian immediately understood her implication, and it struck a chord with him. If anything on this train could help with abilities, it would be that. Luo Yi. Lin Xian stood up and opened the blackout panel, only to see Luo Yi holding the great sword and flashlight, searching the white giant's corpse. Shasha realized the urgency and sprinted outside. "I'll help look." "No time." Chen Sixuan screamed. She placed a hand under Kiki's nose and found no signs of breathing. Lin Xian made a decisive move. He grabbed the eerie blood crystal from the radio and hurried back. But as he held it, doubt crept in. How was he supposed to use it? Should it be swallowed? No time to hesitate. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, pried open Kiki's mouth, and placed the blood crystal inside. But as soon as it touched her, something extraordinary happened. A surge of crimson mist erupted from the crystal, rushing into Kiki's throat and nostrils in an instant. Witnessing this, both Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan were stunned. They stared intently at Kiki lying on the ground. The air grew eerily silent. Suddenly, hiss. A sharp inhalation broke the silence. Kiki, unconscious moments ago, took a deep breath. The inky blackness in her eyes seemed to recede slightly. "It's working!" Chen Sixuan shouted, her voice trembling with both terror and excitement. Lin Xian quickly checked Kiki and found her breathing had resumed, albeit faintly. Relief washed over him as he exhaled heavily, glancing at his trembling arms and feeling the powerful thrum of his heart. Devour successful, plus 300 mechanical source points, plus 150 mechanical devour skill proficiency, bonus rewards, strength plus 20, speed plus 5, defense plus 20. Lin Xian had just achieved his most significant upgrade yet by successfully devouring a short-haul freight electric locomotive, even though it was only a smaller model. Devouring its mass, hundreds of tons, had come at a tremendous cost. The locomotive added so much strength and defense. Definitely a thick-skinned and strong machine. Lin Xian muttered. Killing Tang Hai and the White Giant also boosted my stats significantly. And my mechanical manufacturing skill has leveled up. System update, mechanical manufacturing upgraded to level 2. This upgrade greatly enhanced his crafting speed using materials from the decomposition space. While firearms remained complex due to the lack of gunpowder, simpler constructs like electromagnetic cannons were now conceivable, though he still lacked blueprints for such advanced weaponry. Reflecting on the battle, Lin Xian decided he needed to prepare more straightforward mechanical tools for emergencies, such as hooks, shields, and ground spikes. These items were simple to craft but could prove invaluable in critical moments. Opening the holographic interface of the mechanical heart, Lin Xian was surprised by the updates. Mechanical heart level 2, 420 out of 1000, strength level 2 to 73%, capable of lifting 200 kg, speed level 1 to 89%, maximum 10 meters per second, defense level 1 to 71%, reinforced bones, resilient skin, mechanical awakening, locked, skills, mechanical devour level 2, 478 out of 500, improves devouring efficiency, mechanical manufacturing level 2, 30 out of 500, enhances crafting efficiency, passive skills, scan, repair, decompose, special skills, wind cannon, common grade, level 2 to 78%, ice shield, common grade, level 1 to 69%, backlash, rare grade, level 1 to 30%, this much defense in one go? Lin Xian marveled at how his stats aligned with his enemies. Killing Tang Hai and the White Giant, both known for their tough skin, had significantly bolstered his defense stats. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan called worriedly, she's still not waking up. What do we do? Wait a bit longer. Lin Xian replied, standing up. The White Giant's body must have more of those red beads. Bring another one, and we'll try again. If it still doesn't work, we'll stop at Yukai instead of heading straight for Mount Daluo. Stop? Yes. Lin Xian nodded decisively. His gaze was sharp. Yukai City may not be big, but it has malls. The train is badly damaged after this fight. If Kiki doesn't wake up, I'll take Luo Yi and the others to scavenge materials to repair and upgrade the train. We'll also use the radio to check for nearby convoys. If these red beads are effective, we'll trade resources for more. If one isn't enough, we'll get 2. If 2 aren't enough, we'll get 4. After this battle, Lin Xian's perspective shifted subtly. With mechanical manufacturing upgraded, he needed to enhance the train's weaponry and defenses. His original goal had been to explore underground city number 9, but with Kiki's condition precarious, he decided it was better to redirect to Yukai City for now. If he could produce ammunition, he could upgrade their arsenal significantly. With his core stats nearing their next breakthroughs, Mechanical Devour about to hit level 3, and the Mechanical Heart's first awakening with insight, Lin Xian knew he had to push forward with a new plan. Chapter 65, Calming the Storm. As the group searched the surroundings, the sound of the zombie tide had vanished, leaving only the eerie silence of the night. Flashlights danced along the tracks, illuminating the frost-covered ground. Shasha's face was etched with urgency as she scanned every corner with her flashlight. On the other side, Lin Xian and Luo Yi were hacking furiously at the white giant's corpse, digging through its flesh for one of those red beads. Suddenly, Shasha's excited shout broke the silence. "I found it!" Both men froze, abandoning their task to rush over to her. Shasha stood at the edge of a drainage ditch, pointing her flashlight at the grotesque, decapitated head of the white giant. The disembodied head lay amid a mix of red blood and black ichor, an ominous sight that made Shasha hesitant to approach any closer. As Lin Xian approached, Shasha pointed toward the severed neck. "Look!" From the giant's neck, black smoke seeped out, snaking into the ground. Amid the murky ichor and blood, a bead the size of a thumb shone bright red. Strangely, this bead was significantly larger than the one Lin Xian had retrieved earlier. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He immediately signaled to Shasha. "Stay back. I'll get it." Cautiously, he approached. As he drew nearer to the bead, a faint rustling sound began in his ears. The closer he got, the louder the sound grew, transforming into a deafening cacophony of wails and cries. The noise became so intense it threatened to rupture his eardrums, but Lin Xian gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just as the sound became unbearable, he reached out and grabbed the red bead. The wailing abruptly ceased. "So that's how it works." Lin Xian exhaled deeply, his gaze sharp. He remembered hearing similar cries when he killed the red centipede-like creature but hadn't known about the existence of these beads at the time. Now it was clear, there must have been a blood crystal then as well. Different sizes, huh? He mused, noting the bead's larger form before rushing back to the train with it. On the train, Lin Xian placed the larger blood crystal near Kiki's nose. This time, before it even touched her, the crystal shattered into fine red mist. The mist surged into Kiki's nostrils and eyes, suffusing her with an eerie crimson glow. "Whoa!" Shasha exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as Kiki's pale face began to regain color, and her breathing grew steadier. Lin Xian pried open her eyelids, watching as the dark inkiness in her eyes dissipated. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, the bead appeared to be working. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Why are there still so many zombies and that monster?" Chen Sixuan frowned. "We lost them back in Zhang City, didn't we?" "I'm not sure yet," Lin Xian replied, glancing at the air conditioning unit on the train's roof. "Looks like we need an extra layer of protection up there." Earlier, when he and Luo Yi had inspected the train, they found car number 5 damaged and parts of the roof dented. However, the side armor of the Infinite train remained intact, withstanding the zombie tide's onslaught. Lin Xian began formulating ideas: add reactive defenses to the train exterior. Reinforce the roof and wheels. Install a sharp icebreaker shield on the front, allowing them to plow through even the densest zombie tides. "Ms. Chen, what time do you think dawn will come?" Lin Xian asked. "I'd estimate between 2:40 p.m. and 3:10 p.m. "Good," Lin Xian said, glancing at the unconscious Kiki. "We have enough time. Let's head to Yukai Station and stop there to refit the train and upgrade its defenses. After that, we'll scavenge for supplies in Yukai City." "Supplies aren't the priority," Lin Xian continued, pulling out a map. "Our main targets are here, the electronics mall and the city's power substation." "Power substation?" Shasha looked puzzled. "What for?" "To gather transformers and capacitors," Lin Xian explained. "If we find a suitable vehicle, we'll take it back with us as well. With the fuel we got from the outpost, over 1,000 liters, we can split into 2 groups. Load everything onto the flatbed trailer and save time." Lin Xian also planned a large-scale collection effort. Electric and mechanical items were ideal for his devouring abilities. Small, scattered components could be absorbed efficiently without the long process required for larger machinery. Reflecting on the gains from devouring the locomotive, Lin Xian was emboldened. If another opportunity arose and the train could handle the weight, he wouldn't hesitate to tow it along the tracks for devouring. He also had a bigger idea. Inspired by the GKO-3 electric blade's high-energy capacitor and arc discharge system, Lin Xian envisioned equipping the train with an external electric defense system. "Ms. Chen, let's go," he said decisively. Chen Sixuan nodded and instructed Shasha, "Help them treat their wounds." "Leave it to me." Shasha grabbed the medical kit and set to work on Lin Xian's chest wound. "Brother Lin, does it hurt?" "It's fine," Lin Xian replied stoically. "Okay." Shasha poured iodine onto his wound. "SSSSSSSS." Lin Xian hissed in pain. With a metallic groan, the Infinite train rumbled back to life, its iron wheels rolling forward once more. The frigid night stretched out before them, the landscape blanketed in white snow. Lin Xian opened the tailgate of car number 5 and surveyed the scene. Behind the train, only one off-road vehicle and the Black Zhao convoy's armored car remained intact. "Forget it," he muttered, eyeing the flatbed trailer. "It's just a heap of iron, Better to use it as an open cargo platform for devouring while on the move. The mechanical heart's new decomposition space, unlocked at level 2, had greatly expanded his capabilities. Yet, 2 challenges remained: material types. While he could store materials like steel and plastic, their variety and complexity often hindered focused production. For instance, he had the blueprint for the 1130 close-in weapon systems but lacked the specialized materials, particularly explosives like TNT or nitrogen salts. Blueprints. He needed schematics for powerful machinery and weapons, not just for himself but for upgrading the Infinite Train and his teammates. When dawn finally broke, Lin Xian was ready to rework his priorities, focusing on teamwork and bolstering their collective strength. Leaning against a tailgate, Lin Xian smiled as Luo Yi offered back the steel-slaying greatsword. "Who do you think I made it for?" Lin Xian chuckled. Realizing the sword was meant for him, Luo Yi blushed and gratefully accepted it. "Thanks, Brother Lin." The sword's solid build and sharp edge made it ideal not just for combat but also as a makeshift shield. For someone like Luo Yi, it was perfect. Chapter 66, Station Maintenance. Big Luo, has your ability changed at all? Seems like it. Big Luo scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I feel like my strength's improved, and my energy levels are higher too. Lin Xian's expression turned suspicious. When exactly? Was it when you were on the roof of the train? No. It was while I was cutting up that creature's corpse looking for beads. I felt like I absorbed some nasty, stinking blood mist. Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. Blood mist? Both Kiki and Zhongyun had mentioned before that certain mutant ability users could absorb the flesh and blood of other ability users or eerie entities to grow stronger. After the white creature and the red bug died, both released that black mist, forming eerie blood crystals. It seemed that both he and Big Luo, as ability users, could absorb this black mist for enhancements. Perhaps. Lin Xian recalled how the white giant had consumed Tang Hai and then began transforming rapidly. If his guess was right, Tang Hai had already reached the evolutionary level of an ability user. Eerie entities get stronger by consuming humans, and humans can get stronger by consuming eerie entities too. Lin Xian muttered, his eyes alight. It sounds pretty messed up, but it also feels fair. The most pressing issue still was finding a way to evolve. Tang Hai, a source-level ability user, had shown minimal combat prowess initially. Yet after his evolution, his strength had increased exponentially. However, looking at his half-human, half-ghostly form, Lin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that this was what Kiki had warned about, a failed evolution. Big Luo, was it after the first polar night that you and your sister started fleeing? Lin Xian, overwhelmed by his thoughts, decided to make small talk instead. Big Luo shook his head. After the polar night arrived, our parents died. We just ran. Using a pickup truck as their home, Big Luo, an ability user, and his sister, Shasha, small but mature beyond her years, had worked together seamlessly to escape from several zombie-infested cities. An hour later, the Infinite Train pulled into Yukai Station. It was a small station with only a modest waiting hall. On one of the side tracks stood a freight train. Lin Xian surveyed the scene. Big Luo and I will check things out first. You and Shasha stay on the train. Lin Xian had already built a soul wave detector based on the blueprint from Zhongyun's scans. However, he lacked eerie blood crystals to power it, so they still had to rely on manual searches and radar to assess danger. The cockpit door opened as Lin Xian and Big Luo disembarked, guns in hand. They flanked the freight train, using flashlights to inspect it. It turned out to be a mining car without a locomotive. The old carriages were empty, offering nothing useful. This is perfect? Lin Xian said, eyeing the bulky train. He had been worried about not having enough steel for upgrading the rooftop armor, but here was an ample supply. Big Luo. Lin Xian gestured toward a few zombies wandering near the platform, clear them out. Got it. Big Luo nodded. To avoid unnecessary noise at night, he didn't use his gun. Instead, he leaped onto the platform wielding his steel-slaying greatsword, cleaning up the zombies within 10 minutes. The noise is only going to attract more. Lin Xian remarked, climbing onto Car 5. He dragged out a welding machine and crane to begin repairs, then started crafting high manganese steel plates for the rooftop armor. Unlike the hardened tungsten steel grills used for the sides, Lin Xian intended the roof to be completely sealed except for designated ventilation exhaust points. High manganese steel offered excellent toughness and shock absorption, ensuring durability even under extreme conditions. He based the design on the curved armor plates of a TFV 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, which featured double-layered buffering. These plates connected seamlessly with the side grills, channeling kinetic force down to the train body and into the tracks, preventing dents from creatures like the white giant that could otherwise crush the roof and damage the air conditioning system. However, Lin Xian scaled up the design for the infinite train, crafting massive 3x6-meter panels weighing over 2 tons each. Fortunately, he wasn't using rolled tungsten steel, which would have been even heavier. With the materials in his disassembly space, covering all 7 carriages of the train would be impossible. Each passenger carriage needed 4 panels, the electric locomotive required 10, and the gas locomotive 6, 36 panels in total. Lin Xian's improved mechanical manufacturing skills allowed him to produce these relatively simple armor plates quickly. However, each panel still took 10 minutes and drained his energy significantly. When materials ran out, he had to pause crafting to scavenge steel from the freight train carriages. Since the panels were so heavy, Lin Xian and Bigelow worked directly on the roof, with Lin Xian crafting the plates and Bigelow welding them into place. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan and Shasha used the water tank's spray system to clean the infinite train's bloodied exterior. After smashing through thousands of zombies, the train was caked in gore. Under the flashlight's beam, it resembled a scene from hell. Wearing gas masks, the 2 women sprayed down the train from opposite sides. The water, sourced from unpurified rain and snow, wasn't frozen since it was part of the locomotive's cooling system. Lin Xian planned to scavenge Yukai City for plastics, glass, and fibers to craft a water purifier, as well as household items for Car 5 and Car 2. Lynch. Shasha called, her voice muffled by the gas mask as she washed the wheels. There are bones and rocks stuck in the wheels. Clear them out for now. Lin Xian replied, sweat dripping from his face as he continued crafting armor plates. Once we finish the roof, we'll head to the city at daybreak. After that, I'll add wheel wing plates to the sides. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan said from the other side, if we're dealing with derailments, we could use horizon braking devices. But if you're adding wheel wing plates, leave some ground clearance. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Wheel wing plates were thinner and primarily served to protect the wheels. The horizon braking devices, on the other hand, adhered to the tracks during high-speed sprints, but only the locomotive had this system. Cars 1-5 were too old and didn't have it, increasing their risk of derailment. Derailments, however, were a minor issue. The bigger concern was broken tracks, especially in high-speed situations like the previous night's all-out sprint. Chapter 67, Lunchtime Clang. Clang. In the deep night at Yukai Station, a heavy train underwent armor maintenance under several bright spotlights. After completing the welding for the roof armor of one carriage, Lin Xian had to rest for a bit. There were still at least 3 days left until the Polar Knight's arrival. Once they left Yukai and passed Mount Daluo, they would be entering Yubai's territory. After days of relentless sprinting, the team had temporarily gained a safe distance from their pursuers. 15:05, the sky brightened. At Yukai Station, the infinite train now had half of its carriages covered with roof armor. Lin Xian had also found time to install wheel wing plates on 2 of the train's leading carriages. These plates were relatively simple to make and didn't require much steel. The heavy locomotive was now more than halfway clad in black armor, exuding a thick, unyielding aura of steel. Lin Xian and Bigelow had worked tirelessly throughout the night, nearly exhausting themselves, and still hadn't completed the work. In Car 1, Lin Xian and Bigelow entered one after the other. Shasha sat with a radio in her lap, keeping an eye on Kiki, while Chen Sixuan was cooking at the iron table Lin Xian had crafted. Using a portable stove, she had prepared a pot of soup and another of braised canned pork. The aroma inside the carriage was mouth-watering. On the table were additional food items scavenged from Tang Hai's outpost, including cola and canned fruit. Lin Xian, drenched in sweat, grabbed a can of cola, popped it open with a hiss, and gulped down half. The cool, sweet fizz gave him an instant sense of refreshment. More zombies have gathered outside. Shasha said, pulling back the blackout curtains to peer outside. Drawn by the sounds of welding and construction, zombies were approaching the train. Shasha chuckled, without those bigger monsters, these zombies seem almost laughable. Scratch, scratch. The sound of claws scraping against the carriage walls grew louder. Don't worry. Lin Xian said calmly, gazing out the window. Once we've got enough materials, I'll armor the entire infinite train with tungsten titanium alloy. Those beasts won't stand a chance. The armored fortress was gradually taking shape. With improved mechanical manufacturing capabilities and more advanced blueprints, the train could be further perfected. Chen Sixuan, glancing nervously outside, relaxed when she saw the zombies posing no threat to the train. She turned her attention back to cooking. After last night's intense battle, Lin Xian and Bigelow had worked all night, so she took advantage of this rare pause to prepare some hot food for everyone. Woo! In Car 1, the hot air system kicked in, quickly warming the carriage. Though the system consumed a lot of power and caused some water loss, it was necessary to combat the cold, especially with Kiki still unconscious. Wow, It smells amazing, Shasha exclaimed, her eyes fixed longingly on a stove. It's been ages since I've eaten like this. Did you and your brother start running after the first polar night? Lin's Yan asked, sipping his cola. Shasha shook her head, her expression dimming. Even earlier than that. After it was just the two of us, we kept running. And running. That's impressive. Chen Sixuan remarked. For someone so young to have the courage to flee. Unlike me, I hid in my house for almost 2 months. Lin Xian chuckled, your pantry must have been well stocked to last that long. You're teasing me again. At first, a lot of people brought me supplies. She muttered, glancing at Lin Xian before focusing back on stirring the soup. The topic wasn't exactly a pleasant one. Those who had fawned over her when the apocalypse began were often the same ones who later scorned her when survival took precedence. Lynch, I think your ability is the best in the world. Shasha exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. You can create such a massive steel fortress out of thin air, you're like a god to me. Sweet talk like that. Lin Xian teased, is just your way of angling for an extra piece of meat, isn't it? Hee hee. Shasha giggled mischievously but then pouted. Too bad Kiki is asleep. She won't get to eat her favorite canned fruit today. Lin Xian, I feel like Kiki's condition is more serious this time. Chen Sixuan said, frowning as she brought over the pot of soup. She was genuinely worried about their teammate, who had gone through so much with them. I can tell. Lin Xian nodded. We'll need more eerie blood crystals to help her recover. Plus, the dark radio and soul wave detector both require them too. Eerie blood crystals were proving to be invaluable resources. Later, we'll head into Yukai City in 2 groups. Chen Sixuan and I will go to the city's power substation. Bigelow, you and your sister head to the electronics mall. Lin Xian instructed. Bigelow nodded, while Shasha asked eagerly, Lynch, what exactly should we grab? I'll fill the car to the brim. Anything we can use. Lin Xian replied firmly. Anything electrical or mechanical, preferably in working condition. Apart from that, focus on living supplies. We need more blankets and warm clothing, as well as utensils and cookware. He didn't expect to find weapons or a large stash of food, those would have been scavenged long ago. However, for Lin Xian, even seemingly useless appliances could be devoured to power his ability. He could even set up a proper kitchen and laundry facilities on the train, luxuries unimaginable for most survivor convoys. Got it. Shasha replied enthusiastically. Are we staying here tonight? Chen Sixuan asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment. If nothing goes wrong, we'll stay until I finish installing all the armor and the icebreaker shields. I also want to assess Kiki's condition. In truth, Lin Xian wanted to wait until nightfall. Without eerie blood crystals, the dark radio was useless, leaving the infinite train in silent isolation, dangerous for their journey through Mount Daluo and Yubai City. Moreover, Kiki's recovery likely required the energy from eerie blood crystals. Lin Xian was considering taking Bigelow to actively hunt eerie entities during the night. The large blood crystal from the white giant had clearly been extraordinary, either from absorbing Tang Hai's ability or due to the giant's own level of power. If luck was on their side, they might encounter weaker entities that they could handle. However, the thought of actively seeking out such dangers sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. What kind of survivors would dare to do such a thing? By tomorrow morning at the latest. Lin Xian concluded. If daylight breaks at 16:05, we'll have 3 hours to take the southern route through Mount Daluo. If that doesn't work, we'll head straight to Yubai or backtrack to the northern route. Chen Sixuan nodded, approving of Lin Xian's plan. With Kiki unconscious, an extra day of rest at Yukai Station would be beneficial. Since leaving Jiang City, the group had barely stopped running. Even their brief reprieve at Beiwang Station had lasted less than a day. The train still needed significant repairs. Now that Lin Xian was reinforcing the armor, the train's safety was reaching new heights. Chapter 68, The Great Search 16:00. The sun slanted gently across the clear sky, its rays illuminating the snow-covered Yukai Station. A heavily armored train rested on the tracks, surrounded by a dozen zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies had become a never-present backdrop, a macabre part of the scenery. They clawed persistently at the train's armored plates, their scratch-scratch sounds filling the air, though their efforts didn't leave even the slightest mark. Whether drawn by the activity inside the train or the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat, the zombies let out occasional groans, seemingly stirred by remnants of their human memories. Inside Car 1, an unusual afternoon calm reigned. The table was laden with braised pork, canned fruit, seaweed soup, and pula, luxuries in these times. Oh no, we're eating so well while Kiki's asleep. She's going to be mad when she wakes up. Shasha said after sipping her soup, glancing toward the unconscious Kiki. She won't be. Lin Xian replied with a meaningful smile. When she wakes up, I'll treat her to a special feast. Really? Of course. She's done so much for us, she deserves it. Shasha nodded enthusiastically. That's right, that was amazing yesterday. Kikiji made us fly. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian turned to see Chen Sixuan, fully geared up in a thick coat and carrying an automatic rifle on her back. Her face betrayed a hint of excitement. Chin Laoshi, you seem pretty eager. Lin Xian remarked. A little. She admitted earnestly. You've always had me stay on the train before, but now I can join you and actually help. Of course I'm excited. Lin Xian had originally planned to leave Chen Sixuan behind to guard the train again, but with the daylight hours limited and more hands needed, he decided to bring her along this time. Besides, the cockpit door locks had been replaced with mechanical structures that only he could operate, making it relatively secure. With her now armed, she could hold her own in a pinch. Alright, just remember, don't fire your weapon unless absolutely necessary. We're here to scavenge, not fight. Let me handle any danger. Understood. Chen Sixuan nodded firmly. After finishing their first proper hot meal since fleeing eastward, the four prepared to head into the city. Lin Xian instructed Bigelow and Shasha to take the off-road vehicle, which had more space for hauling supplies. He and Chen Sixuan opted for a motorcycle. The plan was simple: find a truck in the city and load it with supplies, then tow it back to the train. Lin Xian could even devour the vehicle for resources. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the group set off. Armed and ready, they drove off the train's flatbed trailer, one team in the off-road vehicle, the other on the motorcycle. Engines roared as they sped along the road toward Yukai City. The city, nestled on a plain at the foot of the mountains, lay bathed in sunlight yet shrouded in deathly silence. Along the way, they passed countless wrecked and abandoned vehicles, corpses, and scattered luggage buried under thick snow. Seated in the passenger seat, Shasha exhaled onto the frosted window, her small face filled with worry. The snow's getting heavier. Shasha. Lin Xian called out from his motorcycle as he passed the car. Look for warm items, blankets, beds, clothes, whatever you can find. With more people to care for, the need for warm supplies was growing. The items Lin Xian had scavenged from Zhang City's furniture store had made Car 1 livable, but now Car 2 housed 2 people, and Bigelow kept watch in Car 5. More supplies were essential. Got it. Shasha replied, lowering the car window to nod earnestly. Screech. Bigelow slammed on the brakes. A few cars were piled haphazardly across the street, blocking the road ahead. Hold on. Lin Xian pulled up alongside the off-road vehicle on his motorcycle. The street was eerily quiet, the distant wails of zombies echoing from the shadows of dark alleys. Nearby, a dirt truck sat parked on the roadside, its door ajar. The rotting corpse of its driver hung limply from a seatbelt. Lin Xian climbed up, cutting the belt with his blade. The corpse tumbled out stiffly as he inspected the truck. Using his mechanical heart, Lin Xian quickly assessed its condition and smiled. Bigelow, help me load the motorcycle into the truck's bed. He then pulled Chen Sixuan up into the passenger seat. We're using this truck to haul supplies? Chen Sixuan asked, surprised. Lin Xian grinned and nodded. A truck this size could carry a significant load and also double as a barrier-clearing vehicle. Bang. Bigelow loaded the motorcycle into the dirt truck's empty bed. Lin Xian shut the door, revved the engine, and shouted to Bigelow outside, hop in. I'll lead the way in this truck. Got it. The off-road vehicle followed as Lin Xian steered the dirt truck straight into the jumble of cars blocking the road. The powerful engine roared as it plowed through, clearing a path. Boom, crash. The truck barreled through the debris, the deafening noise echoing through the silent streets of Yukai City. Zombies from surrounding alleys turned at the commotion, drawn toward the chaos. Under the setting sun, the dirt truck rumbled forward, smashing through vehicles and attracting the attention of more zombies. In its wake, the streets filled with the relentless groans of the undead converging from all directions. As Lin Xian pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the mechanical heart went into overdrive, pushing the dirt truck's engine to its maximum RPMs. If he were fighting alone, the destructive power of his mechanical heart and related skills would be quite limited. However, when wielding industrial machinery, the difference was night and day, transforming him into a true force of nature. The dirt truck led the way, with the off-road vehicle following close behind. They soon roared into what used to be a bustling shopping district. The area, lined with malls and restaurants, was now a shattered ruin. Sparse groups of zombies wandered through the alleys and storefronts, their movements sluggish and uncoordinated. This is the place. Lin Xian announced over the walkie-talkie. Once they cleared the road, the vehicles split up as planned. Shasha and Bigelow headed toward the malls and electronics stores, while Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan drove toward the suburban transformer station. In the truck's passenger seat, Chen Sixuan gripped the handle above her head tightly, her other hand clutching a rifle. Seeing her tense expression, Lin Xian reassured her, "It's daytime. There shouldn't be any of those creatures." Chen Sixuan exhaled deeply. I'm just a little nervous. "It's fine. Don't worry." Lin Xian replied with a nod. The dirt truck barreled down the road, its roaring engine attracting a growing horde of zombies in its wake. Soon, the transformer station appeared in the distance, its perimeter marked by a chain-link fence and concrete walls. "That's it," Lin Xian said, yanking the steering wheel to the side. The truck mounted the curb and smashed through the fence, heading straight for the station's outer wall. Vroom. Crash. With a deafening roar, the dirt truck rammed through the wall, sending bricks and debris flying in every direction. A massive hole now marred the station's perimeter. Lin Xian wasted no time. Stepping out of the truck, he approached the breach, raised both hands, and activated his ability. Instantly, steel bars materialized, flying into place as they formed a sturdy makeshift barrier. Clang. Thanks to the speed boost from his upgraded mechanical manufacturing ability, the simple structure took only moments to complete. In mere breaths, a reinforced steel great wall stood where the breach had been, with steel nails anchoring it firmly into the remaining brickwork. Chen Sixuan had just climbed out of the truck when she saw the gap they had driven through was already sealed off. What?" she muttered, stunned by the rapid transformation. "Arg!" Zombies began swarming to the newly constructed barrier, clawing wildly at the steel grates. Their decayed hands scraped uselessly against the reinforced metal. Lin Xian's movements were calm and practiced, his mechanical ability now more refined than ever. "How is this even possible?" Chen Sixuan asked, still marveling at the feat. Lin Xian cast a quick glance at the pressing horde and replied indifferently, "No point in killing them all, it's just a waste of time." Turning away from the fence, he motioned for Chen Sixuan to follow as he headed deeper into the station to begin scavenging. Chapter 69, Hunting Trap. The capacitors in the transformer station primarily balance the three-phase voltage, preventing line loss and equipment damage due to imbalance. For Lin Xian, these were of significant use. The infinite train would require massive electricity in the future, and installing capacitors could improve the power factor of the circuits, reducing reactive power losses and enhancing grid efficiency. They were essential for setting up high-powered weapons or switching driving modes. Moreover, Lin Xian could presently harvest capacitor materials like metallized polypropylene, liquid dielectric, and aluminum foil through his devouring ability. These materials were foundational for the high-energy capacitors detailed in the GKO3 electric blade blueprint. Lin Xian. "How are we supposed to dismantle these?" Chen Sixuan followed Lin Xian into the transformer station, gazing at the rows of neatly aligned and massive metal equipment, her face filled with confusion. "That's simple. Teacher Chen, just help me keep watch." Lin Xian turned, flipped open the dirt truck's panel, and climbed on. Activating the mechanical heart, numerous materials floated out, and a small cantilever crane began rapidly taking shape. "Ah, got it." Chen Sixuan immediately raised her rifle, took a deep breath, and disengaged the safety. Though the transformer station was eerily quiet, one could never know when a zombie might suddenly leap out from a corner. She kept encouraging herself, reminding herself that as a teammate, she had the responsibility to protect Lin Xian. With a gun in hand, ordinary zombies shouldn't pose much of a threat. After about 20 minutes, Lin Xian had finished constructing a temporary vehicle-mounted crane. He jumped off the truck and summoned mechanical tools in both hands, beginning to unscrew the mounting bolts on the capacitor bank. "Lin Xian, your hands." Chen Sixuan noticed the redness on the backs of his hands, guessing it was from frostbite during last night's snowy armor assembly. "It's fine." Lin Xian tossed one end of a steel cable to Chen Sixuan. "Help me loop this around." After over an hour of effort, the two of them finally hoisted a 110 kV capacitor bank onto the truck. Despite their makeshift approach and lack of expertise, Lin Xian's mechanical abilities made the process relatively smooth. Vroom. The dirt truck roared to life again, plowing through the station wall and crushing howling zombies under its wheels as it sped back along its original route. "When we passed by earlier, I noticed the terrain at Yachi Pedestrian Street is spacious, with several streets connected. Once we load up, I'll head back with Luo Yi to set up some traps. Maybe we can catch something." Lin Xian planned to scout the area during the daylight, lay traps, then return to the train to install armor plates and the icebreaker shield. Late at night, they'd venture back to confront the terrors lurking in the darkness. A few days ago, Chen Sixuan would have thought Lin Xian was insane for saying such things. Now, understanding his intentions, she voiced her concern instead. "How about while it's still light, Shasha and I ride along the tracks to scout ahead toward the fork? It'll help us adapt if plans change." Boom. 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 The dirt truck barreled forward. Hearing her suggestion, Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan seriously. You can ride? Shasha can, and I can ride with her. Two of us together makes for better support. Lin's Yan had to prepare the train. Luo Yi's height and strength were essential, so it seemed logical for the nimble duo of Chen Sixuan and Shasha to act as scouts. Surprised, Lin's Yan glanced at Chen Sixuan and smiled. Alright. But you and Shasha need to be cautious. If anything goes wrong, just retreat. Got it. Chen Sixuan took a deep breath. We're only scouting. If there's trouble, we won't linger. Lin's Yan's plan to actively search for horrors in the dark was risky, especially as no one knew what lay ahead. Ensuring an escape route for the infinite train made scouting the nearby tracks a wise precaution. After last night's track break incident, Chen Sixuan had become more vigilant. Alright, that's the plan. Vroom. The dirt truck drove onto Yashan Station's platform. Lin's Yan raised his hand, unleashing bursts of wind cannon to dispatch zombies before maneuvering the truck onto a flatbed trailer. Shortly after, Luo Yi and Shasha returned in an off-road vehicle, its trunk and back seat loaded with odd supplies. Shasha, seated in the passenger seat, clutched a large bag of colorful clothing. She hopped out excitedly upon parking and called to the duo, Brother Lin, Sister Chen, look at all the stuff we found. Chen Sixuan rushed over to help. Why so many clothes? They're all new. The mall was full of them. Shasha opened the back seat, revealing a pile of appliances, televisions, computers, and robotic vacuums, of little use in a survival situation. In the apocalypse, with life on the line and energy scarce, such items were far less valuable than water purification or communication equipment. Aside from those, Shasha and Luo Yi had also found a microwave, an oven, and a set of cookware and utensils. Good. Load them up. Lin's Yan instructed Luo Yi to unload the motorcycle, and the group quickly transferred the off-road vehicle's supplies to car number 5. Shasha, you and Sister Chen ride the motorcycle and scout along the tracks ahead. Luo Yi and I will head into the city again. Without delay, Lin's Yan issued the next steps. By 17:50, less than an hour remained before nightfall. Shasha slung her grenade launcher, donned a helmet, and rode off with Chen Sixuan. The motorcycle roared away from the platform in a flash. Lin's Yan climbed into Luo Yi's off-road vehicle. Shasha's so young, yet she rides like a pro. Luo Yi shrugged. She picks things up fast, like a boy. She loves tinkering with stuff. Let's go. Lin's Yan smiled, realizing that Shasha was the brains of the pair. The off-road vehicle reached Yachi City, stopping far from the streets to observe from a distance. That area. Lin's Yan pointed to a circular plaza teeming with zombies. Based on soul wave values, it's probably the lowest index zone. Just my guess, though. Drive around to lure them away while I set up a speaker and some lights. Then he indicated several alleys. There, and there. I'll set up drip wires, traps, and spike walls. From that second-floor balcony, you can cover me with your gun, and we'll keep the car parked nearby for a quick escape. Got it, Brother Lin? Luo Yi, a former soldier with solid combat skills, quickly grasped the plan. These are just precautions. Lin's Yan warned solemnly. If things go south, we retreat immediately. Shasha and Chen will meet us at the platform, and we'll leave right away. The plan was simple, draw the night's horrors into the open plaza using speakers and lights. If manageable, they'd engage using terrain and traps. If the situation spiraled, they'd flee. For the eerie blood crystal, they had to take the risk. Without the dark radio, Lin's Yan couldn't find other convoys to trade with anyway. Chapter 70, Armor 1.0. Beep beep, beep beep. The wristwatch's alarm went off again. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yi drove the off-road vehicle into the pedestrian street as planned, drawing a large horde of zombies. Lin's Yan, meanwhile, used the now vacant street to sprint into the plaza. There, he placed a battery on the roadside, constructing a speaker and arranging several floodlights in a circular pattern around the plaza. The speaker was connected via wires to the central spot. Following the predetermined route, Lin's Yan rapidly set up tripwires and animal traps, building them almost effortlessly with a simple wave of his hand. Clatter, clatter. In a narrow alleyway, Lin's Yan dashed through, using his wind cannon to dispatch obstructing zombies while setting up specialized traps at choke points and confined areas. At one exit, he installed a spiked wall, a gravity-triggered contraption that would fall and trap any pursuers under its razor-sharp teeth. These devices were simple, meant not to destroy the eerie entities but to buy Lin's Yan time to escape. Facing the eerie forces for the first time, he exercised extreme caution. After completing his setup, Lin's Yan dashed to the roadside, spotting Luo Yi's off-road vehicle barreling toward him, zombies in tow. Screech. The vehicle screeched to a halt. Lin's Yan hopped into the passenger seat as Luo Yi hit the gas, speeding toward the city outskirts. To avoid luring trouble back to the station, Luo Yi took a detour along the main road, losing the horde before circling back to Yuchi Station. Once back, they loaded the off-road vehicle onto the flatbed trailer. Chen Sixuan and Shasha, riding a motorcycle with its headlights on, returned from scouting along the railway. Chen Sixuan dismounted and removed her helmet. "We didn't go too far, but we found that special branch line. It's newly built, but we didn't have the tools to change the track switch." "No problem," Lin Xian replied, nodding. "If it's new, it's probably meant for the underground city. We'll adjust the switch when we reach it. For now, get on the train and rest." Lin Xian and Luo Yi resumed adding armor plating to the remaining carriages. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan and Shasha sorted through the supplies gathered earlier in the day. For carriages number 1 and 2, Lin Xian used the mechanical heart to craft metal storage cabinets. Carriages number 3 and 4, initially used by Tang Hai's convoy for material storage, were fitted with mesh partitions to prevent the supplies from scattering. Once the armor upgrades were complete, Lin Xian planned to reorganize the carriages, including upgrading the water supply system. Everything needed to be tackled step by step. Devour successful, plus 20 mechanical core points, plus 10 mechanical devour skill proficiency, bonus, plus 1 strength, plus 1 speed. Devour successful, plus 20 mechanical core points, plus 10 mechanical devour skill proficiency, bonus, plus 1 defense. Devour successful, plus 15 mechanical core points, plus 8 mechanical devour skill proficiency, bonus, plus 1 defense. Disassembly results: 50 high manganese steel, 50 hot-rolled forged steel, 15 cold-rolled dual-phase steel plates, 100 ordinary carbon steel, non-metal foam materials, non-metal composite materials. While dismantling and devouring freight train carriages, Lin Xian simultaneously manufactured armored roofs. Despite each carriage weighing several tons, the mechanical core points gained were comparable to devouring a car. Fortunately, Lin Xian only needed the materials. The simple structures of these carriages made them quick to dismantle. Skill upgrade notification: congratulations! Mechanical devour skill has advanced to level 3. With the upgraded skill, Lin Xian's devour efficiency soared. Within half an hour, he could process an empty carriage. Mechanical heart level 2, 525 out of 1000, special upgrades: mysterious awakenings at LV3, LV6, LV9, strength level 2 to 73%, explosive strength, 200 kg, speed level 1 to 93%, max speed, 10 meters per second, defense level 1 to 76%, bone tough, skin durable. Mechanical skills: mechanical devour level 3, 15 out of 1000, enhanced efficiency, mechanical manufacture level 2, 120 out of 500, improved construction speed. Passive abilities: scan, repair, disassemble. Special skills: wind cannon, level 2 -86%, ice shield, level 1 -69%, backlash, rare, level 1 -30%. Inside and outside, the team worked tirelessly. With the final armored roof panel welded into place, the infinite train, save for its flatbed trailer, was now entirely encased in black armor. The train exuded an imposing aura in the night, like a steel fortress. For the icebreaker shield, we'll use the tank's armor materials combined with tungsten titanium alloy connectors, Lin Xian said. At the front of the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, Lin Xian and Luo Yi began installing the most critical component, the massive front shield. The harsh clangs of metal reverberated as Lin Xian's glowing hands manipulated a vast amount of metal, shaping, forging, and assembling it into a thick, solid icebreaker shield. Weighing over 5 tons, the shield required over an hour to install with the crane. Now the roof, sides, wheels, and front are all reinforced. "It finally looks like an armored train," Lin Xian said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he admired their achievement. The train wasn't just armored, it was significantly heavier. Lin Xian estimated that even the pale giant they'd encountered earlier wouldn't be able to budge it. However, the added weight meant Kiki's ability to lift the front carriage with her powers was now severely limited unless her abilities evolved further. "Let's rest, Luo Yi," Lin Xian said, noting it was past 5 a.m. They'd been working through the night. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian found Chen Sixuan and Shasha had neatly organized the interior. The fortified train now boasted a more livable environment, inching closer to becoming a mobile fortress. "How's Kiki?" Lin Xian asked. Chen Sixuan, wiping sweat from Kiki's face with a towel, said worriedly, "She hasn't woken up. I think she's having a nightmare, she's been sweating non-stop." Inspecting Kiki's eyes, Lin Xian noticed the black, inky substance creeping back. He frowned. "Looks like the eerie blood crystals weren't enough," he muttered. "But we don't know how much more we'll need," Chen Sixuan replied. Lin Xian sighed. "If we can collect more, We'll keep one to reactivate the dark radio. Maybe we can trade with someone instead of relying on trial and error. Trading would be safer and might uncover additional information. When do we head out? Chen Sixuan asked. Let's rest for now. I'll regain some strength and handle the capacitors and transformers before dawn. Being prepared is the safest option. Chapter 71, Power Surge. The night was silent, and snow fell gently from the dark sky. Lin Xian sat in the dirt truck's cargo bed, devouring the capacitor bank that had been hoisted onto the Infinite Train's flatbed trailer. System notifications: Devour progress, 15%, Devour progress, 60%. The 110 kV capacitor bank was enormous and intricately designed. Even with his level 3 mechanical devour skill, it took Lin Xian nearly 4 hours to fully devour it. When the progress bar hit 100%, a flash of purple light erupted in his vision. Devour successful. Mechanical core points, plus 150, mechanical devour skill proficiency, plus 60, bonus, strength plus 5, speed plus 10, new skill acquired, power surge, rare grade, accumulate a certain amount of voltage to unleash electrical energy, disassembly results, 100 metallized polypropylene, 50 liquid dielectric, 30 aluminum foil, 50 ceramic pieces, polycarbonate film, polytrifluoroethylene, power surge. A rare skill? Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he raised his palm, channeling energy. A faint blue glow began gathering in his hand, steadily intensifying and radiating heat. He aimed his palm at the dirt truck's steel panel. BZZT. Zap. A dazzling electric arc shot forth, piercing the truck's steel plate and leaving a tiny, glowing hole. The surrounding metal glowed red hot, emitting wisps of heat. Generating electricity out of thin air. It's a perfect complement to my mechanical heart. I can now directly produce electricity. Lin Xian murmured. He blew on his slightly scalded palm and frowned. It takes time to charge, though, and there's a limit to how much I can handle. Otherwise, my body might not withstand it. Simultaneously, his attributes received another boost. Speed attribute upgraded. Level 2, maximum speed 13 meters per second. Amazing. Lin Xian stood up, feeling the explosive speed coursing through his limbs. More importantly, his vision, reflexes, and coordination had all sharpened considerably. He blinked, noticing how quickly objects became clear after briefly blurring. Looking into the distance, his night vision seemed to have improved significantly. So speed isn't just about movement. He realized, overjoyed. His enhanced speed and reactions now exceeded the limits of ordinary humans on Blue Planet. Though still not on par with monsters, the benefits were invaluable. For someone focused on mechanical construction, brute strength wasn't a priority. Speed, however, greatly enhanced his perception, reaction time, and survivability. Perfect? Time to finish this. Lin Xian retrieved the unfinished GKO3 electric blade and began assembling the components, high-energy capacitors, an arc discharge device, and a high-frequency generator. Before long, the GKO3 electric blade was complete. Normally, it could be powered via rechargeable modules or disposable energy packs, but Lin Xian's power surge skill eliminated the need for those. Holding the blade, he charged it using his ability. Activating the switch, he watched as a faint hum arose, and the silver blade emitted a soft glow, crackling with tiny electric arcs. What a beauty! Lin Xian's eyes gleamed. This weapon was perfect for close combat and self-defense. After admiring it briefly, he sheathed the blade and turned his attention to devouring the dirt truck and the appliances Shasha and the others had brought back. He chose to act before dawn to minimize risks. Inside the train, Luo Yi and Shasha loaded ammunition, preparing spare magazines. Chen Sixuan assisted, learning the process as they worked. The tense atmosphere suggested everyone was preparing for a major confrontation. Devour successful, plus 13 mechanical core points, plus 5 mechanical devour skill proficiency, bonus, plus 2 strength. The dirt truck took over 20 minutes to devour, yielding materials similar to a freight carriage but slightly less. Disassembly results: 10 high manganese steel, 10 hot-rolled forged steel, 5 cold-rolled dual-phase steel plates, 20 ordinary carbon steel, non-metal foam materials, non-metal composite materials. Appliances were devoured quickly, akin to snacking. While the gains were modest, they provided diverse materials for future projects like water purification, air circulation, and communication systems. Mechanical core status: Level 2, 715 out of 1000, Mechanical Devour Level 3, 106 out of 1000, Enhanced Efficiency, Mechanical Manufacture Level 2, 130 out of 500, Improved Construction Speed. I'm close. One more large locomotive could push me to Level 3. Lin Xian's eyes shone with anticipation. Mechanical awakening was a milestone he eagerly awaited. However, Finding an intact locomotive and having uninterrupted time to devour it, over 10 hours, was challenging. If he relied on vehicles like the dirt truck, he'd need to bring back at least 20 more, a difficult task. Additionally, higher levels of mechanical heart would yield fewer points from smaller machines, forcing him to target larger, more complex equipment. Beep beep. The alarm Lin's Yan had set went off. It was now 2:00 p.m., but the sky remained shrouded in darkness. With the flatbed trailer cleared, they had reduced the train's burden and increased their capabilities, a significant advantage. Whoosh! Lin's Yan opened the tailgate of carriage number 5. Inside, Luo Yi and Shasha were fully geared and ready. Are we heading out? Chen Sixuan asked as Lin's Yan entered. Yes. Lin's Yan replied. He instructed Chen Sixuan to stay in the driver's cabin, armed and ready to provide support. Shasha, equipped with heavy firepower, was tasked with guarding the train's surroundings and providing cover fire when needed. Lin's Yan and Luo Yi, on the other hand, would drive into Yachi City. Their goal, seek out the eerie entities. Chapter 72, Stakeout Room. The orange-yellow headlights of the off-road vehicle cut through the darkness as it headed toward the city. Lin's Yan sat in the passenger seat, inspecting the automatic rifle in his hands. He had already scanned its blueprint. Building an automatic rifle posed less challenge to him than crafting a crane. The only issue was ammunition. His firepower insufficiency syndrome was acting up again. If he could solve the problem of gunpowder and explosive materials, Lin's Yan could mass-produce bullets and shells, even build vehicle-mounted turrets and machine gun platforms to combat monsters from a distance. That would eliminate the need for melee combat on the train roof. Luo Yi glanced at Lin's Yan's peculiar expression and said in a low voice, "Brothers Yan, I can cut through any monster." Lin's Yan gave him a surprised look, then smiled. "The monsters we can cut are fine. If we can't beat them, we can run. I'm more worried about ghosts." Ghosts? Luo Yi pointed to the machine gun and steel-slaying greatsword in the backseat. "Can't they be cut?" "I don't know." Lin's Yan replied, his tone heavy. "Some people claim to have seen them, supernatural beings that can't be killed." Luo Yi fell silent. Lin's Yan gazed at the city silhouette cloaked in darkness and said, "There are all sorts of bizarre things out here at night. Better to err on the side of caution." Luo Yi nodded quietly. Before long, the off-road vehicle reached a main city road near the pedestrian street. The engine noise and headlights attracted hordes of frenzied zombies. To avoid being surrounded, they both exited the vehicle. "Head upstairs. Wait for my signal," Lin's Yan instructed, tossing a walkie-talkie to Luo Yi. The two split up, with Luo Yi heading to the second-floor observation deck of a nearby mall, machine gun in hand. Meanwhile, Lin's Yan sprinted down an alley toward the plaza. In the darkness, Lin's Yan's enhanced vision allowed him to detect lurking zombies ahead. Left hand gripping his wind cannon and right hand wielding the electric blade, he moved like a shadow slicing through the night. Arg! A cold gleam flashed, and a few zombies lost their heads before they could even turn around. Woof! Woof! The barking of corpse dogs echoed in the alley. They chased after Lin's Yan, only to be met with a volley of wind cannon shots that exploded their heads. Pausing briefly, Lin's Yan took out a small remote control and pressed a button. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." A loud, eerie tune echoed across the dark plaza, shattering the silence of Yachi City's night. Click. Bright floodlights illuminated the circular plaza, piercing the darkness. Lin's Yan had cobbled together the setup with whatever materials he could find. The speaker's mechanical, distorted rendition of the song gave it an unsettling tone. Emerging from the alley, Lin's Yan quickly climbed onto a hidden platform shrouded in shadow. From there, he and Luo Yi, positioned a street away, watched the plaza. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Click. "Luo Yi, any movement?" Lin's Yan tested the walkie-talkie. "Nothing yet." Luo Yi's voice came through. Lin's Yan felt relieved and glanced at the time, 2:45 a.m. There was still an hour and a half until dawn. If they didn't encounter anything, they would leave once the sun rose. Sheathing his electric blade, Lin's Yan took out his automatic rifle, staying alert in the shadows. As minutes passed, the loud music attracted waves of zombies from neighboring streets. Sensitive to sound, they swarmed into the plaza, their rotting eyes searching aimlessly for prey. They snarled and clawed at the air, surrounding the speaker. 2:50 a.m. More zombies poured in. By 3:05 a.m., the circular plaza was crammed with zombies, corpse dogs, and ghouls controlled by black centipede-like creatures. If any survivors were still hiding in the city, the commotion would surely terrify them. "Luo Yi!" Lin's Yan called. "Nothing, brothers Yan. If those black centipede monsters are here, I don't see them." Luo Yi replied. Lin Xian frowned. They're probably not. Those things, while eerie, don't seem to drop the red beads or emit black mist. They're not what we're looking for. Should we wait a bit longer? Yeah, let's wait. Lin Xian said quietly. 3:15 a.m. The music continued to play in the plaza. Lin Xian remained focused, scanning the scene from the shadows. Suddenly, the speaker's music began to distort. Happy birthday to you. The once clear tune slowed and deepened, becoming ominous and eerie. It sounded like a little girl's voice, stretched and distorted, chilling enough to make the hair on one's neck stand up. "Oh Yi, stay alert. Something's wrong," Lin Xian warned through the walkie-talkie. But after a moment, there was no response. Lin Xian frowned and pressed the button again. "Oh Yi." As Lin Xian looked down at the walkie-talkie, he noticed the signal light emitting a faint red glow, completely disconnected. That's strange. It was working just a moment ago. Did something happen to Luo Yi? The realization struck Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning, sending a shiver down his spine. Immediately abandoning the stakeout, he decided to rush to Luo Yi's location. However, just as Lin Xian stood up from the shadows, a sudden chill crept over him, as though he was being watched. He instinctively looked up. Nothing. Clicking on his flashlight, he swept the beam across the alley walls and rooftops. Still, nothing. Was it just my imagination? Lin Xian murmured, but his unease only grew. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as a familiar dread crawled up his spine, the same primal fear he felt when the pale giant had locked its gaze on him back in Zhang City. Acting purely on instinct, he turned and fired a burst from his automatic rifle into the air, accompanied by several wind cannon blasts. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Boom. Gunfire and wind blasts illuminated the dark alley. And then he saw them. 3 terrifying skeletal faces emerged in his view, clinging to the walls above. Moments earlier, the flashlight had revealed nothing, but now, in the muzzle flashes, the grotesque creatures became unmistakably visible. These abominations looked like melted zombies fused into a single body, with spider-like legs and ghastly grins plastered across their distorted faces. How long had they been watching him? The creatures seemed equally surprised that Lin Xian had discovered them and attacked without hesitation. Bullets tore into their flesh, splattering black blood that hissed and sizzled as it hit the ground, releasing acrid fumes. "You can be hit?" Lin Xian muttered in surprise. When his flashlight revealed nothing earlier, he'd assumed the creatures were intangible. But as the firelight revealed them, the bullets proved effective, ripping into their skin. The creatures let out a collective, deafening roar of rage. One of the heads lurched forward, its mouth opening unnaturally wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth, and spewed a jet of black blood toward Lin Xian. Damn it! Sensing the deadly danger in the oncoming blood, Lin Xian reacted in an instant, activating backlash. Instead of charging forward, he sidestepped rapidly with near-blinding speed, dodging to safety. Hiss! The black blood splashed onto the platform where Lin Xian had just been standing. It emitted a sizzling, acrid stench as it corroded the metal, white fumes rising in waves. That stuff is no joke, Lin Xian thought, heart pounding as he crouched in the shadows, recalibrating his strategy. The situation had taken a drastic turn, but one thing was clear, the creatures weren't invincible. If he played this right, he might just make it out alive. Chapter 73, Black Blood. The stench of corrosion filled the air, making Lin Xian recoil in shock. He cursed under his breath, damn it, is this thing an alien? It even sprays corrosive acid. Bang. 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 The 3-headed monster scurried down the wall with unnerving speed, lunging at Lin Xian. Its 3 grotesque heads opened wide, spraying streams of black blood toward him. Lin Xian quickly darted into the corner of a narrow alley and turned around to conjure an iron fence wall behind him. Hiss. Hiss. The black blood splattered against the wall, corroding it instantly. The monster, moving like a spider, climbed over the fence effortlessly and continued its pursuit. Its speed was terrifying, and the long-range attacks made things worse. Fortunately, Lin Xian had chosen the winding alley. If it were an open space, he would have had to waste time creating defensive barriers, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Da-da-da-da-da. As the creature rounded a corner to pounce, Lin Xian ambushed it from the next turn, opening fire. Bullets tore into the monster, sending chunks of flesh flying. He turned and ran, glancing at his walkie-talkie. The red light was still blinking, proof that the eerie phenomena had some signal-blocking effect. Looks like I'll need to upgrade the walkie-talkie with an eerie blood crystal. Lin Xian muttered. Da-lu! He shouted suddenly, his voice echoing through the dark street. The 3-headed monster was closing in rapidly. Lin Xian, without looking back, threw up steel nets and walls behind him while scattering tripwires and spike traps across the road. Clang! Bang! The traps slowed the creature down, even wounding it slightly. However, its spider-like limbs quickened in fury, and it scurried up high walls, gaining on him. Just then, Lin Xian spotted the street's exit ahead. On the second-floor balcony stood a hulking silhouette, poised and ready. Dalu. Be careful. This thing spits acid. Lin Xian warned as he sprinted forward. Hiss. The three-headed monster leapt from the high wall, black blood spewing from its mouths and sizzling through the surface as it struck. Die. As the creature lunged at Lin Xian, Dalu leapt from the balcony, wielding a massive steel-slaying greatsword. With a grunt, he swung the blade in a powerful arc. Slash. Caught off guard, the three-headed monster had no time to react. The blade cleaved through two of its heads, while the third was partially severed. Hiss. A surge of black blood gushed from the monster, spraying toward Dalu. Anticipating this, Lin Xian quickly erected a thin iron wall to shield him and yanked Dalu to safety with a swift roll. Hiss. The corrosive blood burned through the thin metal wall within moments, creating large holes. That was close. Lin Xian exclaimed, both he and Dalu rising to their feet. They immediately lifted their firearms and unleashed a hail of bullets at the creature still behind the rapidly corroding wall. Da. The dark alley lit up from the gunfire, the muzzle flashes illuminating the scene. The last remaining head let out a wailing scream under the relentless barrage. Don't let your guard down. Empty the magazines. Lin Xian shouted. The monster's sudden appearance had been so uncanny that he couldn't rule out further tricks. With the advantage in hand, the two continued firing, refusing to let up. Click click click. Lin Xian's rifle ran dry. Without hesitation, he dropped it and raised both hands, one emitting a concentrated wind cannon, the other crackling with electric discharge. Zap. Zap. Wind bullets tore through the air, and arcs of electricity exploded violently. Against an eerie creature like this, Lin Xian knew hesitation was deadly. A monster with 3 heads? Who's to say it doesn't have 3 lives? For over a minute, they unleashed everything they had. Only when Dalu's machine gun clicked empty did the gunfire cease. The echoes of their shots reverberated through the narrow alley. Panting heavily, Lin Xian shone a flashlight forward. The 3-headed monster lay in a mangled heap, reduced to unrecognizable flesh. The black blood that pooled beneath it had entirely corroded the thin metal plate Lin Xian had conjured. Is it finally dead? Lin Xian muttered, the blood still hissing as it devoured the ground. The gunfire had attracted the groans of nearby zombies. Without delay, Lin Xian approached cautiously, covering his nose and mouth. As he neared the remains, a wisp of black mist became visible in the flashlight's beam. Hearing faint whispers and sobs, Lin Xian smirked. It's here. The black mist coalesced on the ground, forming a crimson bead. Identical in size to the one Lin Xian had traded for earlier, it emanated an eerie glow. Worried about the corrosive black blood, Lin Xian conjured a long metal clamp and a simple iron box to retrieve the bead. This thing is such a pain, he muttered. The stench was overwhelming, and Lin Xian accidentally inhaled a trace of the air. His head spun, his insides churned, and he almost vomited. Get back. He barked at Dalu. Without hesitation, they climbed into the off-road vehicle and sped away from the nightmarish scene. The engine roared as the vehicle's headlights pierced the oppressive darkness ahead. These eerie creatures are too strange. Lin Xian muttered from the passenger seat, staring at the crimson bead in the iron box. It's like they can sense our presence, always appearing nearby. Initially, he had thought they emerged from nests hidden in the dark. But in the daylight, no nests could be found, and their appearances remained inexplicable. Could they teleport? Dalu asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. If they could teleport, I'd be dead by now. Lin Xian replied. But their sudden appearances are way too abnormal. No footsteps, no signs, nothing. It's almost as if they've been here all along, he said, his voice faltering. A chill ran down his spine. Glancing at Dalu, Lin Xian caught a glimpse of something red out of the corner of his eye. His pupils constricted, and he turned sharply toward the rearview mirror. In the back seat sat a woman in a red dress, her hair disheveled, her face hidden in shadows. Lin Xian froze. Whipping around, he found the back seat empty. What's wrong, Brother Xian? Dalu asked, noticing his reaction. Lin Xian's face was grim. Something's not right. Zzz. Zzz. The crackle of static interrupted him. The walkie-talkie in Lin Xian's hand came to life, though he hadn't touched it. Zzz. 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 Happy. Zzz. Birthday. Zzz. A raspy, haunting voice hummed through the static. Chapter 74, Disturbance at Yukai Station. The infinite train sat quietly on the tracks. Before dawn, a fierce wind began to howl through the night, carrying snow that lashed against the train's armored seams, creating a ghostly wailing sound. Inside the carriage, Shasha clutched her rifle nervously. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold, and she occasionally glanced outside the window with apprehension. Buzz. The lights in carriage number 5 dimmed briefly before flickering back to life. Shasha startled, glancing upward before shifting her gaze toward the distant carriages. In the driver's cabin, Chen Sixuan stood perfectly still, appearing just as vigilant as Shasha. To conserve energy, the train's heating system had been shut off, and the temperature inside the carriages had dropped significantly. Shasha blew warm breath onto her hands and looked toward the far end of the train again. "Chenjiji, are you cold?" she asked through the walkie-talkie, her unease bubbling to the surface. "Crack. A little. What about you?" Chen Sixuan's voice replied, calm yet tired. Shasha glanced at her watch. Dawn was close, and the thought brought her some comfort. "My hands are freezing," Shasha complained. "Crack. I'll grab you a pair of gloves. I remember we collected some earlier." Chen Sixuan replied. "Okay." Shasha rubbed her hands together, feeling the biting chill. Yet as she turned to check, Chen Sixuan hadn't moved. She still stood in the same spot near the driver's cabin, motionless. A chill crawled down Shasha's spine. Gritting her teeth, she spoke into the walkie-talkie again. "Chenjiji, are you coming?" No response. She tried again. "Chenjiji, are you coming?" A strange voice answered, not from the walkie-talkie, but from right behind her. "I'm already here, right behind you." The unfamiliar voice froze Shasha in place. Her face went pale, and she whipped around with her gun raised. There was nothing there. The dimly lit carriage number 5 was filled with cold tools and storage racks, but no one else. "What's going on?" Shasha panted heavily, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. She scanned the carriage, her wide eyes searching every shadow. Silence. Her gaze shifted down the narrow aisle. Though the carriages were only 100 to 200 meters long, the distance felt impossibly vast. At the far end, Chen Sixuan's silhouette remained, but now it was no longer side-on. It faced directly toward her. Shasha's voice trembled as she shouted, "Chenjiji." The silhouette didn't react. At that moment, headlights and the rumble of an engine outside caught Shasha's attention. Relief washed over her as she realized Lin Xian and Daelu had returned. She turned toward the window, only to find herself staring at a horrifying ghostly face pressed against the glass. "Ah!" Shasha screamed, stumbling back and falling onto the floor. The train's lights abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Click. Shasha scrambled for her flashlight, turning it on to sweep the beam across the window. The ghostly figure was gone. The surroundings were silent again. Heart still racing, she rose shakily to her feet. The train lights flickered back on, and a shout echoed from the far end. "Shasha, they're back. Open the door." Chen Sixuan yelled. Still disoriented, Shasha nodded and staggered to the control panel. She pressed the button to lower the hydraulic ramp. The steel ramp of carriage number 5 descended slowly. Outside, Daelu's off-road vehicle roared onto the ramp with Lin Xian firing at the zombie horde in pursuit. Da. As soon as Lin Xian jumped out of the vehicle, he started the train's engine while continuing to fire at the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan activated the locomotive controls, and the massive train roared to life. Shasha joined in the defense, firing a grenade launcher. The explosion tore through the zombie tide, sending flaming debris and shattered bodies flying. Daelu secured the car's tow chain and fired alongside Lin Xian as they retreated into the train. The ramp retracted, and the train began to accelerate. "Brother Lin, there's something wrong with the train," Shasha exclaimed as Lin Xian climbed aboard. "On the train?" Lin Xian's expression darkened. He handed her the iron box containing the eerie blood crystal. "Check if you can pick up any official broadcasts from Mount Daluo. If they accelerated too quickly, they might miss the switch to the southern line." He needed a backup plan. "Got it." Shasha nodded and began scanning frequencies. Lin Xian rushed toward the driver's cabin. "Teacher Chen." The world outside was now darker than ever, the pitch-black void pressing against the train's headlights. Lin Xian burst into the cabin, finding Chen Sixuan pale and pointing ahead. "Lin Xian, look." On the tracks in front of the infinite train stood a grotesque, white figure. Its gangly limbs and pallid flesh resembled the earlier pale giant. Lin Xian's heart sank. The Night's Hunt had stirred up something they shouldn't have. Run it down. With no way back, Lin Xian could only hope the train's reinforced armor would hold. He activated the mechanical heart to enhance its defenses. "Lin Xian!" Chen Sixuan cried out as the train surged forward. "Hold on." Lin Xian shoved her down and ducked low himself, letting the train charge headlong into the figure. Crash. Rumble. The infinite train, equipped with its icebreaker shield, collided with the monstrous entity, sending it tumbling beneath the wheels. A jarring screech echoed as electromagnetic interference caused the train's lights to flicker violently. Zzz. Zzz. Lin Xian looked up, relieved to see the train's armor intact. However, the headlights could barely pierce 20 meters ahead, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. The radar display was a mess of static and noise, rendering it useless. Lin Xian, we can't see anything. Chen Sixuan's voice trembled as she stared at the malfunctioning radar. Should we stop? The risk of derailment loomed large, and Kiki's condition in the medical bay only added to their urgency. Lin Xian's mind raced. Teacher Chen, how far is the next tunnel? Chen Sixuan hesitated before replying, about 13 kilometers. Then we push 10 kilometers and stop. Lin Xian decided. Whatever they had provoked, staying at Yukai Station was no longer an option. Shasha staggered down the hallway toward carriage number 2, keeping an ear on Lin Xian's orders while checking on Kiki. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of claws scraping and bodies climbing echoed from outside the train. Shadows danced in the dim light, revealing numerous unknown creatures assaulting the carriages. Stay alert. Lin Xian shouted to everyone. A bone-chilling cold seeped into the train as an eerie silence blanketed the night. Chapter 75, The Radio Bang, Bang, Bang. Outside the speeding train in the dark, the sounds of impacts grew more frequent. Inside, the flickering lights of the carriages barely held off the oppressive gloom. The chilling air seeped through every corner, leaving Shasha trembling as she curled up on her bed. Beyond the windows, the blackness revealed nothing of what lay outside. The violent shaking and crashes sent waves of tension through everyone on board. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, as the train gained speed, the noises outside began to fade, and an uneasy silence settled over the surroundings. We're approaching the tunnel. Chen Sixuan called out, her eyes fixed on the driver's display and the pitch-black night ahead. Anxiety laced her voice as she turned to Lin Xian. Stop the train. Screech. The brakes groaned as the train screeched to a halt, the sound echoing across the desolate tracks. Could those monsters still? Chen Sixuan began nervously. I don't know, but it's almost dawn. Charging into an unknown tunnel in the dark could bury us alive. Lin Xian said grimly. His concern was valid. The train's armor had withstood the creatures so far, but entering a tunnel could lead to catastrophic collapse if the monsters triggered anything. The infinite train stood motionless on the tracks, snow and wind piling against its steel exterior. The quiet was unsettling, but the sounds of pursuit seemed to have ceased. The clock ticked closer to 4:00 a.m., daylight was imminent. Even so, Lin Xian remained tense. Turning to Chen Sixuan, he asked, Teacher Chen, Shasha mentioned something strange on the train earlier. Did you see anything unusual? Chen Sixuan shook her head, grabbing the nearby walkie-talkie. I'm not sure. The walkie-talkie's been cutting out intermittently, like what happened in the fog. Brother Lin. Shasha's voice suddenly echoed from carriage number 1. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan immediately rushed toward her. What happened? Lin Xian asked upon entering. Shasha, pale with fear, pointed at the sofa. Resting on it was the radio, with the eerie blood crystal placed atop it. The crystal emitted a faint red glow, and the radio was making strange noises. Zzz. Zzz. Dalu arrived, gun in hand, as the group stared in shock at the radio. Shasha stammered, pointing with wide eyes, It's moving. The black radio on the sofa was indeed acting bizarrely. The orange frequency display numbers flashed erratically, and the tuning knobs twisted and turned as if alive, breathing. I put the red crystal on it, and it just started making noise. Shasha said, her voice trembling. Lin Xian, what is this? Dalu asked, his expression grim as he stepped protectively in front of Shasha. Be careful. Our walkie-talkies started doing the same earlier. Lin Xian cautioned. Shasha peeked out from behind Dalu and added urgently, it's not just that. When I was talking to Chen Jiji earlier, she said she'd get me gloves, but then stopped responding. When I called her again, something that sounded like her voice said, I'm right behind you. I turned around, but no one was there. Lin Xian frowned. It said that behind you? Shasha nodded quickly, her fear evident. Chen Sixuan gasped, covering her mouth. I never said I'd get you gloves. When did you talk to me? The atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy, an icy dread spreading among them. Shasha backed away, nearly in tears. Chen Jiji, don't scare me. I'm serious. Chen Sixuan replied anxiously. My walkie-talkie never went off. Shasha's voice rose in panic. Then there's something else on this train. The group turned as the static from the radio intensified. The orange frequency display flashed wildly, the knobs twisting faster. Amidst the noise, faint voices emerged. Zzz. No. Zzz. Don't. Zzz. Don't. ZZZ. Open. ZZZ. ZZZ. Don't open. 15. ZZZ. ZZZ. 1. 5. 4. 2. Don't. Contact. Anyone. ZZZ. The voices were filled with terror, each word drenched in fear. Is someone trying to warn us? Chen Sixuan exclaimed, horrified. Lin Xian's face darkened. 1542? The number sparked a chilling memory in his mind. He recalled the stories shared around the campfire. A strange 1542 frequency has been reported in the Pinga Lake, Kunshan, Beiwang, and Mount Daluo areas. 3 convoys have received it at night, and people have gone missing. Witnesses describe it as tied to supernatural phenomena. Suddenly, the warning voice stopped, replaced by a haunting melody that froze everyone in place. ZZZ. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The voice, initially melodic, became raspy and guttural, like a demon whispering in the dark. Happy birthday to you. Who's singing? Chen Sixuan cried, her voice trembling. This is insane. Dialu muttered, gripping his gun tighter. Lin Xian, look. Chen Sixuan shouted. The frequency display flashed wildly before abruptly halting on a single number, 1542. At the same time, the train lights flickered ominously. The air felt heavy, as if the train itself were holding its breath. All 4 froze, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xian's thoughts raced back to the ominous campfire stories. His voice was sharp as he barked, everyone, stay alert. This thing is dangerous. He stepped forward decisively and removed the eerie blood crystal from the radio. Click. The radio fell silent. Its lights dimmed, and the room returned to an uneasy calm. Huff. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, feeling the cold, metallic touch of the crystal in his hand. That should. He turned to address the others, and froze. In the darkness of carriage number 1, the space behind him was completely empty. Not a single person was there. Chapter 76, The Unmanned Train. The night was as dark as ink. The massive train seemed completely devoured by the darkness, standing silently on the desolate tracks. Inside the hollow carriages, the cabin lights were clearly on, yet it felt as if some kind of black veil obscured them. The narrow corridor of the train was shrouded in an eerie dimness, as if the entire world had darkened. Lin Xian stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. At this moment, it seemed like the only sound he could hear was his own heartbeat. Everyone was gone. A chill crept from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Lin Xian's pupils slowly shifted as he scanned his surroundings, not daring to move a muscle. Just moments ago, 3 people had been right behind him. Now, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. His gaze swept toward the far end of the corridor leading to the cockpit. It was pitch black. There should have been lights there, yet the glow was mercilessly swallowed by the darkness. Only a faint orange glimmer struggled to remain, unable to penetrate further into the void. Lin Xian turned his head toward carriage number 2. At the far end, nothing but blackness. His spine tingled with cold. He tensed up, focused his mind, and called out, Mr. Chen? No response. Shasha. Luo Yi? Silence. Lin Xian's pulse quickened. The sudden shift in reality left him momentarily stunned. Ho. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, suppressing the fear rising in his chest, and cautiously took 2 steps forward. Da-da-da-da, a soft rolling sound echoed behind him. Lin Xian spun around abruptly. From the depths of the dark carriage, a small, delicate glass marble slowly rolled out. Who's there? His voice rang out through the train, bouncing off the walls. No answer. He took a step closer, eyes locked onto the marble. It was crystal clear, with swirling streaks of vibrant color inside, just like the kind children played with. Lights on. Lin Xian refused to believe this was real. He was in control of the entire train, he had already turned the lights on. For a brief moment, the overhead lights flared, as if hit by a sudden surge of electricity, but just as quickly, the darkness pressed in again, suppressing their brightness. He stepped into carriage number 2. In the distance, Kiki's laptop screen flickered with static, casting weak, erratic glows in the dark. Lin Xian's heart tightened. He turned sharply and strode toward the cockpit. The cockpit had large viewing windows, he should be able to see the outside more clearly. Thud thud thud, his own footsteps echoed through the train. He quickened his pace, then suddenly stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, something was floating in the corridor ahead. Lin Xian took a step closer, narrowing his eyes. Dozens of strands, thin and black, swayed gently in the air, hanging eerily in the corridor. Frowning, he reached out to grab them. But the moment his fingers neared, the strands flickered like a phantom and vanished. Strange events were happening one after another. Lin Xian pulled out his flashlight. Click. A harsh, pale white beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the complex machinery in the middle corridor of the locomotive. He quickened his pace, moving toward the front of the train. The beam of light revealed nothing, no one was there. Raising the flashlight to the window, he looked outside. A vast, snowy wasteland stretched before him. The tracks ahead vanished into a seemingly endless void. Then, under the flickering glow of his light, Lin Xian saw a red figure standing on the tracks ahead. His eyes widened. A dark, human-shaped silhouette stood motionless at the very center of the railway, directly in front of the train. Lin Xian frowned, immediately shining his flashlight over. The white beam swept across, nothing. The shadow had disappeared. A cold dread crawled up his spine. Then, that marble rolling sound came again. Da-da-da-da, this time, it was close. Only a few steps behind him. A frigid breath brushed against the back of his neck. Lin Xian's face twisted in alarm. He turned his head, slowly. Pitch black. No one there. Yet, beneath the dim overhead lights in the narrow cockpit hallway, a small shadow had appeared. What the hell? Lin Xian's entire body tensed. With a flick of his wrist, a steel blade materialized in his grip. He clenched his teeth. Screw it. Who cares if it's a ghost or a demon? Backlash. Whoosh. Suppressing the overwhelming dread, Lin Xian lashed out with a sharp, merciless strike toward the black shadow. Slash. The blade cut through something solid. A sickening sound of flesh being torn filled the air. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He had definitely hit something. Whipping around, his breath caught in his throat. The small figure stepped out from the shadows, into the dim light. A young girl stood there, clutching her bleeding throat in horror. Her face contorted in pain. "Luo Shasha." Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically. Shasha's fearful gaze met his. Blood gushed from her neck as she collapsed. Sha, before he could finish, a chill shot through his spine. Something was behind him. Lin Xian whirled around. A woman in a red dress stood there. Pale, decayed skin. A grotesquely twisted smile stretched across her face. She was half an inch from his own. Hiss. Lin Xian sucked in a sharp breath. Reflexively, he staggered backward, raising his left hand, wind cannon. Bang. But before he could fire, his left index finger exploded. Flesh tore apart. The nail shattered. The bone split open, hanging by a thin strip of skin. Ah! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, stifling a pained groan. His horrified gaze dropped to his mangled hand. He looked up again, the red-dressed woman was gone. Far away, in the dimly lit carriage number 2, the red shadow stood there, unmoving. Thump thump. Thump thump. His heart pounded violently. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Pain and terror clawed at his sanity. His mind reeled from the relentless horror. Hiss. Lin Xian's gaze darted between his mangled hand and the pool of blood on the floor. His breath came in ragged gasps. Had he just killed Luo Shasha? Shasha? Pressing his wounded hand to his chest, he called out tentatively. No response. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stepped forward, but then, from the shadows behind her body, a ghastly pale hand slowly emerged. It grabbed Shasha's ankle. And yanked. Shhk. Her body was dragged into the darkness. A trail of blood was all that remained. Lin Xian's scalp prickled with horror. His instincts screamed at him to stay calm, but a deep, suffocating fear gnawed at his mind. The armor, the icebreaker shield, none of it was working. An overwhelming sense of despair began to take root. The pain in his finger was agonizing, his cold sweat unceasing. Something was wrong. 1542 Radio Station. The mysterious disappearances. The paranormal phenomena. The red-dressed ghost. A memory surfaced, Zhang Yun's words echoed in his ears, be careful. This thing doesn't just react to human sounds. What exactly is wrong here? A chilling gust swept through the carriage. The dimming lights flickered once more. The red shadow was getting closer. Chapter 77, the silver antenna. The dimly lit carriage grew even darker. Light seemed unable to pierce through the overwhelming darkness, as though it, too, was being swallowed along with Lin Xian's rising fear. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He was on the verge of panic, yet he clung desperately to the last shreds of rationality. No, no, no. Something isn't right. Where is the problem? What did I notice? Plap. Plap. Footsteps echoed from deep within the darkness. Who's there? Lin Xian tightened his grip on the steel blade in his hand, sweat dripping like rain. The corridor ahead grew darker and darker, he could no longer see what lay before him. No one responded. Yet Lin Xian could feel it, someone was standing in the darkness right in front of him. A chilling presence crept closer. Who? His heartbeat pounded wildly in his chest. He rubbed his eyes, straining to see, but nothing came into focus. Why can't I see? What's stopping me from seeing? Then, a pale hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, reaching toward him. Lin Xian's expression shifted drastically. His grip on the steel blade tightened, his body tensed. He was about to strike, but stopped. Because, he saw frostbite scars on the back of the hand. Would a ghost suffer from frostbite? Lin Xian had to admire himself. On the verge of losing his mind, he still managed to ask such an absurd question. Yet that very question yanked him back from the brink of insanity, snapping him into focus. He finally understood what was wrong. His eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, he grabbed his severed finger, gritted his teeth, and ripped it off completely. Hiss. The searing pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Gasping for breath, he raised his left hand again,